Section 0 of Lavengro, the Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Dann. Lavengro, the Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. Preface. In the following pages I have endeavoured to describe a dream, partly of study, partly of adventure, in which will be found copious notices of books, and many descriptions of life and manners, some in a very unusual form. The scenes of action lie in the British Isles. Pray do not be displeased, gentle reader, if perchance thou hast imagined that I was about to conduct thee to distant lands, and did promise thyself much instruction and entertainment from what I might tell thee of them. I do assure thee that thou hast no reason to be displeased, inasmuch as there are no countries in the world less known by the British than these selfsame British Islands, or where more strange things are every day occurring, whether in road or street, house or dingle. The time embraces nearly the first quarter of the present century. This information again may perhaps be anything but agreeable to thee. It is a long time to revert to, but fret not thyself. Many matters which at present much occupy the public mind originated in some degree towards the latter end of that period, and some of them will be treated of. The principal actors in this dream or drama are, as you will have gathered from the title page, a scholar, a gypsy, and a priest. Should you imagine that these three form one, permit me to assure you, you are very much mistaken. Should there be something of the gypsy manifest in the scholar, there is certainly nothing of the priest. With respect to the gypsy, decidedly the most entertaining character of the three, there is certainly nothing of the scholar or the priest in him, and as for the priest, though there may be something in him both of scholarship and gypsyism, neither the scholar nor the gypsy would feel at all flattered by being confounded with him. Many characters which may be called subordinate will be found, and it is probable that some of these characters will afford much more interest to the reader than those styled the principal. The favourites with the writer are a brave old soldier and his helpmate, an ancient gentlewoman who sold apples, and a strange kind of wandering man and his wife. Amongst the many things attempted in this book is the encouragement of charity, and free and genial manners, and the exposure of humbug, of which there are various kinds, but of which the most perfidious, the most debasing, and the most cruel is the humbug of the priest. Yet let no one think that irreligion is advocated in this book. With respect to religious tenets, I wish to observe that I am a member of the Church of England, into whose communion I was baptized, and to which my forefathers belonged. Its being the religion in which I was baptized, and of my forefathers, would be a strong inducement to me to cling to it, for I do not happen to be one of those choice spirits who turn from their banner when the battle bears strongly against it, and go over to the enemy, and who receive at first a hug and a viva, and in the sequel contempt and spittle in the face. But my chief reason for belonging to it is, because of all churches calling themselves Christian ones, I believe there is none so good, so well founded upon Scripture, or whose ministers are, upon the whole, so exemplary in their lives and conversation, so well read in the book from which they preach, or so versed in general learning, so useful in their immediate neighbourhoods, or so unwilling to persecute people of other denominations for matters of doctrine. In the communion of this church, and with the religious consolation of its ministers, I wish and hope to live and die, and in its and their defence will at all times be ready, if required, to speak, though humbly, and to fight, though feebly, against enemies whether carnal or spiritual. And is there no priestcraft in the Church of England? There is certainly, or rather there was, a modicum of priestcraft in the Church of England, but I have generally found that those who are most vehement against the Church of England are chiefly dissatisfied with her, because there is only a modicum of that article in her. Were she stuffed to the very cupola with it, like a certain other church, they would have much less to say against the Church of England. By the other church, I mean Rome. Its system was once prevalent in England, and during the period that it prevailed there was more prolific of debasement and crime than all the other causes united. The people and the government at last, becoming enlightened by means of the Scripture, spurned it from the island with disgust and horror, the land, instantly after its disappearance, becoming a fair field in which arts, sciences, and all the amiable virtues flourished, instead of being a pestilent marsh where swine-like ignorance wallowed, and artful hypocrites, like so many wills o' the wisp, played antic gambols about, around, and above debased humanity. But Popery still wished to play her old part, to regain her lost dominion, to reconvert the smiling land into the pestilential morass where she could play again her old antics. From the period of the Reformation in England up to the present time, she has kept her emissaries here, individuals contemptible in intellect, it is true, but cat-like and gliding, who, at her bidding, have endeavoured, as much as in their power has lain, to damp and stifle every genial, honest, loyal, and independent thought, and to reduce minds to such a state of dotage as would enable their old popish mother to do what she pleased with them. And in every country, however enlightened, there are always minds inclined to grovelling superstition, minds fond of eating dust and swallowing clay, minds never at rest, save when prostrate before some fellow in a surplice. And these popish emissaries found always some weak enough to bow down before them, astounded by their dreadful denunciations of eternal woe and damnation to any who should refuse to believe their Romania. But they played a poor game. The law protected the servants of Scripture, and the priest with his beads seldom ventured to approach any but the remnant of those of the iconolatry, representatives of worm-eaten houses, their debased dependents, and a few poor crazy creatures amongst the middle classes. He played a poor game, and the labour was about to prove almost entirely in vain, when the English legislature, in compassion or contempt, or yet more probably influenced by that spirit of toleration and kindness which is so mixed up with Protestantism, removed almost entirely the disabilities under which Popery laboured, and enabled it to raise its head and to speak out almost without fear. And it did raise its head, and though it spoke with some little fear at first, soon discarded every relic of it, went about the land uttering its damnation cry, gathering around it, and for doing so, many thanks to it, the favourers of priestcraft who lurked within the walls of the Church of England, frightening with the loudness of its voice the weak, the timid, and the ailing, perpetrating, whenever it had an opportunity, that species of crime to which it has ever been most partial, deathbed robbery. For as it is cruel, so it is dastardly. Yes, it went on enlisting, plundering, and uttering its terrible threats till it became, as it has always done when left to itself, a fool, a very fool. Its plunderings might have been overlooked, and so might its insolence, had it been common insolence, but it... And then the roar of indignation which arose from outraged England against the viper, the frozen viper, which it had permitted to warm itself upon its bosom. But thanks, Popery, you have done all that the friends of enlightenment and religious liberty could wish. But if ever there were a set of foolish ones to be found under heaven, surely it is the priestly rabble who came over from Rome to direct the grand movement, so long in its getting up. But now again the damnation cry is withdrawn. There is a subdued meekness in your demeanour. You are now once more harmless as a lamb. Well, we shall see how the trick, the old trick, will serve you. End of section 0. Section 1 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 1. Birth, my father, Tamerlan, Benbrain, French Protestants, East Anglia, sorrow and troubles, true peace, a beautiful child, foreign grave, mirrors, alpine country, emblems, slow of speech, the Jew, strange gestures. On an evening of July in the years 18 at East D, a beautiful little town in a certain district of East Anglia, I first saw the light. My father was a Cornish man, the youngest, as I have heard him say, of 7 brothers. He sprang from a family of gentlemen, or as some people would call them, gentilâtres, for they were not very wealthy. They had a coat of arms, however, and lived on their own property at a place called Tredonoc, which, being interpreted, means the house on the hill, which house and the neighbouring acres had been from time immemorial in their possession. I mention these particulars that the reader may see at once that I am not altogether of low and plebeian origin. The present age is highly aristocratic, and I am convinced that the public will read my pages with more zest from being told that I am a gent théâtre by birth, with Cornish blood in my veins, of a family who lived on their own property at a place bearing a Celtic name, signifying the house on the hill, or more strictly, the house on the hillock. My father, what is generally termed a posthumous child. In other words, the gent théâtre who begot him never had the satisfaction of invoking the blessing of the Father of all upon his head, having departed this life some months before the birth of his youngest son. The boy, therefore, never knew a father's care. He was, however, well tended by his mother, whose favourite he was, so much so, indeed, that his brethren, the youngest of whom was considerably older than himself, were rather jealous of him. I never heard, however, that they treated him with any marked unkindness, and it will be as well to observe here that I am by no means well acquainted with his early history, of which, indeed, as I am not writing his life, it is not necessary to say much. Shortly after his mother's death, which occurred when he was 18, he adopted the profession of arms, which he followed during the remainder of his life, and in which, had circumstances permitted, he would probably have shone amongst the best. By nature he was cool and collected, slow to anger, though perfectly fearless, patient of control, of great strength, and to crown all, a proper man with his hands. With far inferior qualifications, many a man has become a field marshal or general. Similar ones made Tamerlane, who was not a gent théâtre, but the son of a blacksmith, emperor of 1/3 of the world. But the race is not always for the swift, nor the battle for the strong. Indeed, I ought rather to say very seldom. Certain it is that my father, with all his high military qualifications, never became emperor, field marshal, or even general. Indeed, he had never an opportunity of distinguishing himself save in one battle, and that took place neither in Flanders, Egypt, nor on the banks of the Indus or Oxus, but in Hyde Park. Smile not, gentle reader. Many a battle has been fought in Hyde Park, in which as much skill, science, and bravery have been displayed as ever achieved a victory in Flanders or by the Indus. In such a combat as that to which I allude, I opine that even Wellington or Napoleon would have been heartily glad to cry for quarter ere the lapse of 5 minutes, and even the blacksmith Tartar would perhaps have shrunk from the opponent with whom, after having had a dispute with him, my father engaged in single combat for 1 hour, at the end of which time the champions shook hands and retired, each having experienced quite enough of the other's prowess. The name of my father's antagonist was Brain. What? Still a smile? Did you never hear that name before? I cannot help it. Honour to Brain, who 4 months after the event which I have now narrated was champion of England, having conquered the heroic Johnson. Honour to Brain, who at the end of other 4 months, worn out by the dreadful blows which he had received in his manly combats, expired in the arms of my father, who read the Bible to him in his latter moments. Big Ben Brain. You no longer smile. Even you have heard of Big Ben. I have already hinted that my father never rose to any very exalted rank in his profession, notwithstanding his prowess and other qualifications. After serving for many years in the line, he at last entered as captain in the militia regiment of the Earl of at that period just raised, and to which he was sent by the Duke of York to instruct the young levies in military manoeuvres and discipline. And in this mission I believe he perfectly succeeded, competent judges having assured me that the regiment in question soon came by his means to be considered as one of the most brilliant in the service, and inferior to no regiment of the line in appearance or discipline. As the headquarters of this corps were at D, the duties of my father not unfrequently carried him to that place, and it was on one of these occasions that he became acquainted with a young person of the neighbourhood, for whom he formed an attachment, which was returned, and this young person was my mother. She descended from a family of French Protestants, natives of Cayenne, who were obliged to leave their native country when old Louis, at the instigation of the Pope, thought fit to revoke the Edict of Nantes. Their Protestant name was Petremont, and I have reason to believe that they were people of some consideration. That they were noble hearts and good Christians they gave sufficient proof in scorning to bow the knee to the tyranny of Rome. So they left beautiful Normandy for their faith's sake, and with a few louis d'or in their purse, a Bible in the vulgar tongue, and a couple of old swords, which, if report be true, had done service in the Huguenot wars, they crossed the sea to the isle of civil peace and religious liberty, and established themselves in East Anglia. And many other Huguenot families bent their steps thither, and devoted themselves to agriculture or the mechanical arts, and in the venerable old city, the capital of the province, in the northern shadow of the Castle de Berg, the exiles built for themselves a church where they praised God in the French tongue, and to which, at particular seasons of the year, they were in the habit of flocking from country and from town to sing. Thou hast provided for us a goodly earth, thou waterest her furrows, thou sendest rain into the little valleys thereof, thou makest it soft with the drops of rain, and blessest the increase of it. I have been told that in her younger days my mother was strikingly handsome. This I can easily believe. I never knew her in her youth, for though she was very young when she married my father, who was her senior by many years, she had attained the middle age before I was born, no children having been vouchsafed to my parents in the early stages of their union. Yet even at the present day, now that years 70 have passed over her head, attended with sorrow and troubles manifold, poorly chequered with scanty joys, can I look on that countenance and doubt that at one time beauty decked it as with a glorious garment? Hail to thee, my parent, as thou sittest there in thy widow's weeds in the dusky parlour in the house overgrown with the lustrous ivy of the sister isle, the solitary house at the end of the retired court shaded by lofty poplars. Hail to thee, dame of the oval face, olive complexion, and Grecian forehead, by thy table seated with the mighty volume of the good Bishop Hopkins spread out before thee. There is peace in thy countenance, my mother. It is not worldly peace, however, nor the deceitful peace which lulls to bewitching slumbers, and from which, let us pray, humbly pray, that every sinner may be roused in time to implore mercy, not in vain. Thine is the peace of the righteous, my mother, of those to whom no sin can be imputed, the score of whose misdeeds has been long since washed away by the blood of atonement, which imputeth righteousness to those who trust in it. It was not always thus, my mother. A time was when the cares, pomps, and vanities of this world agitated thee too much, but that time is gone by. Another and a better has succeeded. There is peace now on thy countenance, the true peace. Peace around thee too in thy solitary dwelling, sounds of peace, the cheerful hum of the kettle and the purring of the immense Angola which stares up at thee from its settle with its almost human eyes. No more earthly cares and affections now, my mother. Yes, one. Why dost thou suddenly raise thy dark and still brilliant eye from the volume with a somewhat startled glance? What noise is that in the distant street? Merely the noise of a hoof, a sound common enough. It draws nearer, nearer, and now it stops before thy gate. Singular. And now there is a pause, a long pause. Ah, thou hearest something, a footstep, a swift but heavy footstep. Thou risest, thou tremblest. There is a hand on the pin of the outer door. There is someone in the vestibule, and now the door of thy apartment opens. There is a reflection on the mirror behind thee, a travelling hat, a grey head and sunburned face. My dearest son, my darling mother. Yes, mother, thou didst recognise in the distant street the hoof-tramp of the wanderer's horse. I was not the only child of my parents. I had a brother some 3 years older than myself. He was a beautiful child, one of those occasionally seen in England, and in England alone, a rosy, angelic face, blue eyes, and light chestnut hair. It was not exactly an Anglo-Saxon countenance, in which, by the by, there is generally a cast of loutishness and stupidity. It partook to a certain extent of the Celtic character, particularly in the fire and vivacity which illumined it. His face was the mirror of his mind. Perhaps no disposition more amiable was ever found amongst the children of Adam, united, however, with no inconsiderable portion of high and dauntless spirit. So great was his beauty in infancy that people, especially those of the poorer classes, would follow the nurse who carried him about in order to look at and bless his lovely face. At the age of 3 months an attempt was made to snatch him from his mother's arms in the streets of London at the moment she was about to enter a coach. Indeed, his appearance seemed to operate so powerfully upon every person who beheld him that my parents were under continual apprehension of losing him. His beauty, however, was perhaps surpassed by the quickness of his parts. He mastered his letters in a few hours, and in a day or two could decipher the names of people on the doors of houses and over the shop windows. As he grew up, his personal appearance became less prepossessing. His quickness and cleverness, however, rather increased, and I may say of him that with respect to everything which he took in hand, he did it better and more speedily than any other person. Perhaps it will be asked here, what became of him? Alas, alas, his was an early and a foreign grave. As I have said before, the race is not always for the swift, nor the battle for the strong. And now, doubtless, after the above portrait of my brother, painted in the very best style of Rubens, the reader will conceive himself justified in expecting a full-length one for myself, as a child, for as to my present appearance, I suppose he will be tolerably content with that flitting glimpse in the mirror. But he must excuse me. I have no intention of drawing a portrait of myself in childhood. Indeed, it would be difficult, for at that time I never looked into mirrors. No attempts, however, were ever made to steal me in my infancy, and I never heard that my parents entertained the slightest apprehension of losing me by the means of kidnappers, though I remember perfectly well that people were in the habit of standing still to look at me, aye, more than at my brother, from which premises the reader may form any conclusion with respect to my appearance which seemeth good unto him and reasonable. Should he, being a good-natured person, and always inclined to adopt the charitable side in any doubtful point, be willing to suppose that I too was eminently endowed by nature with personal graces, I tell him frankly that I have no objection whatever to his entertaining that idea. Moreover, that I heartily thank him, and shall at all times be disposed, under similar circumstances, to exercise the same species of charity towards himself. With respect to my mind and its qualities, I shall be more explicit. For, were I to maintain much reserve on this point, many things which appear in these memoirs would be highly mysterious to the reader, indeed incomprehensible. Perhaps no two individuals were ever more unlike in mind and disposition than my brother and myself. As light is opposed to darkness, so was that happy, brilliant, cheerful child to the sad and melancholy being who sprang from the same stock as himself and was nurtured by the same milk. Once, when travelling in an alpine country, I arrived at a considerable elevation. I saw in the distance, far below, a beautiful stream hastening to the ocean, its rapid waters here sparkling in the sunshine, and there tumbling merrily in cascades. On its banks were vineyards and cheerful villages. Close to where I stood, in a granite basin with steep and precipitous sides, slumbered a deep, dark lagoon, shaded by black pines, cypresses, and yews. It was a wild, savage spot, strange and singular. Ravens hovered above the pines, filling the air with their uncouth notes. Pies chattered, and I heard the cry of an eagle from a neighbouring peak. There lay the lake, the dark, solitary, and almost inaccessible lake. Gloomy shadows were upon it, which, strangely modified as gusts of wind agitated the surface, occasionally assumed the shape of monsters. So I stood on the alpine elevation, and looked now on the gay, distant river, and now at the dark, granite-encircled lake close beside me in the lone solitude, and I thought of my brother and myself. I am no moralizer, but the gay and rapid river and the dark and silent lake were, of a verity, no bad emblems of us two. So far from being quick and clever like my brother, and able to rival the literary feat which I have recorded of him, many years elapsed before I was able to understand the nature of letters or to connect them. A lover of nooks and retired corners, I was as a child in the habit of fleeing from society, and of sitting for hours together with my head on my breast. What I was thinking about it would be difficult to say at this distance of time. I remember perfectly well, however, being ever conscious of a peculiar heaviness within me, and at times of a strange sensation of fear, which occasionally amounted to horror, and for which I could assign no real cause whatever. By nature slow of speech, I took no pleasure in conversation, nor in hearing the voices of my fellow creatures. When people addressed me, I not unfrequently, especially if they were strangers, turned away my head from them, and if they persisted in their notice, burst into tears, which singularity of behaviour by no means tended to dispose people in my favour. I was as much disliked as my brother was deservedly beloved and admired. My parents, it is true, were always kind to me, and my brother, who was good nature itself, was continually lavishing upon me every mark of affection. There was, however, one individual who, in the days of my childhood, was disposed to form a favourable opinion of me. One day a Jew, I have quite forgotten the circumstances, but I was long subsequently informed of it. One day a travelling Jew knocked at the door of a farmhouse in which we had taken apartments. I was near at hand, sitting in the bright sunshine, drawing strange lines on the dust with my fingers. An ape and dog were my companions. The Jew looked at me and asked me some questions, to which, though I was quite able to speak, I returned no answer. On the door being opened, the Jew, after a few words, probably relating to pedlery, demanded who the child was sitting in the sun. The maid replied that I was her mistress's youngest son, a child weak here, pointing to her forehead. The Jew looked at me again and then said, "'Pon my conscience, my dear, I believe that you must be troubled there yourself to tell me any such thing. It is not my habit to speak to children, inasmuch as I hate them, because they often follow me and fling stones after me. But I no sooner looked at that child than I was forced to speak to it. His not answering me shows his sense, for it has never been in the custom of the wise to fling away their words in indifferent talk and conversation. The child is a sweet child, and has all the look of one of our people's children. Fool indeed that I did not see his eyes sparkle just now when the monkey seized the dog by the ear. They shone like my own diamonds. Does your good lady want any real and fine? Were it not for what you tell me, I should say it was a prophet's child. Fool indeed. He can write already, or I'll forfeit the box which I carry on my back, and for which I should be loath to take £200. He then leant forward to inspect the lines which I had traced. All of a sudden he started back and grew white as a sheet. Then, taking off his hat, he made some strange gesture to me, cringing, chattering, and showing his teeth, and shortly departed, muttering something about holy letters, and talking to himself in a strange tongue. The words of the Jew were in due course of time reported to my mother, who treasured them in her heart, and from that moment began to entertain brighter hopes of her youngest born than she had ever before ventured to foster. End of section 1. Section 2 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 2. Barracks and lodgings. A camp. The viper. A delicate child. Blackberry time. Meum and tuum. Hive. The Golgotha. Daneman's skull. Superhuman stature. Stirring times. The seaboard. I have been a wanderer the greater part of my life. Indeed, I remember only 2 periods, and these by no means lengthy, when I was, strictly speaking, stationary. I was a soldier's son, and as the means of my father were by no means sufficient to support 2 establishments, his family invariably attended him wherever he went, so that from my infancy I was accustomed to travelling and wandering, and looked upon a monthly change of scene and residence as a matter of course. Sometimes we lived in barracks, sometimes in lodgings, but generally in the former, always eschewing the latter from motives of economy, save when the barracks were inconvenient and uncomfortable. And they must have been highly so indeed to have discouraged us from entering them, for though we were gentry, pray bear that in mind, gentle reader, gentry by birth, and incontestably so by my father's bearing the commission of good old George III, We were not fine gentry, but people who could put up with as much as any genteel Scotch family who find it convenient to live on a third floor in London, or on a sixth at Edinburgh or Glasgow. It was not a little that could discourage us. We once lived within the canvas walls of a camp at a place called Pett in Sussex, and I believe it was at this place that occurred the first circumstance, or adventure, call it what you will, that I can remember in connection with myself. It was a strange one, and I will relate it. It happened that my brother and myself were playing one evening in a sandy lane in the neighbourhood of this Pett camp. Our mother was at a slight distance. All of a sudden, a bright yellow and, to my infantine eye, beautiful and glorious object made its appearance at the top of the bank from between the thick quickset, and gliding down began to move across the lane to the other side, like a line of golden light. Uttering a cry of pleasure, I sprang forward and seized it nearly by the middle. A strange sensation of numbing coldness seemed to pervade my whole arm, which surprised me the more, as the object to the eye appeared so warm and sun-like. I did not drop it, however, but holding it up, looked at it intently, as its head dangled about a foot from my hand. It made no resistance. I felt not even the slightest struggle, but now my brother began to scream and shriek like one possessed. "Oh, mother, mother," said he, "the viper! My brother has a viper in his hand!" He then, like one frantic, made an effort to snatch the creature away from me. The viper now hissed amain and raised its head, in which were eyes like hot coals, menacing not myself but my brother. I dropped my captive, for I saw my mother running towards me, and the reptile, after standing for a moment nearly erect, and still hissing furiously, made off and disappeared. The whole scene is now before me, as vividly as if it occurred yesterday. The gorgeous viper, my poor dear frantic brother, my agitated parent, and a frightened hen clucking under the bushes, and yet I was not 3 years old. It is my firm belief that certain individuals possess an inherent power or fascination over certain creatures, otherwise I should be unable to account for many feats which I have witnessed, and indeed borne a share in, connected with the taming of brutes and reptiles. I have known a savage and vicious mare, whose stall it was dangerous to approach even when bearing provender, welcome, nevertheless, with every appearance of pleasure, an uncouth, wiry-headed man with a frightfully seamed face and an iron hook supplying the place of his right hand, one whom the animal had never seen before, playfully bite his hair and cover his face with gentle and endearing kisses. And I have already stated how a viper would permit, without resentment, one child to take it up in his hand, whilst it showed its dislike to the approach of another by the fiercest hissings. Philosophy can explain many strange things, but there are some which are a far pitch above her, and this is one. I should scarcely relate another circumstance which occurred about this time, but for a singular effect which it produced upon my constitution. Up to this period I had been a rather delicate child, whereas, almost immediately after the occurrence to which I allude, I became both hale and vigorous, to the great astonishment of my parents, who naturally enough expected that it would produce quite a contrary effect. It happened that my brother and myself were disporting ourselves in certain fields near the good town of Canterbury. A female servant had attended us, in order to take care that we came to no mischief. She, however, it seems, had matters of her own to attend to, and allowing us to go where we listed, remained in one corner of a field in earnest conversation with a red-coated dragoon. Now it chanced to be blackberry time, and the two children wandered under the hedges, peering anxiously among them in quest of that trash so grateful to urchins of their degree. We did not find much of it, however, and were soon separated in the pursuit. All at once I stood still, and could scarcely believe my eyes. I had come to a spot where, almost covering the hedge, hung clusters of what seemed fruit, deliciously tempting fruit, something resembling grapes of various colours, green, red, and purple. Dear me, thought I, how fortunate! Yet have I a right to gather it? Is it mine? For the observance of the law of meum and tuum had early been impressed upon my mind, and I entertained, even at that tender age, the utmost horror for theft. So I stood staring at the variegated clusters, in doubt as to what I should do. I know not how I argued the matter in my mind. The temptation, however, was at last too strong for me, so I stretched forth my hand and ate. I remember perfectly well that the taste of this strange fruit was by no means so pleasant as the appearance. But the idea of eating fruit was sufficient for a child, and after all the flavour was much superior to that of sour apples, so I ate voraciously. How long I continued eating I scarcely know. One thing is certain, that I never left the field as I entered it, being carried home in the arms of the dragoon in strong convulsions, in which I continued for several hours. About midnight I awoke as if from a troubled sleep, and beheld my parents bending over my couch, whilst the regimental surgeon, with a candle in his hand, stood nigh, the light feebly reflected on the whitewashed walls of the barrack-room. Another circumstance connected with my infancy, and I have done. I need offer no apology for relating it, as it subsequently exercised considerable influence over my pursuits. We were, if I remember right, in the vicinity of a place called Hythe in Kent. One sweet evening in the latter part of summer, our mother took her 2 little boys by the hand for a wander about the fields. In the course of our stroll we came to the village church. An old, grey-headed sexton stood in the porch, who, perceiving that we were strangers, invited us to enter. We were presently in the interior, wandering about the aisles, looking at the walls and inspecting the monuments of the notable dead. I can scarcely state what we saw. How should I? I was a child not yet 4 years old, and yet I think I remember the evening sun streaming in through a stained window upon the dingy mahogany pulpit, and flinging a rich lustre upon the faded tints of an ancient banner. And now once more we were outside the building, where against the wall stood a low-eaved penthouse, into which we looked. It was half filled with substance of some kind, which at first looked like large grey stones. The greater part were lying in layers. Some, however, were seen in confused and mouldering heaps, and 2 or 3, which had perhaps rolled down from the rest, lay separately on the floor. "Skulls, madam," said the sexton, "skulls of the old Danes. Long ago they came pirating into these parts, and then there chanced a mighty shipwreck, for God was angry with them, and he sunk them, and their skulls, as they came ashore, were placed here as a memorial. There were many more when I was young, but now they are fast disappearing. Some of them must have belonged to strange fellows, madam. Only see that one. Why, the 2 young gentry can scarcely lift it." And indeed my brother and myself had entered the Golgotha, and commenced handling these grim relics of mortality. One enormous skull, lying in a corner, had fixed our attention, and we had drawn it forth. Spirit of Eld, what a skull was yon! "Skulls, madam," said the sexton, "skulls of old Danes." I still seem to see it, the huge grim thing. Many of the others were large, strikingly so, and appeared fully to justify the old man's conclusion that their owners must have been strange fellows. But compared with this mighty mass of bone, they looked small and diminutive, like those of pygmies. It must have belonged to a giant, one of those red-haired warriors of whose strength and stature such wondrous tales are told in the ancient chronicles of the north, and whose grave hills, when ransacked, occasionally reveal secrets which fill the minds of puny moderns with astonishment and awe. Reader, have you ever pored days and nights over the pages of Snorro? Perhaps not, for he wrote in a language which few of the present day understand, and few would be tempted to read him tamed down by Latin dragomans. A brave old book is that of Snorro, containing the histories and adventures of old northern kings and champions, who seem to have been quite different men, if we may judge from the feats which they performed, from those of these days. One of the best of his histories is that which describes the life of Harold Haldrad, who, after manifold adventures by land and sea, now a pirate, now a mercenary of the Greek emperor, became king of Norway, and eventually perished at the Battle of Stamford Bridge, whilst engaged in a gallant onslaught upon England. Now, I have often thought that the old Kemp, whose mouldering skull in the Golgotha of Hythe my brother and myself could scarcely lift, must have resembled in one respect at least this Harold, whom Snorro describes as a great and wise ruler and a determined leader, dangerous in battle, of fair presence, and measuring in height just 5 ells, neither more nor less. I never forgot the Daneman's skull. Like the apparition of the viper in the sandy lane, it dwelt in the mind of the boy, affording copious food for the exercise of imagination. From that moment, with the name of Dane, were associated strange ideas of strength, daring, and superhuman stature, and an undefinable curiosity for all that is connected with the Danish race began to pervade me. And if, long after, when I became a student, I devoted myself with peculiar zest to Danish lore and the acquirements of the Old Norse tongue and its dialects, I can only explain the matter by the early impression received at Hythe from the tale of the old sexton beneath the penthouse and the sight of the Danish skull. And thus we went on, straying from place to place, at Hythe today, and perhaps within a week, looking out from our hostel window upon the streets of old Winchester, our motions ever in accordance with the route of the regiment, so habituated to change of scene that it had become almost necessary to our existence. Pleasant were these days of my early boyhood, and a melancholy pleasure steals over me as I recall them. Those were stirring times of which I am speaking, and there was much passing around me calculated to captivate the imagination. The dreadful struggle which so long convulsed Europe, and in which England bore so prominent a part, was then at its hottest. We were at war, and determination and enthusiasm shone in every face. Man, woman, and child were eager to fight the frank, the hereditary, but thank God, never dreaded enemy of the Anglo-Saxon race. "Love your country and beat the French, and then never mind what happens," was the cry of entire England. Oh, those were the days of power. Gallant days, bustling days, worth the bravest days of chivalry at least. Tall battalions of native warriors were marching through the land. There was the glitter of the bayonet and the gleam of the sabre. The shrill squeak of the fife and loud rattling of the drum were heard in the streets of country towns, and the loyal shouts of the inhabitants greeted the soldiery on their arrival, or cheered them at their departure. And now let us leave the upland and descend to the seaboard. There is a sight for you upon the billows. A dozen men of war are gliding majestically out of port, their long buntings streaming from the topgallant masts, calling on the skulking Frenchman to come forth from his bights and bays. And what looms upon us yonder from the fog-bank in the east? A gallant frigate, towing behind her the long, low hull of a crippled privateer, which but 3 short days ago had left Dieppe to skim the sea, and whose crew of ferocious hearts are now cursing their imprudence in an English hold. Stirring times those, which I love to recall, for they were days of gallantry and enthusiasm, and were, moreover, the days of my boyhood. End of section 2. Section 3 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 3. Pretty D, the venerable church, the stricken heart, dormant energies, the small packet, nerves, the books, a picture, mountain-like billows, the footprint, spirit of Defoe, reasoning powers, terrors of God, heads of the dragons, high church clerk, a journey, the drowned country. And when I was between 6 and 7 years of age, we were once more at D, the place of my birth, whither my father had been dispatched on the recruiting service. I have already said that it was a beautiful little town. At least it was at the time of which I am speaking. What it is at present I know not, for 30 years and more have elapsed since I last trod its streets. It will scarcely have improved, for how could it be better than it then was? I love to think on thee, pretty quiet D, thou pattern of an English country town, with thy clean but narrow streets branching out from thy modest market-place, with thine old-fashioned houses, with here and there a roof of venerable thatch, with thy one half-aristocratic mansion where resided thy Lady Bountiful, she, the generous and kind, who loved to visit the sick, leaning on her gold-headed cane, whilst the sleek old footman walked at a respectful distance behind. Pretty quiet D, with thy venerable church, in which moulder the mortal remains of England's sweetest and most pious bard. Yes, pretty Dee, I could always love thee, were it but for the sake of him who sleeps beneath the marble slab in yonder quiet chancel. It was within thee that the long-oppressed bosom heaved its last sigh, and the crushed and gentle spirit escaped from a world in which it had known naught but sorrow. Sorrow, do I say? How faint a word to express the misery of that bruised reed, misery so dark that a blind worm like myself is occasionally tempted to exclaim, "Better had the world never been created than that one so kind, so harmless, and so mild should have undergone such intolerable woe." But it is over now, for as there is an end to joy, so has affliction its termination. Doubtless the All-Wise did not afflict him without a cause. Who knows but within that unhappy frame lurked vicious seeds which the sunbeams of joy and prosperity might have called into life and vigour? Perhaps the withering blasts of misery nipped that which otherwise might have terminated in fruit noxious and lamentable. But peace to the unhappy one. He has gone to his rest. The death-like face is no longer occasionally seen timidly and mournfully looking for a moment through the window-pane upon thy market-place, quiet and pretty Dee. The hind in thy neighbourhood no longer at evening fall views, and starts as he views, the dark, lathy figure moving beneath the hazels and alders of shadowy lanes, or by the side of murmuring trout streams. And no longer at early dawn does the sexton of the old church reverently doff his hat, as, supported by some kind friend, the death-stricken creature totters along the church path to that mouldering edifice with the low roof, enclosing a spring of sanitary waters, built and devoted to some saint, if the legend over the door be true, by the daughter of an East Anglian king. But to return to my own history. I had now attained the age of 6. Shall I state what intellectual progress I had been making up to this period? Alas, upon this point I have little to say calculated to afford either pleasure or edification. I had increased rapidly in size and in strength. The growth of the mind, however, had by no means corresponded with that of the body. It is true I had acquired my letters, and was by this time able to read imperfectly. But this was all. And even this poor triumph over absolute ignorance would never have been effected but for the unremitting attention of my parents, who, sometimes by threats, sometimes by entreaties, endeavoured to rouse the dormant energies of my nature, and to bend my wishes to the acquisition of the rudiments of knowledge. But in influencing the wish lay the difficulty. Let but the will of a human being be turned to any particular object, and it is 10 to 1 that sooner or later he achieves it. At this time I may safely say that I harboured neither wishes nor hopes. I had as yet seen no object calculated to call them forth, and yet I took pleasure in many things which perhaps unfortunately were all within my sphere of enjoyment. I loved to look upon the heavens, and to bask in the rays of the sun, or to sit beneath hedgerows and listen to the chirping of the birds, indulging the while in musing and meditation, as far as my very limited circle of ideas would permit. But unlike my brother, who was at this time at school, and whose rapid progress in every branch of instruction astonished and delighted his preceptors, I took no pleasure in books, whose use indeed I could scarcely comprehend, and bade fair to be as arrant a dunce as ever brought the blush of shame into the cheeks of anxious and affectionate parents. But the time was now at hand when the ice which had hitherto bound the mind of the child with its benumbing power was to be thawed, and a world of sensations and ideas awakened to which it had hitherto been an entire stranger. One day a young lady, an intimate acquaintance of our family, and godmother to my brother, drove up to the house in which we dwelt. She stayed some time conversing with my mother, and, on rising to depart, she put down on the table a small packet, exclaiming, "I have brought a little present for each of the boys. The one is a history of England, which I intend for my godson when he returns from school. The other is—" and here she said something which escaped my ear as I sat at some distance, moping in a corner. "I intend it for the youngster yonder," pointing to myself. She then departed, and my mother going out shortly after, I was left alone. I remember for some time sitting motionless in my corner, with my eyes bent upon the ground. At last I lifted my head and looked upon the packet as it lay on the table. All at once a strange sensation came over me, such as I had never experienced before, a singular blending of curiosity, awe, and pleasure, the remembrance of which, even at this distance of time, produces a remarkable effect upon my nervous system. What strange things are the nerves! I mean those more secret and mysterious ones, in which I have some notion that the mind or soul, call it what you will, has its habitation. How they occasionally tingle and vibrate before any coming event closely connected with the future weal or woe of the human being. Such a feeling was now within me, certainly independent of what the eye had seen or the ear had heard. A book of some description had been brought for me, a present by no means calculated to interest me. What cared I for books? I had already many into which I never looked but from compulsion. Friends, moreover, had presented me with similar things before, which I had entirely disregarded, and what was there in this particular book, whose very title I did not know, calculated to attract me more than the rest? Yet something within told me that my fate was connected with the book which had been last brought. So, after looking on the packet from my corner for a considerable time, I got up and went to the table. The packet was lying where it had been left. I took it up. Had the envelope, which consisted of whitish-brown paper, been secured by a string or a seal, I should not have opened it, as I should have considered such an act almost in the light of a crime. The books, however, had been merely folded up, and I therefore considered that there could be no possible harm in inspecting them, more especially as I had received no injunction to the contrary. Perhaps there was something unsound in this reasoning, something sophistical. But a child is sometimes as ready as a grown-up person in finding excuses for doing that which he is inclined to. But whether the action was right or wrong, and I am afraid it was not altogether right, I undid the packet. It contained 3 books. 2, from their similarity, seemed to be separate parts of one and the same work. They were handsomely bound, and to them I first turned my attention. I opened them successively, and endeavoured to make out their meaning. Their contents, however, as far as I was able to understand them, were by no means interesting. Whoever pleases may read these books for me, and keep them too into the bargain, said I to myself. I now took up the 3rd book. It did not resemble the others, being longer and considerably thicker. The binding was of dingy calfskin. I opened it, and as I did so, another strange thrill of pleasure shot through my frame. The first object on which my eyes rested was a picture. It was exceedingly well executed. At least the scene which it represented made a vivid impression upon me, which would hardly have been the case had the artist not been faithful to nature. A wild scene it was, a heavy sea and rocky shore, with mountains in the background, above which the moon was peering. Not far from the shore, upon the water, was a boat with 2 figures in it, one of which stood at the bow, pointing, with what I knew to be a gun, at a dreadful shape in the water. Fire was flashing from the muzzle of the gun, and the monster appeared to be transfixed. I almost thought I heard its cry. I remained motionless, gazing upon the picture, scarcely daring to draw my breath, lest the new and wondrous world should vanish of which I had now obtained a glimpse. Who are those people, and what could have brought them into that strange situation? I asked of myself. And now the seed of curiosity, which had so long laid dormant, began to expand, and I vowed to myself to become speedily acquainted with the whole history of the people in the boat. After looking on the picture till every mark and line of it were familiar to me, I turned over various leaves till I came to another engraving, a new source of wonder. A low, sandy beach on which the furious sea was breaking in mountain-like billows. Cloud and wrack deformed the firmament, which wore a dull and leaden-like hue. Gulls and other aquatic fowls were toppling upon the blast, or skimming over the tops of the maddening waves. "Mercy upon him, he must be drowned," I exclaimed, as my eyes fell upon a poor wretch who appeared to be striving to reach the shore. He was upon his legs, but was evidently half smothered with the brine. High above his head curled a horrible billows, as if to engulf him for ever. "He must be drowned! He must be drowned!" I almost shrieked, and dropped the book. I soon snatched it up again, and now my eye lighted on a third picture. Again ashore, but what a sweet and lovely one, and how I wished to be treading it. There were beautiful shells lying on the smooth white sand. Some were empty, like those I had occasionally seen on marble mantelpieces, but out of others peered the heads and bodies of wondrous crayfish. A wood of thick trees skirted the beach and partly shaded it from the rays of the sun, which shone hot above, while blue waves slightly crested with foam were gently curling against it. There was a human figure upon the beach, wild and uncouth, clad in the skins of animals, with a huge cap on his head, a hatchet at his girdle, and in his hand a gun. His feet and legs were bare. He stood in an attitude of horror and surprise. His body was bent far back, and his eyes, which seemed starting out of his head, were fixed upon a mark on the sand, a large distinct mark, a human footprint. Reader, is it necessary to name the book which now stood open in my hand, and whose very prints, feeble expounders of its wondrous lines, had produced within me emotions strange and novel? Scarcely, for it was a book which has exerted over the minds of Englishmen an influence certainly greater than any other of modern times, which has been in most people's hands, and with the contents of which even those who cannot read are to a certain extent acquainted. A book from which the most luxuriant and fertile of our modern prose writers have drunk inspiration. A book, moreover, to which, from the hardy deeds which it narrates and the spirit of strange and romantic enterprise which it tends to awaken, England owes many of her astonishing discoveries both by sea and land, and no inconsiderable part of her naval glory. Hail to thee, spirit of Defoe! What does not my own poor self owe to thee? England has better bards than either Greece or Rome, yet I could spare them easier far than Defoe. Unabashed Defoe, as the hunchbacked rhymer styled him. The true chord had now been touched. A raging curiosity with respect to the contents of the volume, whose engravings had fascinated my eye, burned within me, and I never rested until I had fully satisfied it. Weeks succeeded weeks, months followed months, and the wondrous volume was my only study and principal source of amusement. For hours together I would sit poring over a page till I had become acquainted with the import of every line. My progress, slow enough at first, became by degrees more rapid, till at last, under a shoulder of mutton sail, I found myself cantering before a steady breeze over an ocean of enchantment, so well pleased with my voyage that I cared not how long it might be ere it reached its termination. And it was in this manner that I first took to the paths of knowledge. About this time I began to be somewhat impressed with religious feelings. My parents were, to a certain extent, religious people, but though they had done their best to afford me instruction on religious points, I had either paid no attention to what they endeavoured to communicate, or had listened with an ear far too obtuse to derive any benefit. But my mind had now become awakened from the drowsy torpor in which it had lain so long, and the reasoning powers which I possessed were no longer inactive. Hitherto I had entertained no conception whatever of the nature and properties of God, and with the most perfect indifference had heard the divine name proceeding from the mouths of people, frequently, alas, on occasions when it ought not to be employed. But I now never heard it without a tremor, for I now knew that God was an awful and inscrutable being, the maker of all things, that we were his children, and that we, by our sins, had justly offended him, that we were in very great peril from his anger, not so much in this life as in another and far stranger state of being yet to come, that we had a Saviour withal to whom it was necessary to look for help. Upon this point, however, I was yet very much in the dark, as indeed were most of those with whom I was connected. The power and terrors of God were uppermost in my thoughts. They fascinated, though they astounded me. Twice every Sunday I was regularly taken to church, where from a corner of the large spacious pew, lined with black leather, I would fix my eyes on the dignified high church rector and the dignified high church clerk, and watched the movements of their lips, from which, as they read their respective portions of the venerable liturgy, would roll many a portentous word descriptive of the wondrous works of the Most High. Rector, thou didst divide the sea through thy power, thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters. Philo, thou smotest the heads of Leviathan in pieces, and gavest him to be meat for the people in the wilderness. Rector, thou broughtest out fountains and waters out of the hard rocks, thou driedst up mighty waters. Philo, the day is thine, and the night is thine, thou hast prepared the light and the sun. Peace to your memories, dignified rector, and yet more dignified clerk. By this time ye are probably gone to your long homes, and your voices are no longer heard sounding down the aisles of the venerable church. Nay, doubtless this has already long since been the fate of him of the sonorous Amen, the one of the two who, with all due respect to the rector, principally engrossed my boyish admiration. He at least is scarcely now among the living. Living? Why, I have heard say that he blew a fife, for he was a musical as well as a Christian professor, a bold fife, to cheer the guards and the brave marines as they marched with measured step, obeying an insane command, up Bunker's Height, whilst the rifles of the sturdy Yankees were sending the leaden hail sharp and thick amidst the red-coated ranks. For Philo had not always been a man of peace, nor an exhorter to turn the other cheek to the smiter, but had even arrived at the dignity of a halberd in his country's service before his 6-foot form required rest, and the grey-haired veteran retired, after a long peregrination, to his native town, to enjoy ease and respectability on a pension of 18 pence a day, and well did his fellow townsmen act, when, to increase that ease and respectability, and with a thoughtful regard for the dignity of the good church service, they made him clerk and precentor, the man of the tall form and of the audible voice, which sounded loud and clear as his own Bunker fife. Well, peace to thee, thou fine old chap, despiser of dissenters and hater of papists, as became a dignified and high church clerk. If thou art in thy grave, the better for thee. Thou wert fitted to adorn a bygone time, when loyalty was in vogue, and smiling content lay like a sunbeam upon the land, but thou wouldst be sadly out of place in these days of cold philosophic latitudinarian doctrine, universal tolerism, and half-concealed rebellion. Rare times, no doubt, for papists and dissenters, but which would assuredly have broken the heart of the loyal soldier of George III and the dignified high church clerk of pretty D. We passed many months at this place. Nothing, however, occurred requiring any particular notice relating to myself beyond what I have already stated, and I am not writing the history of others. At length my father was recalled to his regiment, which at that time was stationed at a place called Norman Cross in Lincolnshire, or rather Huntingdonshire, at some distance from the old town of Peterborough. From this place he departed, leaving my mother and myself to follow in a few days. Our journey was a singular one. On the second day we reached a marshy and fenny country, which, owing to immense quantities of rain which had lately fallen, was completely submerged. At a large town we got on board a kind of passage-boat, crowded with people. It had neither sails nor oars, and those were not the days of steam vessels. It was a treksjoit, and was drawn by horses. Young as I was, there was much connected with this journey which highly surprised me, and which brought to my remembrance particular scenes described in the book which I now generally carried in my bosom. The country was, as I have already said, submerged, entirely drowned. No land was visible. The trees were growing bolt upright in the flood, whilst farmhouses and cottages were standing insulated. The horses which drew us were up to the knees in water, and on coming to blind pools and greedy depths were not unfrequently swimming, in which case the boys or urchins who mounted them sometimes stood, sometimes knelt, upon the saddle and pillions. No accident, however, occurred either to the quadrupeds or bipeds, who appeared respectively to be quite au fait in their business, and extricated themselves with the greatest ease from places in which Pharaoh and all his host would have gone to the bottom. Nightfall brought us to Peterborough, and from thence we were not slow in reaching the place of our destination. End of section 3. Section 4 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 4. Norman Cross, Wide Expanse, Vive l'Empereur, Unpruned Woods, Man with the Bag, Froth and Conceit, I beg your pardon, Growing Timid, About 3 o'clock, Taking One's Ease, Cheek on the Ground, King of the Vipers, French King, Frenchman and Water. And a strange place it was, this Norman Cross, and, at the time of which I am speaking, a sad cross to many a Norman, being what was then styled a French prison, that is, a receptacle for captives made in the French war. It consisted, if I remember right, of some 5 or 6 casernes, very long and immensely high, each standing isolated from the rest, upon a spot of ground which might average 10 acres, and which was fenced round with lofty palisades, the whole being compassed about by a towering wall, beneath which, at intervals on both sides, sentinels were stationed, whilst outside, upon the field, stood commodious wooden barracks, capable of containing 2 regiments of infantry, intended to serve as guards upon the captives. Such was the station or prison at Norman Cross, where some 6,000 French and other foreigners, followers of the Grand Corsican, were now immured. What a strange appearance had those mighty casernes, with their blank, blind walls, without windows or grating, and their slanting roofs, out of which, through orifices where the tiles had been removed, would be protruded dozens of grim heads, feasting their prison-sick eyes on the wide expanse of country unfolded from that airy height. Ah, there was much misery in those casernes, and from under those roofs doubtless many a wistful look was turned in the direction of lovely France. Much had the poor inmates to endure, and much to complain of, to the disgrace of England, be it said, of England, in general so kind and bountiful. Rations of carrion meat, and bread from which I have seen the very hounds occasionally turn away, were unworthy entertainment even for the most ruffian enemy, when helpless and a captive, and such, alas, was the fare in those casernes. And then those visits, or rather ruthless inroads, called in the slang of the place straw-play hunts, when, in pursuit of a contraband article, which the prisoners, in order to procure themselves a few of the necessities and comforts of existence, were in the habit of making, red-coated battalions were marched into the prisons, who, with the bayonet's point, carried havoc and ruin into every poor convenience which ingenious wretchedness had been endeavouring to raise around it. And then the triumphant exit with the miserable booty, and, worst of all, the accursed bonfire on the barrack parade of the play contraband, beneath the view of the glaring eyeballs from those lofty roofs, amidst the hurrahs of the troops, frequently drowned in the curses poured down from above like a tempest shower, or in the terrific war-whoop of "Vive l'Empereur!" It was midsummer when we arrived at this place, and the weather, which had for a long time been wet and gloomy, now became bright and glorious. I was subjected to but little control, and passed my time pleasantly enough, principally in wandering about the neighbouring country. It was flat and somewhat fenny, a district more of pasture than agriculture, and not very thickly inhabited. I soon became well acquainted with it. At the distance of 2 miles from the station was a large lake, styled in the dialect of the country a mere, about whose borders tall reeds were growing in abundance. This was a frequent haunt of mine. But my favourite place of resort was a wild sequestered spot at a somewhat greater distance. Here, surrounded with woods and thick groves, was the seat of some ancient family, deserted by the proprietor, and only inhabited by a rustic servant or 2. A place more solitary and wild could scarcely be imagined. The gardens and walks were overgrown with weeds and briars, and the unpruned woods were so tangled as to be almost impervious. About this domain I would wander till overtaken by fatigue, and then I would sit down with my back against some beech, elm, or stately alder tree, and taking out my book, would pass hours in a state of unmixed enjoyment, my eyes now fixed on the wondrous pages, now glancing at the sylvan scene around. And sometimes I would drop the book and listen to the voice of the rooks and wild pigeons, and not unfrequently to the croaking of multitudes of frogs from the neighbouring swamps and fens. In going to and from this place, I frequently passed a tall elderly individual, dressed in rather a quaint fashion, with a skin cap on his head and stout gaiters on his legs. On his shoulders hung a moderate-sized leathern sack. He seemed fond of loitering near sunny banks, and of groping amidst furze and low scrubby bramble bushes, of which there were plenty in the neighbourhood of Norman Cross. Once I saw him standing in the middle of a dusty road, looking intently at a large mark which seemed to have been drawn across it as if by a walking-stick. "It must have been a large one," the old man muttered half to himself, "or he would not have left such a trail. I wonder if he is near. He seems to have moved this way." He then went behind some bushes which grew on the right side of the road, and appeared to be in quest of something, moving behind the bushes with his head downwards, and occasionally striking their roots with his foot. At length he exclaimed, "Here he is!" and forthwith I saw him dart amongst the bushes. There was a kind of scuffling noise, the rustling of branches and the crackling of dry sticks. "I have him," said the man at last. "I have got him." And presently he made his appearance about 20 yards down the road, holding a large viper in his hand. "What do you think of that, my boy?" said he, as I went up to him. "What do you think of catching such a thing as that with a naked hand?" "What do I think?" said I. "Why, that I could do as much myself." "You do," said the man, "do you? Lord, how the young people in these days are given to conceit! It did not used to be so in my time. When I was a child, children knew how to behave themselves, but the children of these days are full of conceit, full of froth, like the mouth of this viper." And with his forefinger and thumb he squeezed a considerable quantity of foam from the jaws of the viper down upon the road. "The children of these days are a generation of—" God forgive me, what was I about to say? Said the old man, and opening his bag he thrust the reptile into it, which appeared far from empty. I passed on. As I was returning towards the evening, I overtook the old man, who was wending in the same direction. "Good evening to you, sir," said I, taking off a cap which I wore on my head. "Good evening," said the old man, and then looking at me. "How's this?" said he. "You aren't sure the child I met in the morning?" "Yes," said I am. "What makes you doubt it?" "Why, you were then all froth and conceit," said the old man, "and now you take your cap off to me." "I beg your pardon," said I. "If I was frothy and conceited, it ill becomes a child like me to be so." "That's true, dear," said the old man. "Well, as you have begged my pardon, I truly forgive you." "Thank you," said I. "Have you caught any more of those things?" "Only 4 or 5, said the old man. "They are getting scarce, though this used to be a great neighbourhood for them." "And what do you do with them?" said I. "Do you carry them home and play with them?" "I sometimes play with 1 or 2 that I tame," said the old man, "but I hunt them mostly for the fat which they contain, out of which I make unguents which are good for various sore troubles, especially for the rheumatism." "And do you get your living by hunting these creatures?" I demanded. "Not altogether," said the old man. "Besides being a viper hunter, I am what they call a herbalist, one who knows the virtue of particular herbs. I gather them at the proper season to make medicines with for the sick." "And do you live in the neighbourhood?" I demanded. "You seem very fond of asking questions, child. No, I do not live in this neighbourhood in particular. I travel about. I have not been in this neighbourhood till lately for some years." From this time the old man and myself formed an acquaintance. I often accompanied him in his wanderings about the neighbourhood, and on 2 or 3 occasions assisted him in catching the reptiles which he hunted. He generally carried a viper with him which he had made quite tame, and from which he had extracted the poisonous fangs. It would dance and perform various kinds of tricks. He was fond of telling me anecdotes connected with his adventures with the reptile species. "But," said he one day, sighing, "I must shortly give up this business. I am no longer the man I was. I am become timid, and when a person is timid in viper hunting he had better leave off, as it is quite clear his virtue is leaving him. I got a fright some years ago, which I am quite sure I shall never get the better of. My hand has been shaky, more or less, ever since." "What frightened you?" said I. "I had better not tell you," said the old man, "or you may be frightened too, lose your virtue, and be no longer good for the business." "I don't care," said I. "I don't intend to follow the business. I dare say I shall be an officer like my father." "Well," said the old man, "I once saw the king of the vipers, and since then—" "The king of the vipers," said I, interrupting him. "Have the vipers a king?" "As sure as we have," said the old man. "As sure as we have King George to rule over us, have these reptiles a king to rule over them." "And where did you see him?" said I. "I will tell you," said the old man, "though I don't like talking about the matter. It may be about 7 years ago that I happened to be far down yonder to the west, on the other side of England, nearly 200 miles from here, following my business. It was a very sultry day, I remember, and I had been out several hours catching creatures. It might be about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when I found myself on some heathy land near the sea, on the ridge of a hill, the side of which, nearly as far down as the sea, was heath, but on the top there was arable ground which had been planted, and from which the harvest had been gathered, oats or barley, I know not which, but I remember that the ground was covered with stubble. Well, about 3 o'clock, as I told you before, what with the heat of the day and from having walked about for hours in a lazy way, I felt very tired, so I determined to have a sleep, and I laid myself down, my head just on the ridge of the hill towards the field, and my body over the side down amongst the heath. My bag, which was nearly filled with creatures, lay at a little distance from my face. The creatures were struggling in it, I remember, and I thought to myself how much more comfortably off I was than they. I was taking my ease on the nice open hill, cooled with the breezes, whilst they were in the nasty close bag, coiling about one another and breaking their very hearts, all to no purpose. And I felt quite comfortable and happy in the thought, and little by little closed my eyes, and fell into the sweetest snooze that ever I was in all my life. And there I lay over the hill's side, with my head half in the field, I don't know how long, all dead asleep. At last it seemed to me that I heard a noise in my sleep, something like a thing moving, very faint, however, far away. Then it died, and then it came again upon my ear as I slept, and now it appeared, almost as if I heard crackle, crackle. Then it died again, or I became yet more dead asleep than before, I know not which, but I certainly lay some time without hearing it. All of a sudden I became awake, and there was I on the ridge of the hill, with my cheeks on the ground towards the stubble, with a noise in my ear like that of something moving towards me amongst the stubble of the field. Well, I lay a moment or two listening to the noise, and then I became frightened, for I did not like the noise at all. It sounded so odd. So I rolled myself on my belly and looked towards the stubble. Mercy upon us! There was a huge snake, or rather a dreadful viper, for it was all yellow and gold, moving towards me, bearing its head about 1.5 feet above the ground, the dry stubble crackling beneath its outrageous belly. It might be about 5 yards off when I first saw it, making straight towards me, child, as if it would devour me. I lay quite still, for I was stupefied with horror, whilst the creature came still nearer, and now it was nearly upon me, when it suddenly drew back a little, and then, what do you think? It lifted its head and chest high in the air, and high over my face as I looked up, flickering at me with its tongue as if it would fly at my face. Child, what I felt at that moment I can scarcely say, but it was a sufficient punishment for all the sins I ever committed, and there we two were, I looking up at the viper, and the viper looking down upon me, flickering at me with its tongue. It was only the kindness of God that saved me. All at once there was a loud noise, the report of a gun, for a fowler was shooting at a covey of birds a little way off in the stubble. Whereupon the viper sunk its head, and immediately made off over the ridge of the hill, down in the direction of the sea. As it passed by me, however, and it passed close by me, it hesitated a moment, as if it was doubtful whether it should not seize me. It did not, however, but made off down the hill. It has often struck me that he was angry with me, and came upon me unawares for presuming to meddle with his people, as I have always been in the habit of doing. But, said I, how do you know that it was the king of the vipers? How do I know? Said the old man. Who else should it be? There was as much difference between it and the other reptiles as between King George and other people. "Is King George then different from other people?" I demanded. "Of course," said the old man. "I have never seen him myself, but I have heard people say that he is a 10 times greater man than other folks. Indeed, it stands to reason that he must be different from the rest, else people would not be so eager to see him. Do you think, child, that people would be fools enough to run a matter of 20 or 30 miles to see the king, provided King George—" "Haven't the French a king?" I demanded. "Yes," said the old man, "or something much the same, and a queer one he is. Not quite so big as King George, they say, but quite as terrible a fellow. What of him?" "Suppose he should come to Norman Cross?" "What should he do at Norman Cross, child?" "Why, you were talking about the vipers in your bag breaking their hearts and so on, and their king coming to help them. Now, suppose the French king should hear of his people being in trouble at Norman Cross, and—" "He can't come, child," said the old man, rubbing his hands. "The water lies between. The French don't like the water. Neither vipers nor Frenchmen take kindly to the water, child." When the old man left the country, which he did a few days after the conversation which I have just related, he left me the reptile which he had tamed and rendered quite harmless by removing the fangs. I was in the habit of feeding it with milk, and frequently carried it abroad with me in my walks. End of section 4. Section 5 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 5. The tent, man and woman, dark and swarthy. Manner of speaking, bad money. Transfixed. Faltering tone, little basket, high opinion, plenty of good. Keeping a guard, tilted cart. Rubricals, jasper, the right sort, the horseman of the lane, John Newton, the alarm, gentle brothers. One day it happened that, being on my rambles, I entered a green lane which I had never seen before. At first it was rather narrow, but as I advanced it became considerably wider. In the middle was a driftway with deep ruts, but right and left was a space carpeted with a sward of trefoil and clover. There was no lack of trees, chiefly ancient oaks, which, flinging out their arms from either side, nearly formed a canopy, and afforded a pleasing shelter from the rays of the sun, which was burning fiercely above. Suddenly a group of objects attracted my attention. Beneath one of the largest of the trees, upon the grass, was a kind of low tent or booth, from the top of which a thin smoke was curling. Beside it stood a couple of light carts, whilst 2 or 3 lean horses or ponies were cropping the herbage which was growing nigh. Wondering to whom this odd tent could belong, I advanced till I was close before it, when I found that it consisted of 2 tilts, like those of waggons, placed upon the ground and fronting each other, connected behind by a sail or large piece of canvas, which was but partially drawn across the top. Upon the ground, in the intervening space, was a fire, over which, supported by a kind of iron crowbar, hung a cauldron. My advance had been so noiseless as not to alarm the inmates, who consisted of a man and a woman, who sat apart, one on each side of the fire. They were both busily employed. The man was carding plaited straw, whilst the woman seemed to be rubbing something with a white powder, some of which lay on a plate beside her. Suddenly the man looked up, and perceiving me, uttered a strange kind of cry, and the next moment both the woman and himself were on their feet and rushing out upon me. I retreated a few steps, yet without turning to flee. I was not, however, without apprehension, which indeed the appearance of these 2 people was well calculated to inspire. The woman was a stout figure, seemingly between 30 and 40. She wore no cap, and her long hair fell on either side of her head like horsetails halfway down to her waist. Her skin was dark and swarthy like that of a toad, and the expression of her countenance was particularly evil. Her arms were bare, and her bosom was but half concealed by a slight bodice, below which she wore a coarse petticoat, her only other article of dress. The man was somewhat younger, but of a figure equally wild. His frame was long and lathy, but his arms were remarkably short. His neck was rather bent. He squinted slightly, and his mouth was much awry. His complexion was dark, but, unlike that of the woman, was more ruddy than livid. There was a deep scar on his cheek, something like the impression of a halfpenny. The dress was quite in keeping with the figure. In his hat, which was slightly peaked, was stuck a peacock's feather. Over a waistcoat of hide, untanned and with the hair upon it, he wore a rough jerkin of russet hue. Small clothes of leather, which had probably once belonged to a soldier, but with which pipe-clay did not seem to have come in contact for many a year, protected his lower man as far as the knee. His legs were cased in long stockings of blue worsted, and on his shoes he wore immense old-fashioned buckles. Such were the two beings who now came rushing upon me. The man was rather in advance, brandishing a ladle in his hand. "So I have caught you at last," said he. "I'll teach ye young highwaymen, to come skulking about my properties." Young as I was, I remarked that his manner of speaking was different from that of any people with whom I had been in the habit of associating. It was quite as strange as his appearance, and yet it nothing resembled the foreign English which I had been in the habit of hearing through the palisades of the prison. He could scarcely be a foreigner. "Your property," said I. "I am in the King's Lane. Why did you put them there if you did not wish them to be seen?" "On the spy," said the woman. "Eh? I'll drown him in the sludge in the toad pond over the hedge." "So we will," said the man. "Drown him anon in the mud." "Drown me, will you?" said I. "I should like to see you. What's all this about? Was it because I saw you with your hands full of straw plat and my mother there?" "Yes," said the woman. "What was I about?" "Myself. How should I know? Making bad money, perhaps." And it will be as well here to observe that at this time there was much bad money in circulation in the neighbourhood, generally supposed to be fabricated by the prisoners, so that this false coin and straw plat formed the standard subjects of conversation at Norman Cross. "I'll strangle thee," said the beldame, dashing at me. "Bad money, is it?" "Leave him to me, Wifelkin," said the man, interposing. "You shall now see how I'll baste him down the lane." Myself. "I tell you what, my chap, you had better put down that thing of yours. My father lies concealed within my tepid breast, and if to me you offer any harm or wrong, I'll call him forth to help me with his forked tongue." "Man, what do you mean, ye Bengal's banting? I never heard such discourse in all my life. Playman's speech, or Frenchman's talk, which, I wonder, your father? Tell the mumping villain that if he comes near my fire I'll serve him out as I will you. Take that! Tiny Jesus, what have we got here? Oh, delicate Jesus, what is the matter with the child?" "Tiny Jesus, what have we got here? Oh, delicate Jesus, what is the matter with the child?" I had made a motion which the viper understood, and now, partly disengaging itself from my bosom, where it had lain perdu, it raised its head to a level with my face, and stared upon my enemy with its glittering eyes. The man stood like one transfixed, and the ladle, with which he had aimed a blow at me, now hung in the air like the hand which held it. His mouth was extended, and his cheeks became of a pale yellow, save alone that place which bore the mark which I have already described, and this shone now portentously like fire. He stood in this manner for some time. At last the ladle fell from his hand, and its falling appeared to rouse him from his stupor. "I say, Wifelkin," said he in a faltering tone, "did you ever see the like of this here?" But the woman had retreated to the tent, from the entrance of which her loathly face was now thrust with an expression partly of terror and partly of curiosity. After gazing some time longer at the viper and myself, the man stooped down and took up the ladle. Then, as if somewhat more assured, he moved to the tent, where he entered into conversation with the beldame in a low voice. Of their discourse, though I could hear the greater part of it, I understood not a single word, and I wondered what it could be, for I knew by the sound that it was not French. At last the man, in a somewhat louder tone, appeared to put a question to the woman, who nodded her head affirmatively, and in a moment or two produced a small stool, which she delivered to him. He placed it on the ground close by the door of the tent, first rubbing it with his sleeve, as if for the purpose of polishing its surface. Man. "Now, my precious little gentleman, do sit down here by the poor people's tent. We wish to be civil in our slight way. Don't be angry and say no, but look kindly upon us and satisfied, my precious little God Almighty. Woman. Yes, my gorgeous angel, sit down by the poor body's fire and eat a sweetmeat. We want to ask you a question or two. Only first put that serpent away. Myself. I can sit down and bid the serpent go to sleep. That's easy enough. But as for eating a sweetmeat, how can I do that? I have not got one, and where am I to get it? Woman. Never fear, my tiny tawny, we can give you one, such as you never ate, I dare say, however far you may have come from. The servant sank into its usual resting place, and I sat down on the stool. The woman opened a box and took out a strange little basket or hamper, not much larger than a man's fist, and formed of a delicate kind of matting. It was sewed at the top, but ripping it open with a knife, she held it to me, and I saw to my surprise that it contained candied fruits of a dark green hue, tempting enough to one of my age. "There, my tiny," she said, "taste, and tell me how you like them." "Very much," said I. "Where did you get them?" The beldame leered upon me for a moment, then, nodding her head thrice with a knowing look, said, "Who knows better than yourself, my tawny?" Now, I knew nothing about the matter, but I saw that these strange people had conceived a very high opinion of the abilities of their visitor, which I was nothing loath to encourage. I therefore answered boldly, "Ah, who indeed?" "Certainly," said the man, "who should know better than yourself, or so well? And now, my tiny one, let me ask you one thing. You didn't come to do us any harm?" "No," said I. "I had no dislike to you, though if you were to meddle with me—" Man. "Of course, my gorgeous, of course you would, and quite right too. Meddle with you? What right have we?" "I should say it would not be quite safe. I see now how it is. You are one of them there," and he bent his head towards his left shoulder. Myself. "Yes, I am one of them," for I thought he was alluding to the soldiers. "You had best mind what you are about, I can tell you." Man. "Don't doubt we will, for our own sake. Lord bless you, wife, we can only think that we should see one of them there when we least thought about it." "Well, I have heard of such things, though I never thought to see one. However, seeing is believing. Well, now you are come and are not going to do us any mischief, I suppose you will stay. You can do us plenty of good, if you will." Myself. "What good could I do you?" Man. "What good? Plenty. Would you not bring us luck? I have heard say that one of them there always does, if it will but settle down. Stay with us. You shall have a tilted cart all to yourself, if you like. We'll make you our little God Almighty, and say our prayers to you every morning." Myself. "That would be nice, and if you were to give me plenty of these things I should have no objection. But what would my father say? I think he would hardly let me." Man. "Why not? He would be with you, and kindly we would treat him. Indeed, without your father you would be nothing at all." Myself. "That's true, but I do not think he could be spared from his regiment. I have heard him say that they could do nothing without him." Man. "His regiment? What are you talking about? What does the child mean?" Myself. "What do I mean? Why, that my father is an officer man at the barracks yonder, keeping guard over the French prisoners." "Oh, then that sap is not your father?" Myself. "What, the snake? Why, no. Did you think he was?" Man. "To be sure we did. Didn't you tell me so?" Myself. "Why, yes, but who would have thought you would have believed it? It is a tame one. I hunt vipers and tame them." Man. "Oh, oh," grunted the woman. "That's it, is it?" The man and the woman, who during this conversation had resumed their former positions within the tent, looked at each other with a queer look of surprise, as if somewhat disconcerted at what they now heard. They then entered into discourse with each other in the same strange tongue which had already puzzled me. At length the man looked me in the face and said, somewhat hesitatingly, "So you are not one of them there, after all?" Myself. "One of them there? I don't know what you mean." Man. "Why, we have been thinking you were a goblin, a devilkin. However, I see how it is. You are a sapengro, a chap who catches snakes and plays tricks with them. Well, it comes very nearly to the same thing, and if you please to list with us and bear us pleasant company, we shall be glad of you. I'll take my oath upon it that we might make a mort of money by you and that sap and the tricks it could do. And as you seem fly to everything, I shouldn't wonder if you would make a prime hand at telling fortunes." "I shouldn't wonder," said I. Man: "Of course, and you might still be our God Almighty, or at any rate our clergyman, so you should live in a tilted cart by yourself, and say prayers to us night and morning, to Wifelkin here, and all our family. There's plenty of us when we are all together. As I said before, you seem fly. I shouldn't wonder if you could read." "Oh, yes," said I can read." And eager to display my accomplishments, I took my book out of my pocket, and opening it at random, proceeded to read how a certain man, whilst wandering about a certain solitary island, entered a cave, the mouth of which was overgrown with brushwood, and how he was nearly frightened to death in that cave by something which he saw. "That will do," said the man. "That's the kind of prayers for me and my family, aren't they, Wifelkin? I never heard more delicate prayers in all my life. Why, they beat the rubricals hollow. And here comes my son, Jasper. I say, Jasper, here's a young sapengro that can read, and is more fly than yourself. Shake hands with him. I wish ye to be two brothers." With a swift but stealthy pace, Jasper came towards us from the farther part of the lane. On reaching the tent, he stood still and looked fixedly upon me as I sat upon the stool. I looked fixedly upon him. A queer look had Jasper. He was a lad of some 12 or 13 years, with long arms, unlike the singular being who called himself his father. His complexion was ruddy, but his face was seamed, though it did not bear the peculiar scar which disfigured the countenance of the other, nor, though roguish enough, a certain evil expression which that of the other bore, and which the face of the woman possessed in a yet more remarkable degree. For the rest, he wore drab breeches with certain strings at the knee, a rather gay waistcoat, and tolerably white shirt. Under his arm he bore a mighty whip of whalebone with a brass knob, and upon his head was a hat without either top or brim. "There, Jasper, shake hands with the sapengro." "Can he box, father?" said Jasper, surveying me rather contemptuously. "I should think not. He looks so puny and small." "Hold your peace, fool," said the man. "He can do more than that. I tell you he's fly. He carries a sap about which would sting a ninny like you to dead." "What, a sapengro?" said the boy, with a singular whine, and stooping down, he leered curiously in my face, kindly, however, and then patted me on the head. "A sapengro!" he ejaculated. "Oh!" "Yes, and one of the right sort," said the man. "I am glad we have met with him. He's going to list with us and be our clergyman and God Almighty, ain't you, my Tawny?" "I don't know," said I. "I must see what my father will say." "Your father? Bah!" But here he stopped, for a sound was heard like the rapid galloping of a horse, not loud and distinct as on the road, but dull and heavy as if upon a grass sward. Nearer and nearer it came, and the man, starting up, rushed out of the tent and looked around anxiously. I arose from the stool upon which I had been seated, and just at that moment, amidst a crashing of boughs and sticks, a man on horseback bounded over the hedge into the lane at a few yards' distance from where we were. From the impetus of the leap, the horse was nearly down on his knees. The rider, however, by dint of vigorous handling of the reins, prevented him from falling, and then rode up to the tent. "'Tis Nat," said the man. "What brings him here?" The newcomer was a stout, burly fellow, about the middle age. He had a savage, determined look, and his face was nearly covered over with carbuncles. He wore a broad slouching hat, and was dressed in a grey coat, cut in a fashion which I afterwards learnt to be the genuine Newmarket cut, the skirts being exceedingly short. His waistcoat was of red plush, and he wore broad corduroy breeches and white top boots. The steed which carried him was of iron grey, spirited and powerful, but covered with sweat and foam. The fellow glanced fiercely and suspiciously around, and said something to the man in the tent in a harsh and rapid voice. A short and hurried conversation ensued in the strange tongue. I could not take my eyes off this newcomer. Oh, that half-jockey, half-bruiser countenance! I never forgot it. More than 15 years afterwards I found myself amidst a crowd before Newgate. A gallows was erected, and beneath it stood a criminal, a notorious malefactor. I recognized him at once. The horseman of the lane is now beneath the fatal tree, but nothing altered, still the same man, jerking his head to the right and left with the same fierce and under glance, just as if the affairs of this world had the same kind of interest to the last. Grey coat of Newmarket cut, plush waistcoat, corduroys and boots, nothing altered. but the head, alas, is bare, and so is the neck. Oh, crime and virtue, virtue and crime. It was old John Newton, I think, who, when he saw a man going to be hanged, said, "There goes John Newton, but for the grace of God." But the lane. All was now in confusion in the lane. The man and woman were employed in striking the tents and in making hurried preparations for departure. The boy Jasper was putting the harness upon the ponies and attaching them to the carts, and to increase the singularity of the scene, 2 or 3 wild-looking women and girls, in red cloaks and immense black beaver bonnets, came from I know not what direction, and after exchanging a few words with the others, commenced with fierce and agitated gestures to assist them in their occupation. The rider meanwhile sat upon his horse, but evidently in a state of great impatience. He muttered curses between his teeth, spurred the animal furiously, and then reined it in, causing it to rear itself up nearly perpendicular. At last he said, "Curse ye for Romans, how slow ye are! Well, it is no business of mine. Stay here all day if you like. I have given ye warning. I am off to the big north road. However, before I go, you had better give me all you have of that." "Truly spoken, Nat, my pal," said the man. "Give it him, mother. There it is. Now be off as soon as you please, and rid us of evil company." The woman had handed him 2 bags formed of stocking, half full of something heavy, which looked through them for all the world like money of some kind. The fellow, on receiving them, thrust them without ceremony into the pockets of his coat, and then, without a word of farewell salutation, departed at a tremendous rate, the hoofs of his horse thundering for a long time on the hard soil of the neighbouring road, till the sound finally died away in the distance. The strange people were not slow in completing their preparations, and then, flogging their animals terrifically, hurried away seemingly in the same direction. The boy Jasper was last of the band. As he was following the rest, he stopped suddenly and looked on the ground, appearing to muse. Then, turning round, he came up to me where I was standing, leered in my face, and then, thrusting out his hand, he said, "Good-bye, sap. I dare say we shall meet again. Remember we are brothers, 2 gentle brothers." Then, whining forth, "What a sapengro! Law!" he gave me a parting leer, and hastened away. I remained standing in the lane, gazing after the retreating company. "A strange set of people," said I at last. "Wonder who they can be." End of section 5. Section 6 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 6. 3 years. Lily's grammar. Proficiency. Ignorant of figures. The school bell. Order of succession. Persecution. What are we to do? Northward. A goodly scene. Haunted ground. Feats of chivalry. Rivers. Over the brig. Years passed on, even 3 years. During this period I had increased considerably in stature and in strength, and, let us hope, improved in mind, for I had entered on the study of the Latin language. The very first person to whose care I was entrusted for the acquisition of Latin was an old friend of my father's, a clergyman who kept a seminary at a town the very next we visited after our departure from the Cross. Under his instruction, however, I continued only a few weeks, as we speedily left the place. "Captain," said this divine when my father came to take leave of him on the eve of our departure, "I have a friendship for you, and therefore wish to give you a piece of advice concerning this son of yours. You are now removing him from my care. You do wrong, but we will let that pass. Listen to me. There is but one good school-book in the world, the one I use in my seminary, Lily's Latin Grammar, in which your son has already made some progress. If you are anxious for the success of your son in life, for the correctness of his conduct and the soundness of his principles, keep him to Lily's Grammar. If you can by any means, either fair or foul, induce him to get by heart Lily's Latin Grammar, you may set your heart at rest with respect to him. I myself will be his warrant. I never yet knew a boy that was induced, either by fair means or foul, to learn Lily's Latin Grammar by heart, who did not turn out a man, provided he lived long enough." My father, who did not understand the classical languages, received with respect the advice of his old friend, and from that moment conceived the highest opinion of Lilly's Latin grammar. During 3 years I studied Lilly's Latin grammar under the tuition of various schoolmasters, for I travelled with the regiment, and in every town in which we were stationary I was invariably, God bless my father, sent to the classical academy of the place. It chanced by good fortune that in the generality of these schools the grammar of Lilly was in use. When, however, that was not the case, it made no difference in my educational course, my father always stipulating with the masters that I should be daily examined in Lilly. At the end of the 3 years I had the whole by heart. You had only to repeat the first 2 or 3 words of any sentence in any part of the book, and forthwith I would open cry, commencing without blundering and hesitation, and continue till you were glad to beg me to leave off, with many expressions of admiration at my proficiency in the Latin language. Sometimes, however, to convince you how well I merited these encomiums, I would follow you to the bottom of the stair, and even into the street, repeating in a kind of sing-song measure the sonorous lines of the golden schoolmaster. If I am here asked whether I understood anything of what I had got by heart, I reply, "Never mind, I understand it all now, and believe that no one ever yet got Lilly's Latin grammar by heart when young, who repented of the feat at a mature age." And when my father saw that I had accomplished my task, he opened his mouth and said, "Truly, this is more than I expected. I did not think that there had been so much in you, either by application or capacity. You have now learnt all that is necessary, if my friend Dr. B.'s opinion was sterling, as I have no doubt it was. You are still a child, however, and must yet go to school, in order that you may be kept out of evil company. Perhaps you may still contrive, now that you have exhausted the barn, to pick up a grain or 2 in the barn-yard. You are still ignorant of figures, I believe. Not that I would mention figures in the same day with Lilly's grammar." These words were uttered in a place called in the north, or in the road to the north, to which for some time past our corps had been slowly advancing. I was sent to the school of the place, which chanced to be a day school. It was a somewhat extraordinary one, and a somewhat extraordinary event occurred to me within its walls. It occupied part of the farther end of a small plain or square at the outskirts of the town, close to some extensive bleaching fields. It was a long, low building of 1 room, with no upper story. On the top was a kind of wooden box or sconce, which I at first mistook for a pigeon-house, but which in reality contained a bell, to which was attached a rope, which, passing through the ceiling, hung dangling in the middle of the schoolroom. I am the more particular in mentioning this appurtenance, as I had soon occasion to scrape acquaintance with it in a manner not very agreeable to my feelings. The master was very proud of his bell, if I might judge from the fact of his eyes being frequently turned to that part of the ceiling from which the rope depended. Twice every day, namely, after the morning and evening tasks had been gone through, were the boys wrung out of the school by the monotonous jingle of this bell. This ringing out was rather a lengthy affair, for, as the master was a man of order and method, the boys were only permitted to go out of the room 1 by 1, and as they were rather numerous, amounting at least to 100, and were taught to move at a pace of suitable decorum, at least a quarter of an hour elapsed from the commencement of the march before the last boy could make his exit. The office of bell-ringer was performed by every boy successively, and it so happened that, the very first day of my attendance at the school, the turn to ring the bell had, by order of succession, arrived at the place which had been allotted to me. For the master, as I have already observed, was a man of method and order, and every boy had a particular seat, to which he became a fixture as long as he continued at the school. So, upon this day, when the tasks were done and completed, and the boys sat with their hats and caps in their hands, anxiously expecting the moment of dismissal, it was suddenly notified to me, by the urchins who sat nearest to me, that I must get up and ring the bell. Now, as this was the first time I had been at the school, I was totally unacquainted with the process, which I had never seen, and indeed had never heard of till that moment. I therefore sat still, not imagining it possible that any such duty could be required of me. But now, with not a little confusion, I perceived that the eyes of all the boys in the school were fixed upon me. Presently there were nods and winks in the direction of the bell rope, and as these produced no effect, uncouth visages were made like those of monkeys when enraged. Teeth were gnashed, tongues thrust out, and even fists were bent at me. The master, who stood at the end of the room with a huge ferule under his arm, bent full upon me a look of stern appeal, and the ushers, of whom there were 4, glared upon me, each from his own particular corner, as I vainly turned in one direction and another in search of one reassuring look. But now, probably in obedience to a sign from the master, the boys in my immediate neighbourhood began to maltreat me. Some pinched me with their fingers, some buffeted me, whilst others pricked me with pins or the points of compasses. These arguments were not without effect. I sprang from my seat and endeavoured to escape along a double line of benches thronged with boys of all ages, from the urchin of 6 or 7 to the nondescript of 16 or 17. It was like running the gauntlet, every one, great or small, pinching, kicking, or otherwise maltreating me as I passed by. Goaded on in this manner, I at length reached the middle of the room, where dangled the bell rope, the cause of all my sufferings. I should have passed it, for my confusion was so great that I was quite at a loss to comprehend what all this could mean, and almost believed myself under the influence of an ugly dream. But now the boys, who were seated in advance of the row, arose with one accord and barred my further progress, and one, doubtless more sensible than the rest, seizing the rope, thrust it into my hand. I now began to perceive that the dismissal of the school and my own release from torment depended upon this selfsame rope. I therefore, in a fit of desperation, pulled it once or twice, and then left off, naturally supposing that I had done quite enough. The boys who sat next to the door no sooner heard the bell than, rising from their seats, they moved out at the door. The bell, however, had no sooner ceased to jingle than they stopped short, and turning round, stared at the master, as much as to say, "What are we to do now?" This was too much for the patience of the man of method which my previous stupidity had already nearly exhausted. Dashing forward into the middle of the room, he struck me violently on the shoulders with his ferule, and snatching the rope out of my hand, exclaimed with a stentorian voice and genuine Yorkshire accent, "Prodigy of ignorance! Dost not even know how to ring a bell? Must I myself instruct thee?" He then commenced pulling at the bell with such violence that long before half the school was dismissed, the rope broke, and the rest of the boys had to depart without their accustomed music. But I must not linger here, though I could say much about the school and the pedagogue, highly amusing and diverting, which, however, I suppress in order to make way for matters of yet greater interest. On we went, northward, and as we advanced I saw that the country was becoming widely different from those parts of merry England in which we had previously travelled. It was wilder and less cultivated, and more broken with hills and hillocks. The people, too, of these regions appeared to partake of something of the character of their country. They were coarsely dressed, tall and sturdy of frame. Their voices were deep and guttural, and the half of the dialect which they spoke was unintelligible to my ears. I often wondered where we could be going, for I was at this time about as ignorant of geography as I was of most other things. However, I held my peace, asked no questions, and patiently awaited the issue. Northward still. And it came to pass that one morning I found myself extended on the bank of a river. It was a beautiful morning of early spring. Small white clouds were floating in the heaven, occasionally veiling the countenance of the sun, whose light, as they retired, would again burst forth, coursing like a racehorse over the scene, and a goodly scene it was. Before me, across the water, on an eminence, stood a white old city, surrounded with lofty walls, above which rose the tops of tall houses, with here and there a church or steeple. To my right hand was a long and massive bridge, with many arches and of antique architecture, which traversed the river. The river was a noble one, the broadest I had hitherto seen. Its waters, of a greenish tinge, poured with impetuosity beneath the narrow arches to meet the sea close at hand, as the boom of the bellows breaking distinctly upon a beach declared. There were songs upon the river from the fisher barks, and occasionally a chorus, plaintive and wild, such as I had never heard before, the words of which I did not understand, but which, at the present time, down the long avenue of years, seem in memory's ear to sound like Horam coram dago. Several robust fellows were near me, some knee-deep in water, employed in hauling the seine upon the strand. Huge fish were struggling amidst the meshes, princely salmon, their brilliant mail of blue and silver flashing in the morning beam. So goodly and gay a scene, in truth, had never greeted my boyish eye. And as I gazed upon the prospect, my bosom began to heave and my tears to trickle. Was it the beauty of the scene which gave rise to these emotions? Possibly, for though a poor ignorant child, a half-wild creature, I was not insensible to the loveliness of nature, and took pleasure in the happiness and handiworks of my fellow creatures. Yet perhaps in something more deep and mysterious the feelings which then pervaded me might originate. Who can lie down on Elvire Hill without experiencing something of the sorcery of the place? Flee from Elvire Hill, young swain, or the maids of Hell will have power over you, and you will go elf-wild, so say the Danes. I had unconsciously laid myself down upon haunted ground, and I am willing to imagine that what I then experienced was rather connected with the world of spirits and dreams than with what I actually saw and heard around me. Surely the elves and genii of the place were conversing, by some inscrutable means, with the principle of intelligence lurking within the poor uncultivated clod. Perhaps to that ethereal principle the wonders of the past, as connected with that stream, the glories of the present, and even the history of the future, were at that moment being revealed. Of how many feats of chivalry had those old walls been witness, when hostile kings contended for their possession? How many an army from the south and from the north had trod that old bridge? What red and noble blood had crimsoned those rushing waters? What strains had been sung, aye, were yet being sung, on its banks? Some soft as Doric reed, some fierce and sharp as those of Norwegian Skaldaglam, some as replete with wild and wizard force as Finland's runes, singing of Kalevala's moors and the deeds of Wainamoinen. Honour to thee, thou island stream. Onward may they ever roll, fresh and green, rejoicing in thy bright past, thy glorious present, and in vivid hopes of a triumphant future. Flow on, beautiful one. Which of the world's streams canst thou envy with thy beauty and renown? Stately is the Danube, rolling in its might through lands romantic with the wild exploits of Turk, Polack, and Magyar. Lovely is the Rhine. On its shelvy banks grow the racy grape, and strange old keeps of robber knights of yore are reflected in its waters from picturesque crags and airy headlands. Yet neither the stately Danube nor the beauteous Rhine, with all their fame, though abundant, needst thou envy, thou pure island stream. And far less yon turbid river of old, not modern renown, gurgling beneath the walls of what was once proud Rome, towering Rome, Jupiter's town, but now vile Rome, crumbling Rome, Batushka's town. Far less needst thou envy the turbid Tiber of bygone fame, creeping sadly to the sea, surcharged with the abominations of modern Rome. How unlike to thee, thou pure island stream! And as I lay on the bank and wept, there drew nigh to me a man in the habiliments of a fisher. He was bare-legged, of a weather-beaten countenance, and of stature approaching to the gigantic. "What is the gallant greeting for?" said he, as he stopped and surveyed me. "Has anybody wrought ye any harm?" "Not that I know of," I replied, rather guessing at than understanding his question. "I was crying because I could not help it. I say, old one, what is the name of this river?" "Hoot, I see now what you was greeting at your ain ignorance, nae doubt. 'Tis very great. Well, I will not fish you with reproaches, but even enlighten ye, since ye seem a decent man's ban, and ye spare a civil question. Yon river is called the Tweed, and yonder, over the brig, is Scotland. Did ye never hear of the Tweed, my bonny man?" "No," said I, as I rose from the grass, and proceeded to cross the bridge to the town at which we had arrived the preceding night. "I never heard of it, but now I have seen it, I shall not soon forget it." End of section 6. Section 7 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Chapter 7. The Castle, A Father's Inquiries, Scotch Language, A Determination, Buihindigri, Good Scotchman, Differences of Races, Near a Haggis, Pugnacious People, Why man, the Norloch, Gestures Wild, The Bicker, Newtown Champion, Wild-looking Figure, Headlong. It was not long before we found ourselves at Edinburgh, or rather in the castle, into which the regiment marched with drums beating, colours flying, and a long train of baggage wagons behind. The castle was, as I suppose it is now, a garrison for soldiers. 2 other regiments were already there, the one an Irish, if I remember right, the other a small Highland corps. It is hardly necessary to say much about this castle, which everybody has seen, on which account, doubtless, nobody has ever yet thought fit to describe it, at least that I am aware. Be this as it may, I have no intention of describing it, and shall be content myself with observing that we took up our abode in that immense building, or caserne, of modern erection, which occupies the entire eastern side of the bold rock on which the castle stands. A gallant caserne it was, the best and roomiest that I had hitherto seen, rather cold and windy, it is true, especially in the winter, but commanding a noble prospect of a range of distant hills, which I was told were the Highland Hills, and of a broad arm of the sea, which I heard somebody say was the Firth of Forth. My brother, who for some years past had been receiving his education in a certain celebrated school in England, was now with us, and it came to pass that one day my father, as he sat at table, looked steadfastly on my brother and myself, and then addressed my mother. During my journey down hither I have lost no opportunity of making inquiries about these people, the Scotch, amongst whom we are now, and since I have been here I have observed them attentively. From what I have heard and seen, I should say that upon the whole they are a very decent set of people. They seem acute and intelligent, and I am told that their system of education is so excellent that every person is learned, more or less acquainted with Greek and Latin. There is one thing, however, connected with them which is a great drawback, the horrid jargon which they speak. However learned they may be in Greek and Latin, their English is execrable, and yet I am told it is not so bad as it was. I was in company the other day with an Englishman who has resided here many years. We were talking about the country and the people. I should like both very well, said I, were it not for the language. I wish sincerely our Parliament, which is passing so many foolish acts each year, would pass one to force these Scotch to speak English. I wish so too, said he. The language is a disgrace to the British government. But if you had heard it 20 years ago, Captain, if you had heard it as it was spoken when I first came to Edinburgh. Only custom, said my mother. I dare say the language is now what it was then. I don't know, said my father, though I dare say you are right. It could never have been worse than it is at present. But now, to the point. Were it not for the language, which, if the boys were to pick it up, might ruin their prospects in life, were it not for that, I should very much like to send them to a school there is in this place, which everybody talks about. The High School, I think they call it. 'Tis said to be the best school in the whole island, but the idea of one's children speaking Scotch, broad Scotch, I must think the matter over. And he did think the matter over, and the result of his deliberation was a determination to send us to the school. Let me call thee up before my mind's eye, High School, to which every morning the 2 English brothers took their way from the proud old castle through the lofty streets of the old town. High School, called so, I scarcely know why, neither lofty in thyself nor by position, being situated in a flat bottom, oblong structure of tawny stone, with many windows fenced with iron netting, with thy long hall below, and thy 5 chambers above, for the reception of the 5 classes, into which the 800 urchins who styled thee instructress were divided. Thy learned rector and his 4 subordinate dominies, thy strange old porter of the tall form and grizzled hair, hight Bowie, and doubtless of Norse ancestry, as his name declares, perhaps of the blood of Buihindigri, the hero of northern song, the Jomsborg Viking who clove Thorstein Midlanger asunder in the dread sea battle of Horangavog, and who, when the fight was lost and his own 2 hands smitten off, seized 2 chests of gold with his bloody stumps, and springing with them into the sea, cried to the scanty relics of his crew, "Overboard now, all boys, lads!" Yes, I remember all about thee, and how at 8 of every morn we were all gathered together with one accord in the long hall, from which, after the litanies had been read, for so I will call them, being an Episcopalian, the 5 classes from the 5 sets of benches trotted off in long files, one boy after the other, up the 5 spiral staircases of stone, each class to its destination. And well do I remember how we of the 3rd sat hushed and still, watched by the eye of the ducks, until the door opened, and in walked that model of a good Scotchman, the shrewd, intelligent, but warm-hearted and kind Dominie, the respectable Carson. And in this school I began to construe the Latin language, which I had never done before, notwithstanding my long and diligent study of Lilly, which illustrious grammar was not used at Edinburgh, nor indeed known. Greek was only taught in the 5th or highest class, in which my brother was. As for myself, I never got beyond the 3rd during the 2 years that I remained at this seminary. I certainly acquired here a considerable insight into the Latin tongue, and to the scandal of my father and horror of my mother, a thorough proficiency in the Scotch, which in less than 2 months usurped the place of the English, and so obstinately maintained its ground that I can still occasionally detect its lingering remains. I did not spend my time unpleasantly at this school, though first of all I had to pass through an ordeal. "Scotland is a better country than England," said an ugly, blear-eyed lad about a head and shoulders taller than myself, the leader of a gang of varlets who surrounded me in the playground on the first day, as soon as the morning lesson was over. "Scotland is a far better country than England in every respect." "Is it?" said I. "Then you ought to be very thankful for not having been born in England." "That's just what I am, ye loon, and every morning when I say my prayers I thank God for not being an Englishman. The Scotch are a much better and braver people than the English." "It may be so," said I. "For what I know, indeed, till I came here, I never heard a word either about the Scotch or their country." "Are you making fun of us, ye English puppy?" said the blear-eyed lad. "Take that!" And I was presently beaten black and blue. And thus did I first become aware of the difference of races and their antipathy to each other. "Bow to the storm, and it shall pass over you." I held my peace and silently submitted to the superiority of the Scotch, in numbers. This was enough. From an object of persecution I soon became one of patronage, especially amongst the champions of the class. "The English," said the blear-eyed lad, "though a wee bit behind the Scotch in strength and fortitude, are nae to be sneezed at, being far ahead of the Irish, to say nothing of the French, a pack of cowardly scoundrels. And with respect to the English country, it is nae Scotland, it is true, but it has its good properties, and though there is nae a haggis in the land, there's an unco'd deal of gowd and siller. I respect England, for I have an auntie married there." The Scotch are certainly a most pugnacious people. Their whole history proves it. Witness their incessant wars with the English in the olden time, and their internal feuds, Highland and Lowland, clan with clan, family with family, Saxon with Gael. In my time the schoolboys, for want perhaps of English urchins to contend with, were continually fighting with each other. Every noon there was at least one pugilistic encounter, and sometimes 3. In 1 month I witnessed more of these encounters than I had ever previously seen under similar circumstances in England. After all, there was not much harm done. Harm? What harm could result from short chopping blows, a hug and a tumble? I was witness to many a sounding whack, some bloodshed, a bluey now and then, but nothing more. In England, on the contrary, where the lads were comparatively mild, gentle, and pacific, I had been present at more than one death caused by blows in boyish combats in which the oldest of the victors had scarcely reached 13 years. But these blows were in the jugular, given with the full force of the arm shot out horizontally from the shoulder. But the Scotch, though by no means proficient in boxing, and how should they box, seeing that they have never had a teacher, are, I repeat, a most pugnacious people. At least they were in my time. Anything served them. that is, the urchins, as a pretence for a fray, or, Dorically speaking, a bicker. Every street and close was at feud with its neighbour. The lads of the school were at feud with the young men at the college, whom they pelted in winter with snow and in summer with stones, and then the feud between the old and new town. One day I was standing on the ramparts of the castle on the southwestern side, which overhangs the green brae, where it slopes down into what was in those days the green swamp or morass, called by the natives of Old Reekie the Nor Loch. It was a dark, gloomy day, and a thin veil of mist was beginning to settle down upon the brae and the morass. I could perceive, however, that there was a skirmish taking place in the latter spot. I had an indistinct view of two parties, apparently of urchins, and I heard whoops and shrill cries. Eager to know the cause of this disturbance, I left the castle, and descending the brae reached the borders of the morass, where were a runnel of water and the remains of an old wall, on the other side of which a narrow path led across the swamp. Upon this path, at a little distance before me, there was a bicker. I pushed forward, but had scarcely crossed the ruined wall and runnel, when the party nearest to me gave way, and in great confusion came running in my direction. As they drew nigh, one of them shouted at me, "What are ye, man? Are ye of the old tune?" I made no answer. "Ah, ye are the new tune. They'll tak ye, we'll murder ye." And the next moment a huge stone sung past my head. "Let me be, you fool body," said I. "I'm no of either of ye. I live yonder aboon in the castle." "Ah, ye live in the castle, then ye an old tuner. Come, give us your help, man, and dinna stand there staring like a dunnet. We want help, sair enough. Here are stains." For my own part, I wished for nothing better, and rushing forward, I placed myself at the head of my new associates, and commenced flinging stones fast and desperately. The other party now gave way in their turn, closely followed by ourselves. I was in the van, and about to stretch out my hand to seize the hindermost boy of the enemy, when, not being acquainted with the miry and difficult paths of the Nor Loch, and in my eagerness taking no heed of my footing, I plunged into a quagmire, into which I sank as far as my shoulders. Our adversaries no sooner perceived this disaster than, setting up a shout, they wheeled round and attacked us most vehemently. Had my comrades now deserted me, my life had not been worth a straw's purchase. I should either have been smothered in the quag, or, what is more probable, had my brains beaten out with stones. But they behaved like true Scots, and fought stoutly around their comrade, until I was extricated, whereupon both parties retired, the night being at hand. "You're nae a bad hand at flinging stanes," said the lad who first addressed me, as we now returned up the brae. "Your aim is right dangerous, mon. I saw how ye skelp at them. Ye maun help us again, the Newton blackguards, at our next bicker." So to the next bicker I went, and to many more, which speedily followed as the summer advanced. The party to which I had given my help on the first occasion consisted merely of outliers, posted about halfway up the hill, for the purpose of overlooking the movements of the enemy. Did the latter draw nigh in any considerable force, messengers were forthwith dispatched to the old tune, especially to the filthy alleys and closes of the High Street, which forthwith would disgorge swarms of bareheaded and barefooted callants, who with gestures wild and eldritch screech and hollow might frequently be seen pouring down the sides of the hill. I have seen upwards of 1,000 engaged on either side in these frays, which I have no doubt were full as desperate as the fights described in the Iliad, and which were certainly much more bloody than the combats of modern Greece in the War of Independence. The callants not only employed their hands in hurling stones, but not unfrequently slings, at the use of which they were very expert, and which occasionally dislodged teeth, shattered jaws, or knocked out an eye. Our opponents certainly laboured under considerable disadvantage, being compelled not only to wade across a deceitful bog, but likewise to clamber up part of a steep hill before they could attack us. Nevertheless, their determination was such, and such their impetuosity, that we had sometimes difficulty enough to maintain our own. I shall never forget one bicker, the last indeed which occurred at that time, as the authorities of the town, alarmed by the desperation of its character, stationed forthwith a body of police on the hillside, to prevent in future any such breaches of the peace. It was a beautiful Sunday evening. The rays of the descending sun were reflected redly from the grey walls of the castle, and from the black rocks on which it was founded. The bicker had long since commenced. Stones from sling in hand were flying, but the callants of the new town were now carrying everything before them. A full-grown baker's apprentice was at their head. He was foaming with rage, and had taken the field, as I was told, in order to avenge his brother, whose eye had been knocked out in one of the late bickers. He was no slinger or flinger, but brandished in his right hand the spoke of a cartwheel, like my countryman Tom Hickathrift of old in his encounter with the giant of the Lincolnshire fen. Protected by a piece of wickerwork attached to his left arm, he rushed on to the fray, disregarding the stones which were showered against him, and was ably seconded by his followers. Our own party was chased halfway up the hill, where I was struck to the ground by the baker, after having been foiled in an attempt which I had made to fling a handful of earth into his eyes. All now appeared lost. The old toon was in full retreat. I myself lay at the baker's feet, who had just raised his spoke, probably to give me the coup de grace. It was an awful moment. Just then I heard a shout and a rushing sound. A wild-looking figure is descending the hill with terrible bounds. It is a lad of some 15 years. He is bareheaded, and his red, uncombed hair stands on end like hedgehog's bristles. His frame is lithe like that of an antelope, but he has prodigious breadth of chest. He wears a military undress, that of the regiment, even of a drummer, for it is Wild Davy, whom a month before I had seen enlisted on Leith Links to serve King George with drum and drumstick as long as his services might be required, and who, ere a week had elapsed, had smitten with his fist Drum Major Elsegood, who, incensed at his ineptitude, had threatened him with his cane. He had been in confinement for weeks. This is the first day of his liberation, and now he is descending the hill with horrid bounds and shouting. He is now about 5 yards distant, and the baker, who apprehends that something dangerous is at hand, prepares himself for the encounter. But what avails the strength of a baker, even full grown? What avails the defence of a wicker shield? What avails the wheel-spoke, should there be an opportunity of using it, against the impetus of an avalanche or a cannon-ball? For to either of these might that wild figure be compared, which at the distance of 5 yards sprang at once with head, hands, feet, and body all together upon the champion of the new town, tumbling him down to the earth amain. And now it was the turn of the old town to triumph. Our late discomfited host, returning on its steps, overwhelmed the fallen champion with blows of every kind, and then, led on by his vanquisher, who had assumed his arms, namely the wheel-spoke and wicker shield, fairly cleaned the bray of their adversaries, whom they drove down headlong into the morass. End of section 7. Section 8 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 8. Expert climbers, the crags, something red, the horrible edge, David Haggart, fine materials, the greatest victory, extraordinary robber, the ruling passion. Meanwhile I had become a daring cragsman, a character to which an English lad has seldom opportunities of aspiring, for in England there are neither crags nor mountains. Of these, however, as is well known, there is no lack in Scotland, and the habits of individuals are invariably in harmony with the country in which they dwell. The Scotch are expert climbers, and I was now a Scot in most things, particularly in language. The castle in which I dwelt stood upon a rock, a bold and craggy one, which at first sight would seem to bid defiance to any feat save those of goats and chamois. But patience and perseverance generally enable mankind to overcome things which at first sight appear impossible. Indeed, what is there above man's exertions? Unwearied determination will enable him to run with the horse, to swim with the fish, and assuredly to compete with the chamois and the goat in agility and sureness of foot. To scale the rock was merely child's play for the Edinburgh callants. It was my own favourite diversion. I soon found that the rock contained all manner of strange crypts, crannies, and recesses, where owls nestled, and the weasel brought forth her young. Here and there were small natural platforms, overgrown with long grass and various kinds of plants, where the climber, if so disposed, could stretch himself, and either give his eyes to sleep or his mind to thought, for capital places were these same platforms either for repose or meditation. The boldest features of the rock are descried on the northern side, where, after shelving down gently from the wall for some distance, it terminates abruptly in a precipice, black and horrible, of some 300 feet at least, as if the axe of nature had been here employed, cutting sheer down, and leaving behind neither excrescence nor spur. A dizzy precipice it is, assimilating much to those so frequent in the flinty hills of northern Africa, and exhibiting some distant resemblance to that of Gibraltar, towering in its horridness above the neutral ground. It was now holiday time, and having nothing particular wherewith to occupy myself, I not unfrequently passed the greater part of the day upon the rocks. Once, after scaling the western crags and creeping round a sharp angle of the wall, overhung by a kind of watch-tower, I found myself on the northern side. Still keeping close to the wall, I was proceeding onward, for I was bent upon a long excursion which should embrace half the circuit of the castle, when suddenly my eye was attracted by the appearance of something red far below me. I stopped short, and looking fixedly upon it, perceived that it was a human being in a kind of red jacket, seated on the extreme verge of the precipice which I have already made a faint attempt to describe. Wondering who it could be, I shouted, but it took not the slightest notice, remaining as immovable as the rock on which it sat. "I should never have thought of going near that edge," said I to myself. "However, as you have done it, why should not I? And I should like to know who you are." So I commenced the descent of the rock, but with great care, for I had as yet never been in a situation so dangerous. A slight moisture exuded from the palms of my hands, my nerves were tingling, and my brain was somewhat dizzy. And now I had arrived within a few yards of the figure, and had recognized it. It was the wild drummer who had turned the tide of battle in the bicker on the castle brae. A small stone which I dislodged now rolled down the rock and tumbled into the abyss close beside him. He turned his head, and after looking at me for a moment somewhat vacantly, he resumed his former attitude. I drew yet nearer to the horrible edge, not close, however, for fear was on me. "What are you thinking of, David?" said I, as I sat behind him and trembled, for I repeat that I was afraid. David Haggett: "I was thinking of Willie Wallace." Myself: "You had better be thinking of yourself, man. A strange place this to come and think of William Wallace." David Haggett: "Why so? Is not his tower just beneath our feet?" Myself: "You mean the old ruin by the side of the Nor Loch, the ugly stone bulk from the foot of which flows the spring into the dyke where the watercresses grow?" David Haggett: "Just so, Geordie." Myself: "And why were you thinking of him? The English hanged him long since, as I have heard say." David Haggett: "I was thinking that I should wish to be like him." Myself: "Do you mean that you would wish to be hanged?" David Haggett: "I wouldn't have flinched from that, Geordie, if I might be a great man first." Myself: "And what kens, Davy, how great you may be, even without hanging? Are ye not in the high road of preferment? Are ye not a bold drummer already? What ken how high ye may rise, perhaps to be a general or drum major?" David Haggett: "I hae nae wish to be drum major. It were nae great thing to be like the doited carl, else than good as they call him, and troth he has nae his name for nothing. But I should have nae objection to be a general and to fight the French and Americans and win myself a name and a fame like Willie Wallace, and do brave deeds such as I have been reading about in his storybook." Myself: "Ye are a fool, Davy. The storybook is full of lies. Wallace, indeed, the woody rebel. I have heard my father say that the Duke of Cumberland was worth 20 of Willie Wallace." David Haggett: "Ye had better say nothing agin Willie Wallace, Geordie, for if ye do, they'll have me, if I dinna tumble you down the craig." Fine materials in that lad for a hero, you will say. Yes, indeed, for a hero, and for what he afterwards became. In other times and under other circumstances he might have made what is generally termed a great man, a patriot or a conqueror. As it was, the very qualities that might then have pushed him on to fortune and renown were the cause of his ruin. The war over, he fell into evil courses, for his wild heart and ambitious spirit could not brook the sober and quiet pursuits of honest industry. "Can an Arabian steed submit to be a vile drudge?" cries the fatalist. Nonsense. A man is not an irrational creature, but a reasoning being, and has something within him beyond mere brutal instinct. The greatest victory which a man can achieve is over himself, by which is meant those unruly passions which are not convenient to the time and place. David did not do this. He gave the reins to his wild heart instead of curbing it, and became a robber. And alas, alas, he shed blood, under peculiar circumstances, it is true, and without malice prepense, and for that blood he eventually died, and justly, for it was that of the warden of a prison from which he was escaping, and whom he slew with one blow of his stalwart arm. Tamerlane and Haggart, Haggart and Tamerlane. Both these men were robbers and of low birth, yet one perished on an ignoble scaffold, and the other died emperor of the world. Is this justice? The ends of the two men were widely dissimilar, yet what is the intrinsic difference between them? Very great indeed. The one acted according to his lights and his country, not so the other. Tamerlane was a heathen, and acted according to his lights. He was a robber where all around were robbers, and he became the avenger of God, God's scourge on unjust kings, on the cruel Bajazet who had plucked out his own brother's eyes. He became to a certain extent the purifier of the East, its regenerator. His equal never was before, nor has it since been seen. Here the wild heart was profitably employed, the wild strength, the teeming brain. Onward, lame one, onward, Tamerlane. Haggart. But peace to thee, poor David. Why should a mortal worm be sitting in judgment over thee? The mighty and just one has already judged thee, and perhaps above thou hast received pardon for thy crimes, which could not be pardoned here below. And now that thy feverish existence has closed, and thy once active form become inanimate dust, the very memory all but forgotten, I will say a few words about thee, a few words soon also to be forgotten. Thou wast the most extraordinary robber that ever lived within the belt of Britain. Scotland rang with thy exploits, and England too, north of the Humber. Strange deeds also didst thou achieve when, fleeing from justice, thou didst find thyself in the sister isle. Busy wast thou there in town and on Curragh, at fair and racecourse, and also in the solitary place. Ireland thought thee her child, for who spoke her brogue better than thyself? She felt proud of thee, and said, "Sure, O'Hanlon is come again." What might not have been thy fate in the far western America, whither thou hadst turned thine eye, saying, "I will go there and become an honest man"? But thou wast not to go there, David. The blood which thou hadst shed in Scotland was to be required of thee. The avenger was at hand, the avenger of blood. Seized, manacled, brought back to thy native land, condemned to die, thou wast left in thy narrow cell and told to make the most of thy time, for it was short. And there in thy narrow cell, and their time so short, thou didst put the crowning stone to thy strange deeds by that strange history of thyself, penned by thy own hand in the robber tongue. Thou mightst have been better employed, David, but the ruling passion was strong with thee, even in the jaws of death. Thou mightest have been better employed, but peace be with thee, I repeat, and the Almighty's grace and pardon. End of section 8. Section 9 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 9. Napoleon, the storm, the cove, up the country, the trembling hand, Irish, tough battle, Tipperary hills, elegant lodgings, a speech, fair specimen, Orangeman. Onward, onward, and after we had sojourned in Scotland nearly 2 years, the long continental war had been brought to an end, Napoleon was humbled for a while, and the Bourbons restored to a land which could well have dispensed with them. We returned to England, where the corps was disbanded, and my parents with their family retired to private life. I shall pass over in silence the events of a year, which offer little of interest as far as connected with me and mine. Suddenly, however, the sound of war was heard again. Napoleon had broken forth from Elba, and everything was in confusion. Vast military preparations were again made. Our own corps was levied anew, and my brother became an officer in it. But the danger was soon over. Napoleon was once more quelled and chained forever, like Prometheus to his rock. As the corps, however, though so recently levied, had already become a very fine one, thanks to my father's energetic drilling, the government very properly determined to turn it to some account, and as disturbances were apprehended in Ireland about this period, it occurred to them that they could do no better than dispatch it to that country. In the autumn of the year 1815 we set sail from a port in Essex. We were some 800 strong, and were embarked in 2 ships, very large but old and crazy. A storm overtook us when off Beachy Head, in which we had nearly foundered. I was awakened early in the morning by the howling of the wind and the uproar on deck. I kept myself close, however, as is still my constant practice on similar occasions, and waited the result with that apathy and indifference which violent seasickness is sure to produce. We shipped several seas, and once the vessel missing stays, which, to do it justice, it generally did at every 3rd or 4th tack, we escaped almost by a miracle from being dashed upon the foreland. On the 8th day of our voyage we were in sight of Ireland. The weather was now calm and serene. The sun shone brightly on the sea and on certain green hills in the distance, on which I descried what at first sight I believed to be 2 ladies gathering flowers, which, however, on our nearer approach proved to be 2 tall white towers, doubtless built for some purpose or other, though I did not learn for what. We entered a kind of bay or cove by a narrow inlet. It was a beautiful and romantic place, this cove, very spacious, and, being nearly landlocked, was sheltered from every wind. A small island, every inch of which was covered with fortifications, appeared to swim upon the waters, whose dark blue denoted their immense depth. Tall green hills, which ascended gradually from the shore, formed the background to the west. They were carpeted to the top with turf of the most vivid green, and studded here and there with woods, seemingly of oak. There was a strange old castle halfway up the ascent, a village on a crag, but the mists of morning were half veiling the scene when I surveyed it, and the mists of time are now hanging densely between it and my no longer youthful eye. I may not describe it, nor will I try. Leaving the ship in the cove, we passed up a wide river in boats till we came to a city, where we disembarked. It was a large city, as large as Edinburgh to my eyes. There were plenty of fine houses, but little neatness. The streets were full of impurities. Handsome equipages rolled along, but the greater part of the population were in rags. Beggars abounded. There was no lack of merriment, however. Boisterous shouts of laughter were heard on every side. It appeared a city of contradictions. After a few days' rest, we marched from this place in 2 divisions. My father commanded the 2nd. I walked by his side. Our route lay up the country. The country at first offered no very remarkable features. It was pretty but tame. On the 2nd day, however, its appearance had altered. It had become more wild. A range of distant mountains bounded the horizon. We passed through several villages, as I suppose I may term them, of low huts, the walls formed of rough stones without mortar, the roof of flags laid over wattles and wickerwork. They seemed to be inhabited solely by women and children. The latter were naked, the former, in general, blear-eyed beldames, who sat beside the doors on low stools, spinning. We saw, however, both men and women working at a distance in the fields. I was thirsty, and going up to an ancient crone employed in the manner which I have described, I asked her for water. She looked me in the face, appeared to consider a moment, then, tottering into her hut, presently reappeared with a small pipkin of milk, which she offered to me with a trembling hand. I drank the milk. It was sour, but I found it highly refreshing. I then took out a penny and offered it to her, whereupon she shook her head, smiled, and, patting my face with her skinny hand, murmured some words in a tongue which I had never heard before. I walked on by my father's side, holding the stirrup leather of his horse. Presently several low, uncouth cars passed by, drawn by starved cattle. The drivers were tall fellows with dark features and athletic frames. They wore long, loose blue cloaks with sleeves, which last, however, dangled unoccupied. These cloaks appeared in tolerably good condition. Not so their undergarments. On their heads were broad slouching hats. The generality of them were barefooted. As they passed, the soldiers jested with them in the patois of East Anglia, whereupon the fellows laughed and appeared to jest with the soldiers, but what they said, who knows, it being in a rough, guttural language, strange and wild. The soldiers stared at each other and were silent. "A strange language that," said a young officer to my father. "I don't understand a word of it. What can it be?" "Irish," said my father with a loud voice, "and a bad language it is. I have known it of old. That is, I have often heard it spoken when I was a guardsman in London. There's one part of London where all the Irish live, at least all the worst of them, and there they hatch their villainies and speak this tongue. It is that which keeps them together and makes them dangerous. I was once sent there to seize a couple of deserters, Irish, who had taken refuge amongst their companions. We found them in what was, in my time, called a ken, that is, a house where only thieves and desperadoes are to be found. Knowing on what kind of business I was bound, I had taken with me a sergeant's party. It was well I did so. We found the deserters in a large room with at least 30 ruffians, horrid-looking fellows, seated about a long table, drinking, swearing, and talking Irish. We had a tough battle, I remember. The 2 fellows did nothing, but sat still, thinking it best to be quiet. But the rest, with an ababoo like the blowing up of a powder magazine, sprang up, brandishing their sticks, for these fellows always carry sticks with them, even to bed, and not unfrequently spring up in their sleep, striking left and right. "And did you take the deserters?" said the officer. "Yes," said my father, "for we formed at the end of the room and charged with fixed bayonets, which compelled the others to yield, notwithstanding their numbers. But the worst was, when we got out into the street, the whole district had become alarmed, and hundreds came pouring down upon us, men, women, and children. Women, did I say? They looked fiends, half naked, with their hair hanging down over their bosoms. They tore up the very pavement to hurl at us. Sticks rang about our ears, stones, and Irish. I liked the Irish worst of all. It sounded so horrid, especially as I did not understand it. It's a bad language." "A queer tongue," said I. "I wonder if I could learn it." "Learn it," said my father. "What should you learn it for? However, I'm not afraid of that. It is not like Scotch. No person can learn it, save those who are born to it, and even in Ireland the respectable people do not speak it, only the wilder sort, like those we have passed." Within a day or 2 we had reached a tall range of mountains running north and south, which I was told were those of Tipperary. Along the skirts of these we proceeded till we came to a town, the principal one of these regions. It was on the bank of a beautiful river which separated it from the mountains. It was rather an ancient place, and might contain some 10,000 inhabitants. I found that it was our destination. There were extensive barracks at the farther end, in which the corps took up its quarters. With respect to ourselves, we took lodgings in a house which stood in the principal street. "You never saw more elegant lodgings than these, Captain," said the master of the house, a tall, handsome, and athletic man, who came up whilst our little family was seated at dinner late in the afternoon of the day of our arrival. "They beat anything in this town of Clonmel. I do not let them for the sake of interest, and to none but gentlemen in the army, in order that myself and my wife, who is from Londonderry, may have the advantage of pleasant company, genteel company, ay, and Protestant company, Captain. It did my heart good when I saw your honour ride in at the head of all those fine fellows, real Protestants, I'll engage, not a papist among them. They are too good-looking and honest-looking for that. So I no sooner saw your honour at the head of your army, with that handsome young gentleman holding by your stirrup, than I said to my wife, Mistress Hine, who is from Londonderry, 'God bless me,' said I, 'what a truly Protestant countenance, what a noble bearing, and what a sweet young gentleman! By the silver hairs of his honour,' and sure enough I never saw hairs more regally silver than those of your honour, by his honour's grey silver hairs, and by my own soul, which is not worthy to be mentioned in the same day with one of them, it would be no more than decent and civil to run out and welcome such a father and son, coming in at the head of such a Protestant military. And then my wife, who is from Londonderry, Mistress Hine, looking me in the face like a fairy, as she is, "You may say that," says she. "It would be but decent and civil, honey." And your honour knows how I ran out of my own door and welcomed your honour, riding in company with your son, who was walking. How I welcomed ye both at the head of your royal regiment, and how I shook your honour by the hand, saying, "I am glad to see your honour, and your honour's son, and your honour's royal military Protestant regiment. And now I have you in the house, and right proud I am to have ye, one and all. 1, 2, 3, 4 true Protestants, every one, no Papists here. And I have made bold to bring up a bottle of claret, which is now waiting behind the door. And when your honour and your family have dined, I will make bold too to bring up Mistress Hind from Londonderry to introduce your honour's lady, and then we'll drink to the health of King George, God bless him, to the glorious and immortal, to Boyne Water, to your honour's speedy promotion to be Lord Lieutenant, and to the speedy downfall of the Pope St. Anthony of Padua." Such was the speech of the Irish Protestant addressed to my father in the long, lofty dining-room with 3 windows, looking upon the high street of the good town of Clonmel, as he sat at meat with his family, after saying grace like a true-hearted, respectable soldier as he was. A bigot and an Orangeman. Oh, yes. It is easier to apply epithets of opprobrium to people than to make yourself acquainted with their history and position. He was a specimen, and a fair specimen, of a most remarkable body of men who during 2 centuries have fought a good fight in Ireland in the cause of civilization and religious truth. They were sent as colonists, few in number, into a barbarous and unhappy country, where ever since, though surrounded with difficulties of every kind, they have maintained their ground. Theirs has been no easy life, nor have their lives fallen upon very pleasant places. Amidst darkness they have held up a lamp, and it would be well for Ireland were all her children like these her adopted ones. But they are fierce and sanguinary, it is said. Ay, ay, they have not unfrequently opposed the keen sword to the savage pike. But they are bigoted and narrow-minded. Ay, ay, they do not like idolatry, and will not bow the knee before a stone. But their language is frequently indecorous. Go to, my dainty one, did ye ever listen to the voice of Papist cursing? The Irish Protestants have faults, numerous ones, but the greater number of these may be traced to the peculiar circumstances of their position. But they have virtues, numerous ones, and their virtues are their own. Their industry, their energy, and their undaunted resolution are their own. They have been vilified and traduced, but what would Ireland be without them? I repeat that it would be well for her were all her sons no worse than these much calumniated children of her adoption. End of section 9. Section 10 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 10. Protestant Young Gentleman, The Greek Letters, Open Chimney, Myrta, Paris and Salamanca, Nothing to Do, To Wit, To Woo, The Pack of Cards, Before Christmas. We continued at this place for some months, during which time the soldiers performed their duties, whatever they were, and I, having no duties to perform, was sent to school. I had been to English schools and to the celebrated one of Edinburgh, but my education at the present day would not be what it is, perfect, had I never had the honour of being alumnus in an Irish seminary. "Captain," said our kind host, "you would no doubt wish that the young gentleman should enjoy every advantage which the town may afford towards helping him on in the path of genteel learning. It's a great pity that he should waste his time in idleness, doing nothing else than what he says he has been doing for the last fortnight, fishing in the river for trouts which he never catches, and wandering up the glen in the mountain in search of the hips that grow there. Now, we have a school here where he can learn the most elegant Latin and get an insight into the Greek letters, which is desirable. and where, moreover, he will have an opportunity of making acquaintance with all the Protestant young gentlemen of the place, the handsome, well-dressed young persons whom your honour sees in the church on the Sundays when your honour goes there in the morning with the rest of the Protestant military. For it is no papist school, though there may be a papist or two there, a few poor farmers' sons from the country, with whom there is no necessity for your honour's child to form any acquaintance at all. And to the school I went, where I read the Latin tongue and the Greek letters, with a nice old clergyman who sat behind a black oaken desk, with a huge Elzevir flaccus before him, in a long gloomy kind of hall, with a broken stone floor, the roof festooned with cobwebs, the walls considerably dilapidated, and covered over with strange figures and hieroglyphics, evidently produced by the application of burnt stick. And there I made acquaintance with the Protestant young gentlemen of the place, who, with whatever éclat they might appear at church on a Sunday, did assuredly not exhibit to much advantage in the schoolroom on the weekdays, either with respect to clothes or looks. And there I was in the habit of sitting on a large stone before the roaring fire in the huge open chimney, and entertaining certain of the Protestant young gentlemen of my own age, seated on similar stones, with extraordinary accounts of my own adventures and those of the corps, with an occasional anecdote extracted from the story-books of Hickathrift and White Wallace, pretending to be conning the lesson all the while. And there I made acquaintance, notwithstanding the hint of the landlord, with the papist gossoons, as they were called, the farmers' sons from the country. And of these gossoons, of whom there were 3, 2 might be reckoned as nothing at all. In the third, however, I soon discovered that there was something extraordinary. He was about 16 years old, and above 6 feet high, dressed in a grey suit. The coat, from its size, appeared to have been made for him some 10 years before. He was remarkably narrow-chested and round-shouldered, owing perhaps as much to the tightness of his garment as to the hand of nature. His face was long, and his complexion swarthy, relieved, however, by certain freckles with which the skin was plentifully studded. He had strange wandering eyes, grey and somewhat unequal in size. They seldom rested on the book, but were generally wandering about the room from one object to another. Sometimes he would fix them intently on the wall, and then suddenly starting as if from a reverie, he would commence making certain mysterious movements with his thumbs and forefingers, as if he were shuffling something from him. One morning, as he sat by himself on a bench, engaged in this manner, I went up to him and said, "Good day, Murta. You do not seem to have much to do." "Faith, you may say that, Shorshire dear. It is seldom much to do that I have." "And what are you doing with your hands?" "Faith, then I must tell you. I was in dealing with the cards." "Do you play much at cards?" "Sorra game, sure, sir, have I played with the cards since my uncle Phelim, the thief, stole away the old pack when he went to settle in the county Waterford." "But you have other things to do?" "Sorra, anything else has matter to do that he cares about, and that makes me dread so going home at nights." "I should like to know all about you. Where do you live, Joy?" "Faith, then, ye shall know all about me and where I live. It is a place called the Wilderness that I live, and they call it so because it is a fearful wild place, without any house near it but my father's own, and that's where I live when at home." "And your father is a farmer, I suppose?" "You may say that, and it is a farmer I should have been, like my brother Dennis, had not my uncle Phelim, the thief, told my father to send me to school to learn the Greek letters, that I might be made a Sagat of and sent to Paris and Salamanca." "And would you rather be a farmer than a priest?" "You may say that, for were I a farmer like the rest, I should have something to do, like the rest, something that I cared for, or I should come home tired at night and fall asleep as the rest do before the fire. But when I comes home at night I am not tired, for I have been doing nothing all day that I care for, and then I sits down and stares about me and at the fire till I become frighted, and then I shouts to my brother Dennis or to the gossoons, 'Get up, I say, and let's be doing something. Let us tell the tale of Finn MacCool, and how he lay down in the Shannon's bed and let the river flow down his jaws.' Ah, sure, sir, I wish you could come and stay with us and tell us some of your sweet stories of your own self and the snake ye carried about with ye. Faith, Shorshire dear, that snake bates anything about Finn MacCool or Brian Boru, the thieves too. Bad luck to them." "And do they get up and tell you stories?" Sometimes they does, but oftenmost they curses me and bids me to be quiet. But I can't be quiet, either before the fire or abed. So I runs out of the house and stares at the rocks, at the trees, and sometimes at the clouds as they run a race across the bright moon. And the more I stares, the more frighted I grows, till I screeches and hollows. And last night I went into the barn and hid my face in the straw. And there, as I lay and shivered in the straw, I heard a voice above my head singing out, "To wit, to woo!" And then up I starts and runs into the house and falls over my brother Dennis as he lies at the fire. "What's that for?" says he. "Get up, you thief," says I, "and be helping me. I have been out in the barn, and an owl has crowed at me." "And what has this to do with playing cards?" "Little enough, Shosha dear. If there were card playing, I should not be frighted." "And why do you not play at cards?" "Did I not tell you that the thief, my uncle Phelim, stole away the pack? If we had the pack, my brother Dennis and the gossoons would be ready enough to get up from their sleep before the fire and play cards with me for halfpence or eggs or nothing at all. But the pack is gone. Bad luck to the thief that took it." "And why don't you buy another?" "Is it of buying you are speaking? And where am I to get the money?" "Ah, that's another thing." "Faith, it is, honey. And now the Christmas holidays is coming, when I shall be at home by day as well as night. And then what am I to do? Since I have been a saggerton, I have been good for nothing at all, neither for work nor Greek, only to play cards. Faith, it's going mad I will be." "I say, Murta." "Yes, Shosha dear, I have a pack of cards." "You don't say so, Shosha Mavorine. You don't say that you have cards 52. "I do, though, and they are quite new, never been used once." "And you'll be lending them to me, I warrant." "Don't think it, but I'll sell them to you, Joy, if you like." "Hannah Mondul, am I not telling you that I have no money at all?" "But you have as good as money, to me at least, and I'll take it in exchange." "What's that, Shosha dear?" "Irish." "Irish?" "Yes, you speak Irish. I heard you talking it the other day to the cripple. You shall teach me Irish." "And is it a language master you'd been making of me?" "To be sure. What better can you do? It would help you to pass your time at school. You can't learn Greek, so you must teach Irish." Before Christmas, Murta was playing at cards with his brother Dennis, and I could speak a considerable quantity of broken Irish. End of section 10. Section 11 of Lavengro, the Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 11. Templemore, Devil's Mountain, No Companion, Force of Circumstance, Way of the World, Ruined Castle, Grim and Desolate, The Donjon, Old Woman, My Own House. When Christmas was over and the New Year commenced, we broke up our quarters and marched away to Templemore. This was a large military station situated in a wild and thinly inhabited country. Extensive bogs were in the neighbourhood, connected with the huge bog of Allen, the Palus Mitosus of Ireland. Here and there was seen a ruined castle looming through the mists of winter, whilst at the distance of 7 miles rose a singular mountain, exhibiting in its brow a chasm or vacuum, just for all the world as if a piece had been bitten out, a feat which, according to the tradition of the country, had actually been performed by His Satanic Majesty, who, after flying for some leagues with the morsel in his mouth, becoming weary, dropped it in the vicinity of Cashel, where it may now be seen in the shape of a bold bluff hill, crowned with the ruins of a stately edifice, probably built by some ancient Irish king. We had been here only a few days, when my brother, who, as I have before observed, had become one of His Majesty's officers, was sent on detachment to a village at about 10 miles distance. He was not 16, and though 3 years older than myself, scarcely my equal in stature, for I had become tall and large-limbed for my age. But there was a spirit in him which would not have disgraced a general, and, nothing daunted at the considerable responsibility which he was about to incur, he marched sturdily out of the barrack-yard at the head of his party, consisting of 20 light infantrymen and a tall grenadier sergeant, selected expressly by my father for the soldier-like qualities which he possessed, to accompany his son on this his first expedition. So, out of the barrack-yard, with something of an air, marched my dear brother, his single drum and fife playing the inspiring old melody, "Malbrook has gone to the wars, he'll never return no more." I soon missed my brother, for I was now alone, with no being at all assimilating in age with whom I could exchange a word. Of late years, from being almost constantly at school, I had cast aside in a great degree my unsocial habits and natural reserve. But in the desolate region in which we now were, there was no school, and I felt doubly the loss of my brother, whom, moreover, I tenderly loved for his own sake. Books I had none, at least such as I cared about, and with respect to the old volume, the wonders of which had first beguiled me into common reading, I had so frequently pored over its pages that I had almost got its contents by heart. I was therefore in danger of falling into the same predicament as Murta, becoming frightened from having nothing to do. Nay, I had not even his resources. I cared not for cards, even if I possessed them, and could find people disposed to play with them. However, I made the most of circumstances, and roamed about the desolate fields and bogs in the neighbourhood, sometimes entering the cabins of the peasantry, with a "God's blessing upon you, good people," where I would take my seat on the stranger's stone at the corner of the hearth, and looking them full in the face, would listen to the Carls and Carlines talking Irish. Ah, that Irish! How frequently do circumstances, at first sight the most trivial and unimportant, exercise a mighty and permanent influence on our habits and pursuits! How frequently is a stream turned aside from its natural course by some little rock or knoll, causing it to make an abrupt turn! On a wild road in Ireland I had heard Irish spoken for the first time, and I was seized with a desire to learn Irish, the acquisition of which, in my case, became the stepping-stone to other languages. I had previously learnt Latin, or rather Lily, but neither Latin nor Lily made me a philologist. I had frequently heard French and other languages, but had felt little desire to become acquainted with them. And what, there may be asked, was there connected with the Irish calculated to recommend it to my attention? First of all, and principally, I believe the strangeness and singularity of its tones. Then there was something mysterious and uncommon associated with its use. It was not a school language, to acquire which was considered an imperative duty. No, nor was it a drawing-room language, drawled out occasionally in shreds and patches by the ladies of gentlemen and other great dignities, to the ineffable dismay of poor officers' wives. Nothing of the kind, but a speech spoken in out-of-the-way desolate places, and in cutthroat kens, where 30 ruffians at the sight of the king's minions would spring up with brandished sticks and an "ababoo" like the blowing up of a powder magazine. Such were the points connected with the Irish, which first awakened in my mind the desire of acquiring it, and by acquiring it I became, as I have already said, enamoured of languages. Having learnt one by choice, I speedily, as the reader will perceive, learnt others, some of which were widely different from Irish. Ah, that Irish! I am much indebted to it in more ways than one, but I am afraid I have followed the way of the world, which is very much wont to neglect original friends and benefactors. I frequently find myself at present turning up my nose at Irish when I hear it in the street, yet I have still a kind of regard for it, the fine old language. Le beau Patrick nint fel na rir. One of the most peculiar features of this part of Ireland is the ruined castles, which are so thick and numerous that the face of the country appears studded with them, it being difficult to choose any situation from which one, at least, may not be descried. They are of various ages and styles of architecture, some of great antiquity, like the stately remains which crown the crag of Cashel, others built by the early English conquerors, others, and probably the greater part, erections of the time of Elizabeth and Cromwell, the whole speaking monuments of the troubled and insecure state of the country from the most remote periods to a comparatively modern time. From the windows of the room where I slept I had a view of one of these old places, an indistinct one, it is true, the distance being too great to permit me to distinguish more than the general outline. I had an anxious desire to explore it. It stood on the south-east, in which direction, however, a black bog intervened, which had more than once baffled all my attempts to cross it. One morning, however, when the sun shone brightly upon the old building, it appeared so near that I felt ashamed at not being able to accomplish a feat seemingly so easy. I determined, therefore, upon another trial. I reached the bog, and was about to venture upon its black surface and to pick my way amongst its innumerable holes, yawning horribly and half filled with water black as soot, when it suddenly occurred to me that there was a road to the south, by following which I might find a more convenient route to the object of my wishes. The event justified my expectations, for after following the road for some 3 miles, seemingly in the direction of the Devil's Mountain, I suddenly beheld the castle on my left. I diverged from the road, and crossing 2 or 3 fields, came to a small grassy plain, in the midst of which stood the castle. About a gunshot to the south was a small village, which had probably, in ancient days, sprung up beneath its protection. A kind of awe came over me as I approached the old building. The sun no longer shone upon it, and it looked so grim, so desolate and solitary, and here was I, in that wild country, alone with that grim building before me. The village was within sight, it is true, but it might be a village of the dead for what I knew. No sound issued from it, no smoke was rising from its roofs, neither man nor beast was visible, no life, no motion. It looked as desolate as the castle itself. Yet I was bent on the adventure, and moved on towards the castle across the green plain, occasionally casting a startled glance around me, and now I was close to it. It was surrounded by a quadrangular wall about 10 feet in height, with a square tower at each corner. At first I could discover no entrance. Walking round, however, to the northern side, I found a wide and lofty gateway with a tower above it, similar to those at the angles of the wall. On this side the ground sloped gently down towards the bog, which was here skirted by an abundant growth of copsewood and a few evergreen oaks. I passed through the gateway, and found myself within a square enclosure of about 2 acres. On one side rose a round and lofty keep, or donjon, with a conical roof, part of which had fallen down, strewing the square with its ruins. Close to the keep, on the other side, stood the remains of an oblong house, built something in the modern style, with various window holes. Nothing remained but the bare walls and a few projecting stumps of beams, which seemed to have been half burnt. The interior of the walls was blackened as if by fire. Fire also appeared at one time to have raged out of the window holes, for the outside about them was black, portentously so. "I wonder what has been going on here," I exclaimed. There were echoes among the walls as I walked about the court. I entered the keep by a low and frowning doorway. The lower floor consisted of a large dungeon-like room with a vaulted roof. On the left hand was a winding staircase in the thickness of the wall. It looked anything but inviting, yet I stole softly up, my heart beating. On the top of the first flight of stairs was an arched doorway. To the left was a dark passage, to the right stairs leading still higher. I stepped under the arch and found myself in an apartment somewhat similar to the one below, but higher. There was an object at the farther end. An old woman, at least 80, was seated on a stone, cowering over a few sticks burning feebly on what had once been a right noble and cheerful hearth. Her side glance was towards the doorway as I entered, for she had heard my footsteps. I stood suddenly still, and her haggard glance rested on my face. "Is this your house, mother?" I at length demanded, in the language which I thought she would best understand. "Yes, my house, my own house, the house of the broken-hearted." "Any other person's house?" I demanded. "My own house, the beggar's house, the accursed house of Cromwell." End of section 11. Section 12 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 12. A visit, figure of a man, the dog of peace, the raw wound, the guard room, boy soldier, person in authority, never solitary, clergyman and family, still hunting, ferryman, near sunset, bag, left-handed hitter, Irish and supernatural, at Swanton Morley. One morning I set out, designing to pay a visit to my brother at the place where he was detached. The distance was rather considerable, yet I hoped to be back by evening fall, for I was now a shrewd walker, thanks to constant practice. I set out early, and directing my course towards the north, I had, in less than 2 hours, accomplished considerably more than half of the journey. The weather had at first been propitious. A slight frost had rendered the ground firm to the tread, and the skies were clear. But now a change came over the scene. The skies darkened, and a heavy snowstorm came on. The road then lay straight through a bog, and was bounded by a deep trench on both sides. I was making the best of my way, keeping as nearly as I could in the middle of the road, lest, blinded by the snow, which was frequently borne into my eyes by the wind, I might fall into the dyke, when all at once I heard a shout to windward, and turning my eyes I saw the figure of a man, and what appeared to be an animal of some kind, coming across the bog with great speed in the direction of myself. The nature of the ground seemed to offer but little impediment to these beings, both clearing the holes and abyss which lay in their way with surprising agility. The animal was, however, some slight way in advance, and, bounding over the dyke, appeared on the road just before me. It was a dog. Of what species I cannot tell, never having seen the like before or since. The head was large and round, the ears so tiny as scarcely to be discernible, the eyes of a fiery red. In size it was rather small than large, and the coat, which was remarkably smooth, as white as the falling flakes. It placed itself directly in my path, and showing its teeth and bristling its coat, appeared determined to prevent my progress. I had an ashen stick in my hand, with which I threatened it. This, however, only served to increase its fury. It rushed upon me, and I had the utmost difficulty to preserve myself from its fangs. "What are you doing with the dog, the fairy dog?" said a man, who at this time likewise cleared the dyke at a bound. He was very tall, rather well dressed as it should seem. His garments, however, were, like my own, so covered with snow that I could scarcely discern their quality. "What are you doing with the dog of peace?" "I wish he would show himself one," said I. "I said nothing to him, but he placed himself in my road, and would not let me pass." "Of course he would not be letting you till he know where you were going." "He's not much of a fairy," said I, "or he would know that without asking. Tell him that I am going to see my brother." "And who is your brother, little sass?" "What my father is, a royal soldier." "Oh, you are going then to the detachment at blank. By my soul, I should have a good mind to be spoiling your journey." "You are doing that already," said I, "keeping me here talking about dogs and fairies. You had better go home and get some salve to cure that place over your eye. It's catching cold you'll be in so much snow." On one side of the man's forehead there was a raw and staring wound, as if from a recent and terrible blow. "Faith, then, I'll be going, but it's taking you with me I will be." "And where will you take me?" "Why, then, to Ryan's castle, little sass." "You do not speak the language very correctly," said I. "It is not sass you should call me, 'tis Sassenach." And forthwith I accompanied the word with a speech full of flowers of Irish rhetoric. The man looked upon me for a moment fixedly. Then, bending his head towards his breast, he appeared to be undergoing a kind of convulsion, which was accompanied by a sound something resembling laughter. Presently he looked at me, and there was a broad grin on his features. "By my soul, it's a thing of peace I'm thinking ye." By now, with a whisking sound, came running down the road a hare. It was nearly upon us before it perceived us. Suddenly stopping short, however, it sprang into the bog on the right-hand side. After it amain bounded the dog of peace, followed by the man, but not until he had nodded to me a farewell salutation. In a few moments I lost sight of him amidst the snowflakes. The weather was again clear and fine before I reached the place of detachment. It was a little wooden barrack surrounded by a wall of the same material. A sentinel stood at the gate. I passed by him, and entering the building found myself in a rude kind of guard-room. Several soldiers were lying asleep on a wooden couch at one end. Others lounged on benches by the side of a turf fire. The tall sergeant stood before the fire, holding a cooking utensil in his left hand. On seeing me, he made the military salutation. "Is my brother here?" said I, rather timidly, dreading to hear that he was out, perhaps, for the day. "The ensign is in his room, sir," said Bagg. "I am now preparing his meal, which will presently be ready. You will find the ensign above stairs," and he pointed to a broken ladder which led to some place above. And there I found him, the boy soldier, in a kind of upper loft, so low that I could touch with my hands the sooty rafters. The floor was of rough boards, through the joints of which you could see the gleam of the soldiers' fire, and occasionally discern their figures as they moved about. In one corner was a camp bedstead, by the side of which hung the child's sword, gorget, and sash. A deal table stood in the proximity of the rusty grate, where smoked and smouldered a pile of black turf from the bog. A deal table without a piece of baize to cover it, yet fraught with things not devoid of interest. A Bible given by a mother, the Odyssey, the Greek Odyssey. A flute with broad silver keys. Crayons, moreover, and water-colours, and a sketch of a wild prospect near, which, though but half finished, afforded ample proof of the excellence and skill of the boyish hand now occupied upon it. Ah, he was a sweet being, that boy soldier, a plant of early promise, bidding fair to become in after time all that is great, good, and admirable. I have read of a remarkable Welshman, of whom it was said, when the grave closed over him, that he could frame a harp and play it, build a ship and sail it, compose an ode and set it to music. A brave fellow, that son of Wales, but I had once a brother who could do more and better than this, but the grave has closed over him, as over the gallant Welshman of yore. There are now but two that remember him, the one who bore him, and the being who was nurtured at the same breast. He was taken, and I was left. Truly, the ways of Providence are inscrutable. "You seem to be very comfortable, John," said I, looking around the room and at the various objects which I have described above. "You have a good roof over your head, and have all your things about you." "Yes, I am very comfortable, George, in many respects. I am, moreover, independent, and feel myself a man for the first time in my life." "Independent, did I say? That's not the word. I am something much higher than that. Here I am, not 16, yet a person in authority, like the centurion in the book there, with 20 Englishmen under me, worth a whole legion of his men, and that fine fellow Bagg to wait upon me and take my orders. Oh, these last 6 weeks have passed like hours of heaven." "But your time must frequently hang heavy on your hands. This is a strange wild place, and you must be very solitary." "I am never solitary. I have, as you see, all my things about me, and there is plenty of company below stairs. Not that I mix with the soldiers. If I did, goodbye to my authority. But when I am alone, I can hear all their discourse through the planks, and I often laugh to myself at the funny things they say." "And have you any acquaintance here?" "The very best, much better than the colonel and the rest at their grand Templemore. I had never so many in my whole life before. One has just left me, a gentleman who lives at a distance across the bog. He comes to talk with me about Greek and the Odyssey, for he is a very learned man, and understands the old Irish and various other strange languages. He has had a dispute with Bagg. On hearing his name, he called to him, and after looking at him for some time with great curiosity, said that he was sure he was a Dane. Bagg, however, took the compliment in dudgeon, and said that he was no more a Dane than himself, but a true-born Englishman, and a sergeant of 6 years' standing." "And what other acquaintance have you?" "All kinds. The whole neighbourhood can't make enough of me. Amongst others, there's the clergyman of the parish and his family, such a venerable old man, such fine sons and daughters. I am treated by them like a son and a brother. I might be always with them if I pleased. There's one drawback, however, in going to see them. There's a horrible creature in the house, a kind of tutor, whom they keep more from charity than anything else. He is a papist, and, they say, a priest. You should see him scowl sometimes at my red coat, for he hates the king, and not unfrequently, when the king's health is drunk, curses him between his teeth. I once got up to strike him, but the youngest of the sisters, who is the handsomest, caught my arm and pointed to her forehead. And what does your duty consist of? Have you nothing else to do than pay visits and receive them? We do what is required of us. We guard this edifice, perform our evolutions, and help the exercise. I am frequently called up in the dead of night to go to some wild place or other in quest of an illicit still. This last part of our duty is poor mean work. I don't like it, no more does Bag, though without it we should not see much active service, for the neighbourhood is quiet, save the poor creatures with their stills, not a soul is stirring. 'Tis true there's Jerry Grant. And who is Jerry Grant? Did you never hear of him? That's strange. The whole country is talking about him. He is a kind of outlaw, rebel, or robber. All three, I dare say. There's £100 offered for his head. And where does he live? His proper home, they say, is in the Queen's County, where he has a band, but he is a strange fellow, fond of wandering about by himself amidst the bogs and mountains, and living in the old castles. Occasionally he quarters himself in the peasants' houses, who let him do just what he pleases. He is free of his money, and often does them good turns, and can be good-humoured enough, so they don't dislike him. Then he is what they call a fairyman, a person in league with fairies and spirits, and able to work much harm by supernatural means, on which account they hold him in great awe. He is, moreover, a mighty strong and tall fellow. Bag has seen him. Has he? Yes, and felt him too. He too is a strange one. A few days ago he was told that Grant had been seen hovering about an old castle some 2 miles off in the bog. So one afternoon what does he do but, without saying a word to me, for which by the by I ought to put him under arrest, though what I should do with that Bag I have no idea whatsoever, what does he do but walk off to the castle, intending, as I suppose, to pay a visit to Jerry. He had some difficulty in getting there on account of the turf holes in the bog, which he was not accustomed to. However, thither at last he got and went in. It was a strange, lonesome place, he says, and he did not much like the look of it. However, in he went, and searched about from the bottom to the top and down again, but he could find no one. He shouted and hallooed, but nobody answered, save the rooks and choughs, which started up in great numbers. "I've lost my trouble," said Bag, and left the castle. It was now late in the afternoon, near sunset, when about halfway over the bog he met a man. And that man was Jerry Grant, there's no doubt of it. Bag said it was the most sudden thing in the world. He was moving along, making the best of his way, thinking of nothing at all save a public house at Swanton Morley, which he intends to take when he gets home and the regiment is disbanded, though I hope that will not be for some time yet. He had just leapt a turf hole and was moving on when, at the distance of about 6 yards before him, he saw a fellow coming straight towards him. Bag says that he stopped short as suddenly as if he had heard the word halt when marching at double-quick time. It was quite a surprise, he says, and he can't imagine how the fellow was so close upon him before he was aware. He was an immense tall fellow, Bag thinks at least 2 inches taller than himself, very well dressed in a blue coat and buff breeches, for all the world like a squire when going out hunting. Bag, however, saw at once that he had a roguish air, and he was on his guard in a moment. "Good evening to you, soldier," says the fellow, stepping close up to Bag and staring him in the face. "Good evening to you, sir. I hope you are well," says Bag. "You are looking after someone," says the fellow. "Just so, sir," says Bag, and forthwith seized him by the collar. The man laughed. Bag says it was such a strange, awkward laugh. "Do you know whom you have got hold of, soldier?" said he. "I believe I do, sir," said Bag, "and in that belief will hold you fast in the name of King George and the Quarter Sessions." The next moment he was sprawling with his heels in the air. Bag says there was nothing remarkable in that. He was only flung by a kind of wrestling trick, which he could easily have baffled had he been aware of it. "You will not do that again, sir," said he, as he got up and put himself on his guard. The fellow laughed again, more strangely and awkwardly than before. Then, bending his body and moving his head from one side to the other as a cat does before she springs, and crying out, "Here's for ye, soldier!" he made a dart at Bag, rushing in with his head foremost. "That will do, sir," says Bag, and drawing himself back, he put in a left-handed blow with all the force of his body and arm just over the fellow's right eye. Bag is a left-handed hitter, you must know, and it was a blow of that kind which won him the famous battle at Edinburgh with the big Highland sergeant. Bag says that he was quite satisfied with the blow, more especially when he saw the fellow reel, fling out his arms and fall to the ground. "And now, sir," said he, "I'll make bold to hand you over to the Quarter Sessions, and if there is £100 for taking you, who has more right to it than myself?" So he went forward, but ere he could lay hold of his man, the other was again on his legs and was prepared to renew the combat. They grappled each other. Bag says he had not much fear of the result, as he now felt himself the best man, and the other seeming half stunned with the blow. But just then there came on a blast, a horrible roaring wind bearing night upon its wings, snow and sleet and hail. Bag says he had the fellow by the throat quite fast, as he thought, but suddenly he became bewildered and knew not where he was, and the man seemed to melt away from his grasp, and the wind howled more and more, and the night poured down darker and darker, the snow and the sleet thicker and more blinding. "Lord have mercy upon us," said Bag. Myself. "A strange adventure that. It is well that Bag got home alive." John. "He says that the fight was a fair fight, and that the fling he got was a fair fling, the result of a common enough wrestling trick. But with respect to the storm, which rose up just in time to save the fellow, he is of opinion that it was not fair, but something Irish and supernatural." Myself. "I dare say he is right. I have read of witchcraft in the Bible." John. "He wishes much to have one more encounter with the fellow. He says that on fair ground and in fine weather he has no doubt that he could master him and hand him over to the Quarter Sessions. He says that £100 would be no bad thing to be disbanded upon, for he wishes to take an inn at Swanton Morley, keep a cockpit, and live respectably." Myself. "He is quite right. And now kiss me, my darling brother, for I must go back through the bog to Templemore." End of section 12. Section 13 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 13. Groom and cob, strength and symmetry. Where's the saddle? The first ride. No more fatigue. Love for horses. Pursuit of words. Philologist and Pegasus. The smith. What more, Agra? Sassenach tenpence. And it came to pass that as I was standing by the door of the barracks stable, one of the grooms came out to me, saying, "I say, young gentleman, I wish you would give the cob a breathing this fine morning." "Why do you wish me to mount him?" said I. "You know he is dangerous. I saw him fling you off his back only a few days ago." "Why, that's the very thing, master. I'd rather see anybody on his back than myself. He does not like me, but to them he does. He can be as gentle as a lamb." "But suppose," said I, "that he should not like me?" "We shall soon see that, master," said the groom, "and if so be he shows temper, I will be the first to tell you to get down. But there's no fear of that. You have never angered or insulted him, and to such as you, I say again, he'll be as gentle as a lamb." "And how came you to insult him?" said I, "knowing his temper as you do?" "Merely through forgetfulness, master. I was riding him about a month ago, and having a stick in my hand, I struck him, thinking I was on another horse, or rather, thinking of nothing at all. He has never forgiven me, though before that time he was the only friend I had in the world. I should like to see you on him, master." "I should soon be off him. I can't ride." "Then you are all right, master. There's no fear. Trust him for not hurting a young gentleman, an officer's son, who can't ride. If you were a blackguard dragoon, indeed, with long spurs, 'twere another thing. As it is, he'll treat you as if he were the older brother that loves you. Ride? He'll soon teach you to ride if you leave the matter with him. He's the best riding master in all Ireland, and the gentlest." The cob was led forth. What a tremendous creature! I had frequently seen him before and wondered at him. He was barely 15 hands, but he had the girth of a metropolitan dray horse. His head was small in comparison with his immense neck, which curved down nobly to his wide back. His chest was broad and fine, and his shoulders models of symmetry and strength. He stood well and powerfully upon his legs, which were somewhat short. In a word, he was a gallant specimen of the genuine Irish cob, a species at one time not uncommon, but at the present day nearly extinct. "There," said the groom, as he looked at him, half admiringly, half sorrowfully. "With 16 stone on his back, he'll trot 14 miles in 1 hour. With your 9 stone, some 2½ more, aye, and clear a 6-foot wall at the end of it." "I'm half afraid," said I. "I had rather you would ride him." "I'd rather so too, if he would let me, but he remembers the blow. Now, don't be afraid, young master. He's longing to go out himself. He's been trampling with his feet down these 3 days, and I know what that means. He'll let anybody ride him but myself, and thank them. But to me he says, 'No, you struck me.'" "But," said I, "where's the saddle?" "Never mind the saddle. If you are ever to be a frank rider, you must begin without a saddle. Besides, if he felt a saddle, he would think you don't trust him and leave you to yourself. Now, before you mount, make his acquaintance. See there how he kisses you and licks your face, and see how he lifts his foot. That's to shake hands. You may trust him. Now you're on his back at last. Mind how you hold the bridle, gently, gently. It's not 4 pair of hands like yours can hold him if he wishes to be off. Mind what I tell you. Leave it all to him." Off went the cob at a slow and gentle trot, too fast and rough, however, for so inexperienced a rider. I soon felt myself sliding off. The animal perceived it too, and instantly stood still till I had righted myself. And now the groom came up. "When you feel yourself going," said he, "don't lay hold of the mane, that's no use. Mane never yet saved man from falling, no more than straw from drowning. It's his sides you must cling to with your calves and feet till you learn to balance yourself. That's it. Now abroad with you. I'll bet my comrade a pot of beer that you'll be a regular rough rider by the time you come back." And so it proved. I followed the directions of the groom, and the cob gave me every assistance. How easy is riding after the first timidity is got over, to supple and youthful limbs, and there is no second fear. The creature soon found that the nerves of his rider were in proper tone. Turning his head half round, he made a kind of whining noise, flung out a little foam, and set off. In less than 2 hours I had made the circuit of the Devil's Mountain, and was returning along the road, bathed with perspiration, but screaming with delight. The cob laughed in his equine way, scattering foam and pebbles to the left and right, and trotting at the rate of 16 miles an hour. Oh, that ride, that first ride! Most truly it was an epoch in my existence, and I still look back to it with feelings of longing and regret. People may talk of first love. It is a very agreeable event, I dare say, but give me the flush and triumph and glorious sweat of a first ride like mine on the mighty cob. My whole frame was shaken, it is true, and during 1 long week I could hardly move foot or hand, but what of that? By one trial I had become free, as I say, of the whole equine species. No more fatigue, no more stiffness of joints after that first ride round the Devil's Hill on the cob. Oh, that cob, that Irish cob! May the sod lie kind over the bones of the strongest, speediest, and most gallant of its kind. Oh, the days when, issuing from the barrack gate of Templemore, we commenced our hurry-scurry just as inclination led, now across the fields, direct over stone walls and running brooks, mere pastime for the cob, sometimes along the road to Thurles and Holy Cross, even to distant Carhere. What was distance to the cob? It was thus that the passion for the equine race was first awakened within me, a passion which, up to the present time, has been rather on the increase than diminishing. It is no blind passion, the horse being a noble and generous creature, intended by the All-Wise to be the helper and friend of man, to whom he stands next in the order of creation. On many occasions in my life I have been much indebted to the horse, and have found in him a friend and coadjutor when human help and sympathy were not to be obtained. It is therefore natural enough that I should love the horse, But the love which I entertain for him has always been blended with respect, for I soon perceived that, though disposed to be a friend and helper of man, he is by no means inclined to be his slave, in which respect he differs from the dog, who will crouch when beaten, whereas the horse spurns, for he is aware of his own worth, and that he carries death within the horn of his heel. If, therefore, I found it easy to love the horse, I found it equally natural to respect him. I much question whether philology, or the passion for languages, requires so little of an apology as the love for horses. It has been said, I believe, that the more languages a man speaks, the more a man is he, which is very true, provided he acquires language as a medium for becoming acquainted with the thoughts and feelings of the various sections into which the human race is divided. But in that case he should rather be termed a philosopher than a philologist, between which two the difference is wide indeed. An individual may speak and read a dozen languages, and yet be an exceedingly poor creature, scarcely half a man, and the pursuit of tongues for their own sake, and the mere satisfaction of acquiring them, surely argues an intellect of a very low order, a mind disposed to be satisfied with mean and grovelling things, taking more pleasure in the trumpery casket than in the precious treasure which it contains, in the pursuit of words than in the acquisition of ideas. I cannot help thinking that it was fortunate for myself, who am to a certain extent a philologist, that with me the pursuit of languages has been always modified by the love of horses. For scarcely had I turned my mind to the former when I also mounted the wild cob, and hurried forth in the direction of the Devil's Hill, scattering dust and flintstones on every side. That ride, amongst other things, taught me that a lad with thews and sinews was intended by nature for something better than mere word-culling. And if I have accomplished anything in after life worthy of mentioning, I believe it may be partly attributed to the ideas which that ride, by setting my blood in a glow, infused into my brain. I might otherwise have become a mere philologist, one of those beings who toil night and day in culling useless words for some opus magnum which Murray will never publish and nobody ever read, beings without enthusiasm, who, having never mourned a generous steed, cannot detect a good point in Pegasus himself, like a certain philologist who, though acquainted with the exact value of every word in the Greek and Latin languages, could observe no particular beauty in one of the most glorious of Homer's rhapsodies. What knew he of Pegasus? He had never mounted a generous steed. The merest jockey, had the strain been interpreted to him, would have called it a brave song. I returned to the brave cob. On a certain day I had been out on an excursion. In a crossroad, at some distance from the Satanic Hill, the animal which I rode cast a shoe. By good luck a small village was at hand, at the entrance of which was a large shed, from which proceeded a most furious noise of hammering. Leading the cob by the bridle, I entered boldly. "Shoe this horse, and do it quickly, agoff," said I to the wild, grimy figure of a man, whom I found alone, fashioning a piece of iron. "God yet?" said the fellow, desisting from his work and staring at me. "Oh yes, I have money," said I, "and of the best," and I pulled out an English shilling. "Ta pay it, you gam?" said the smith, stretching out his grimy hand. "No, I shan't," said I. "Some people are glad to get their money when their work is done." The fellow hammered a little longer, and then proceeded to shoe the cob, after having first surveyed it with attention. He performed his job rather roughly, and more than once appeared to give the animal unnecessary pain, frequently making use of loud and boisterous words. By the time the work was done, the creature was in a state of high excitement, and plunged and tore. The smith stood at a short distance, seeming to enjoy the irritation of the animal, and showing in a remarkable manner a huge fang which projected from the under jaw of a very wry mouth. "You deserve better handling," said I, as I went up to the cob and fondled it, whereupon it whinnied and attempted to touch my face with its nose. "I regard you, Ed," said the fellow, desisting from his work and staring at me. "Are you not afraid of that beast?" said the smith, showing his fang. "Ah, it's vicious that he looks." "It's at you then. I don't fear him." And thereupon I passed under the horse, between its hind legs. "And is that all you can do?" "Ah," said the smith. "No," said I can ride him." "You can ride him, and what else?" "I can leap him over a 6-foot wall," said I. "Over a wall, and what more?" "Nothing more," said I, "and what more would you have?" "Can you do this?" said the smith, and he uttered a word which I had never heard before in a sharp, pungent tone. The effect upon myself was somewhat extraordinary. A strange thrill ran through me, but with regard to the cob it was terrible. The animal forthwith became like one mad, and reared and kicked with the utmost desperation. "Can you do that again?" said the man. "What is it?" said I, retreating. "I never saw the horse so before." "Go between his legs," said the smith, "his hinder legs," and he again showed his fang. "I dare not," said I. "He would kill me." "He would kill ye, and how do you know that?" "I feel he would," said I. "Something tells me so." "And it tells ye truth, but it's a fine beast, and it's a pity to see him in such a state. Isagam ant leges." And here he uttered another word in a voice singularly modified, but sweet and almost plaintive. The effect of it was as instantaneous as that of the other, but how different! The animal lost all its fury, and became at once calm and gentle. The smith went up to it, coaxed and patted it, making use of various sounds of equine endearment. Then turning to me, and holding out once more the grimy hand, said he, "And now you will be giving me the Sassenach 10pence, End of section 13. Section 14 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 14. A fine old city. Norman masterwork. Lollard's hole. Good blood. The Spaniard's sword. Old retired officer. Writing to a duke. God help the child. Nothing like Jacob. Irish brigades. Old Sergeant Meredith. I have been young. Idleness. Only course open. The bookstall. A portrait. A banished priest. From the wild scenes which I have attempted to describe in the latter pages, I must now transport the reader to others of a widely different character. He must suppose himself no longer in Ireland, but in the eastern corner of merry England. Bogs, ruins, and mountains have disappeared amidst the vapours of the west. I have nothing more to say of them. The region in which we are now is not famous for objects of that kind. Perhaps it flatters itself that it can produce fairer and better things, of some of which let me speak. There is a fine old city before us, and first of that let me speak. A fine old city truly is that, view it from whatever side you will, but it shows best from the east, where the ground, bold and elevated, overlooks the fair and fertile valley in which it stands. Gazing from those heights, the eye beholds a scene which cannot fail to awaken, even in the least sensitive bosom, feelings of pleasure and admiration. At the foot of the heights flows a narrow and deep river, with an antique bridge communicating with a long and narrow suburb, flanked on either side by rich meadows of the brightest green, beyond which spreads the city. The fine old city, perhaps the most curious specimen at present extant of the genuine old English town. Yes, there it spreads from north to south, with its venerable houses, its numerous gardens, its thrice 12 churches, its mighty mound, which, if tradition speaks true, was raised by human hands to serve as the grave-heap of an old heathen king, who sits deep within it, with his sword in his hand, and his gold and silver treasures about him. There is a grey old castle upon the top of that mighty mound, and yonder, rising 300 feet above the soil, from among those noble forest trees, behold that old Norman masterwork, that cloud-encircled cathedral spire, around which a garrulous army of rooks and choughs continually wheel their flight. Now, who can wonder that the children of that fine old city are proud of her, and offer up prayers for her prosperity? I myself, who was not born within her walls, offer up prayers for her prosperity, that want may never visit her cottages, vice her palaces, and that the abomination of idolatry may never pollute her temples. Ah, idolatry! The reign of idolatry has been over there for many a long year. Never more let us hope to return. Brave hearts in that old town have borne witness against it, and sealed their testimony with their heart's blood. Most precious to the Lord is the blood of his saints. We are not far from hallowed ground. Observe ye not yon chalky precipice to the right of the Norman bridge? On this side of the stream, upon its brow, is a piece of ruined wall, the last relic of what was of old a stately pile, whilst at its foot is a place called the Lollard's Hole, and with good reason, for many a saint of God has breathed his last beneath that white precipice, bearing witness against popish idolatry. Midst flame and pitch, many a grisly procession has advanced along that suburb, across the old bridge, towards the Lollard's Hole. Furious priests in front, a calm, pale martyr in the midst, a pitying multitude behind. It has had its martyrs, the venerable old town. Ah, there is good blood in that old city, and in the whole circumjacent region of which it is the capital. The Angles possessed the land at an early period, which, however, they were eventually compelled to share with hordes of Danes and Northmen, who flocked thither across the sea to found hearthsteads on its fertile soil. The present race, a mixture of Angles and Danes, still preserve much which speaks strongly of their northern ancestry. Amongst them you will find the light brown hair of the north, the strong and burly forms of the north, many a wild superstition, ay, and many a wild name connected with the ancient history of the north and its sublime mythology. The warm heart and the strong heart of the old Danes and Saxons still beats in those regions, and there you will find, if anywhere, old northern hospitality and kindness of manner, united with energy, perseverance, and dauntless intrepidity. Better soldiers or mariners never bled in their country's battles than those nurtured in those regions and within those old walls. It was yonder to the west that the great naval hero of Britain first saw the light, he who annihilated the sea pride of Spain and dragged the humble banner of France in triumph at his stern. He was born yonder, towards the west, and of him there is a glorious relic in that old town, in its dark flint guild house, the roof of which you can just descry rising above that maze of buildings. In the upper hall of justice is a species of glass shrine in which the relic is to be seen, a sword of curious workmanship. The blade is of keen Toledan steel, the heft of ivory and mother of pearl. 'Tis the sword of Cordova, won in bloodiest fray off St. Vincent's promontory, and presented by Nelson to the old capital of the much-loved land of his birth. Yes, the proud Spaniard's sword is to be seen in yonder guild house, in the glass case affixed to the wall. Many other relics has the good old town, but none prouder than the Spaniard's sword. Such was the place to which, when the war was over, my father retired. It was here that the old tired soldier set himself down with his little family. He had passed the greater part of his life in meritorious exertion, in the service of his country, and his chief wish now was to spend the remainder of his days in quiet and respectability. His means, it is true, were not very ample. Fortunate it was that his desires corresponded with them. With a small fortune of his own, and with his half-pay as a royal soldier, he had no fears for himself or for his faithful partner and helpmate. But then his children, how was he to provide for them? How launch them upon the wide ocean of the world? This was perhaps the only thought which gave him uneasiness, and I believe that many an old retired officer at that time, and under similar circumstances, experienced similar anxiety. Had the war continued, their children would have been, of course, provided for in the army, but peace now reigned, and the military career was closed to all save the scions of the aristocracy, or those who were in some degree connected with that privileged order, an advantage which few of these old officers could boast of. They had slight influence with the great, who gave themselves very little trouble either about them or their families. "I have been writing to the Duke," said my father one day to my excellent mother, after we had been at home somewhat better than a year. "I have been writing to the Duke of York about a commission for that eldest boy of ours." He, however, affords me no hopes. He says that his list is crammed with names, and that the greater number of the candidates have better claims than my son." "I do not see how that can be," said my mother. "Nor do I," replied my father. "I see the sons of bankers and merchants gazetted every month, and I do not see what claims they have to urge, unless they be golden ones. However, I have not served my king 50 years to turn grumbler at this time of life. I suppose that the people at the head of affairs know what is most proper and convenient. Perhaps when the lad sees how difficult, nay, how impossible it is that he should enter the army, he will turn his mind to some other profession. I wish he may." "I think he has already," said my mother. "You see how fond he is of the arts, of drawing and painting, and as far as I can judge, what he has already done is very respectable. His mind seems quite turned that way, and I heard him say the other day that he would sooner be a Michelangelo than a general officer." "But you are always talking of him. What do you think of doing with the other child?" "What indeed?" said my father. "That is a consideration which gives me no little uneasiness. I am afraid it will be much more difficult to settle him in life than his brother. What is he fitted for, even were it in my power to provide for him? God help the child! I bear him no ill will, on the contrary, all love and affection, but I cannot shut my eyes. There is something so strange about him. How he behaved in Ireland! I sent him to school to learn Greek, and he picked up Irish." "And Greek as well," said my mother. "I heard him say the other day that he could read St. John in the original tongue." "You will find excuse for him, I know," said my father. "You tell me I am always talking of my firstborn. I might retort by saying that you are always thinking of the other, but it is the way of women always to side with the second-born. There's what's-her-name in the Bible, by whose wiles the old blind man was induced to give to his second son the blessing which was the birthright of the other. I wish I had been in his place. I should not have been so easily deceived. No disguise would ever have caused me to mistake an impostor for my firstborn. Though I must say for this boy that he is nothing like Jacob. He is neither smooth nor sleek, and though my second-born is already taller and larger than his brother." "Just so," said my mother. "His brother would make a far better Jacob than he." "I will hear nothing against my firstborn," said my father, "even in the way of insinuation. He is my joy and pride, the very image of myself in my youthful days, long before I fought Big Ben, though perhaps not quite so tall or strong-built. As for the other, God bless the child. I love him, I'm sure, but I must be blind not to see the difference between him and his brother. Why, he is neither my hair nor my eyes, and then his countenance, why, it is absolutely swarthy. God forgive me, I had almost said like that of a gypsy, but I have nothing to say against that. The boy is not to be blamed for the colour of his face, nor for his hair and eyes, but then his ways and manners. I confess I do not like them, and that they give me no little uneasiness. I know that he kept very strange company when he was in Ireland, people of evil report, of whom terrible things were said, horse-witches and the like. I questioned him once or twice upon the matter, and even threatened him, but it was of no use. He put on a look as if he did not understand me, a regular Irish look, just such a one as those rascals assume when they wish to appear all innocence and simplicity, and they full of malice and deceit all the time. I don't like them. They are no friends of old England or its old king, God bless him. They are not good subjects, and never were, always in league with foreign enemies. When I was in the Coldstream, long before the Revolution, I used to hear enough about the Irish brigades kept by the French kings to be a thorn in the side of the English whenever opportunity served. Old Sergeant Meredith once told me that in the time of the Pretender there were always in London alone a dozen of fellows connected with these brigades, with the view of seducing the king's soldiers from their allegiance and persuading them to desert to France to join the honest Irish, as they were called. One of these traitors once accosted him and proposed the matter to him, offering handfuls of gold if he could induce any of his comrades to go over. Meredith appeared to consent, but secretly gave information to his colonel. The fellow was seized, and certain traitorous papers found upon him. He was hanged before Newgate, and died exulting in his treason. His name was Michael Nolan. That ever son of mine should have been intimate with the Papist Irish, and have learnt their language! "But he thinks of other things now," said my mother. "Other languages, you mean," said my father. "It is strange that he has conceived such a zest for the study of languages. No sooner did he come home than he persuaded me to send him to that old priest to learn French and Italian, and if I remember right, you abetted him. But, as I said before, it is in the nature of women invariably to take the part of the second-born. Well, there is no harm in learning French and Italian, perhaps much good in his case, as they may drive the other tongue out of his head. Irish! Why, he might go on to the university but for that. But how would he look when, on being examined with respect to his attainments, it was discovered that he understood Irish? How did you learn it, they would ask him. How did you become acquainted with the language of papists and rebels? The boy would be sent away in disgrace. Be under no apprehension. I have no doubt that he has long since forgotten it. I am glad to hear it, said my father, for between ourselves I love the poor child, quite as well as my firstborn. I trust they will do well, and that God will be their shield and guide. I have no doubt he will, for I have read something in the Bible to that effect. What is that text about the young ravens being fed? I know a better than that, said my mother, one of David's own words. I have been young, and now am grown old, yet never have I seen the righteous man forsaken, or his seed begging their bread. I have heard talk of the pleasures of idleness, yet it is my own firm belief that no one ever yet took pleasure in it. Mere idleness is the most disagreeable state of existence, and both mind and body are continually making efforts to escape from it. It has been said that idleness is the parent of mischief, which is very true, but mischief itself is merely an attempt to escape from the dreary vacuum of idleness. There are many tasks and occupations which a man is unwilling to perform, but let no one think that he is therefore in love with idleness. He turns to something which is more agreeable to his inclination, and doubtless more suited to his nature, but he is not in love with idleness. A boy may play the truant from school because he dislikes books and study, but depend upon it, he intends doing something the while, to go fishing, or perhaps to take a walk, and who knows but that from such excursions both his mind and body may derive more benefit than from books and school. Many people go to sleep to escape from idleness. The Spaniards do, and according to the French account, John Bull, the squire hangs himself in the month of November, but the French, who are a very sensible people, attribute the action à une grande envie de se désennuyer, and wishes to be doing something, say they, and having nothing better to do, he has recourse to the cord. It was for want of something better to do that shortly after my return home I applied myself to the study of languages. By the acquisition of Irish, with the first elements of which I had become acquainted under the tutelage of Murta, I had contracted a certain zest and inclination for the pursuit. Yet it is probable that, had I been launched about this time into some agreeable career, that of arms, for example, for which, being the son of a soldier, I had, as was natural, a sort of penchant, I might have thought nothing more of the acquisition of tongues of any kind. But having nothing to do, I followed the only course suited to my genius which appeared open to me. So it came to pass that one day, whilst wandering listlessly about the streets of the old town, I came to a small bookstall, and stopping, commenced turning over the books. I took up at least a dozen, and almost instantly flung them down. What were they to me? At last, coming to a thick volume, I opened it, and after inspecting its contents for a few minutes, I paid for it what was demanded, and forthwith carried it home. It was a Tessaraglot grammar, a strange old book, printed somewhere in Holland, which pretended to be an easy guide to the acquirement of the French, Italian, Low Dutch, and English tongues, by means of which anyone conversant with any one of these languages could make himself master of the other three. I turned my attention to the French and Italian. The old book was not of much value. I derived some benefit from it, however, and, conning it intensely, at the end of a few weeks obtained some insight into the structure of these two languages. At length I had learnt all that the book was capable of informing me, yet was still far from the goal to which it had promised to conduct me. "I wish I had a master," I exclaimed, and the master was at hand. In an old court of the old town lived a certain elderly personage, perhaps 60 or thereabouts. He was rather tall and something of a robust make, with a countenance in which bluffness was singularly blended with vivacity and grimace, and with a complexion which would have been ruddy but for a yellow hue which rather predominated. His dress consisted of a snuff-coloured coat and drab pantaloons, the former evidently seldom subjected to the annoyance of a brush, and the latter exhibiting here and there spots of something which, if not grease, bore a strong resemblance to it. Add to these articles an immense frill, seldom of the purest white, but invariably of the finest French cambric, and you have some idea of his dress. He had a remarkable stoop, but his step was rapid and vigorous, and as he hurried along the streets he would glance to the right and left with a pair of big eyes like plums, and on recognizing anyone would exalt a pair of grizzled eyebrows, and slightly kiss a tawny and ungloved hand. At certain hours of the day he might be seen entering the doors of female boarding schools, generally with a book in his hand, and perhaps another just peering from the orifice of a capacious back pocket. And at a certain season of the year he might be seen, dressed in white, before the altar of a certain small popish chapel, chanting from the breviary in very intelligible Latin, or perhaps reading from the desk in utterly unintelligible English. Such was my preceptor in the French and Italian tongues. Exo sacerdos, von banished priest, I came into England 25 years ago, my dear. End of section 14. Section 15 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 15. Monsieur Dante, Condemned Musket, Sporting, Sweet Rivulet, The Earl's Home, The Pool, The Sonorous Voice. What dost thou read? Man of Peace, Zohar and Mishnah, Money Changers. So I studied French and Italian under the tuition of the banished priest, to whose house I went regularly every evening to receive instruction. I made considerable progress in the acquisition of the two languages. I found the French by far the most difficult, chiefly on account of the accent, which my master himself possessed in no great purity, being a Norman by birth. The Italian was my favourite. Vous serez un jour un grand philologue, mon cher, said the old man, on our arriving at the conclusion of Dante's Hell. I hope I shall be something better, said I, before I die, or I shall have lived to little purpose. That's true, my dear. Philologist, one small poor dog. What would you wish to be? Many things sooner than that. For example, I would rather like to be him who wrote this book. Quoi, Monsieur Dante? He was a vagabond, my dear, forced to fly from his country. No, my dear, if you would be like one poet, be like Monsieur Boileau. He is the poet. I don't think so. How not think so? He wrote very respectable verses, lived and died, much respected by everybody. T'other, one bad dog, forced to fly from his country, died with not enough to pay his undertaker. Were you not forced to flee from your country? That's very true, but there is much difference between me and this Dante. He fled from country because he had one bad tongue which he shook at his betters. I fly because benefice gone and head going, not on account of the badness of my tongue. Well, said I, you can return now. The Bourbons are restored. I find myself very well here, not bad country. Il est vrai que la France sera toujours la France, but all are dead there who knew me. I find myself very well here. Preach in popish chapel, teach schismatic, that is Protestant, child tongue and literature. I find myself very well, and why? Because I know how to govern my tongue, never call people hard names. Ma foi, il y a beaucoup de différence entre moi et ce sacre de Dante. Under this old man, who was well versed in the southern languages, besides studying French and Italian, I acquired some knowledge of Spanish. But I did not devote my time entirely to philology. I had other pursuits. I had not forgotten the roving life I had read in former days, nor its delights. Neither was I formed by nature to be a pallid indoor student. No, no. I was fond of other, and I say it boldly, better things than study. I had an attachment to the angle, ay, and to the gun likewise. In our house was a condemned musket, bearing, somewhere on its lock, in rather antique characters, Tower, 1746. With this weapon I had already, in Ireland, performed some execution among the rooks and choughs, and it was now again destined to be a source of solace and amusement to me in the winter season, especially on occasions of severe frost, when birds abounded. Sallying forth with it at these times far into the country, I seldom returned at night without a string of bullfinches, blackbirds, and linnets hanging in triumph round my neck. When I reflect on the immense quantity of powder and shot which I crammed down the muzzle of my uncouth fowling piece, I am less surprised at the number of birds which I slaughtered than that I never blew my hands, face, and old honeycombed gun at one and the same time to pieces. But the winter, alas, I speak as a fowler, seldom lasts in England more than 3 or 4 months. So during the rest of the year, when not occupied with my philological studies, I had to seek for other diversions. I have already given a hint that I was also addicted to the angle. Of course, there is no comparison between the two pursuits, the rod and line seeming but very poor trumpery to one who has had the honour of carrying a noble firelock. There is a time, however, for all things, and we return to any favourite amusement with the greater zest from being compelled to relinquish it for a season. So, if I shot birds in winter with my firelock, I caught fish in summer, or attempted so to do, with my angle. I was not quite so successful, it is true, with the latter as with the former, possibly because it afforded me less pleasure. It was, indeed, too much of a listless pastime to inspire me with any great interest. I not unfrequently fell into a doze whilst sitting on the bank, and more than once let my rod drop from my hands into the water. At some distance from the city, behind a range of hilly ground which rises towards the south-west, is a small river, the waters of which, after many meanderings, eventually enter the principal river of the district, and assist to swell the tide which it rolls down to the ocean. It is a sweet rivulet, and pleasant it is to trace its course from its spring-head, high up in the remote regions of eastern Anglia, till it arrives in the valley beyond yon rising ground. And pleasant is that valley, truly a goodly spot, but most lovely when yonder bridge crosses the little stream. Beneath its arch the waters rush garrulously into a blue pool, and are there stilled for a time, for the pool is deep, and they appear to have sunk to sleep. Farther on, however, you hear their voice again, where they ripple gaily over yon gravelly shallow. On the left the hill slopes gently down to the margin of the stream. On the right is a green level, a smiling meadow. Grass of the richest decks the side of the slope. Mighty trees also adorn it, giant elms, the nearest of which, when the sun is nigh its meridian, fling a broad shadow upon the face of the pool. Through yon vista you catch a glimpse of the ancient brick of an old English hall. It has a stately look, that old building, indistinctly seen as it is among those umbrageous trees. You might almost suppose it an earl's home, and such it was, or rather upon its site stood an earl's home in days of old, for there some old Kemp, some Sigurd or Thorkild, roaming in quest of a heartstead, settled down in the grey old time when Thor and Freya were yet gods, and Odin was a portentous name. Yon old hall is still called the Earl's home, though the hearth of Sigurd is now no more, and the bones of the old Kemp and of Sigrith his dame have been mouldering for 1,000 years in some neighbouring knoll, perhaps yonder, where those tall Norwegian pines shoot up so boldly into the air. It is said that the old Earl's galley was once moored where is now that blue pool, for the waters of that valley were not always sweet. Yon valley was once an arm of the sea, a salt lagoon, to which the war barks of Sigurd, in search of a home, found their way. I was in the habit of spending many an hour on the banks of that rivulet, with my rod in my hand, and, when tired with angling, would stretch myself on the grass and gaze upon the waters as they glided past, and not unfrequently, divesting myself of my dress, I would plunge into the deep pool which I have already mentioned, for I had long since learned to swim. And it came to pass that on one hot summer's day, after bathing in the pool, I passed along the meadow till I came to a shallow part, and wading over to the opposite side, I adjusted my dress and commenced fishing in another pool, beside which was a small clump of hazels. And there I sat upon the bank at the bottom of the hill which slopes down from the Earl's home. My float was on the waters, and my back was towards the old hall. I drew up many fish, small and great, which I took from off the hook mechanically and flung upon the bank, for I was almost unconscious of what I was about, for my mind was not with my fish. I was thinking of my earlier years, of the Scottish crags and the heaths of Ireland, and sometimes my mind would dwell on my studies, on the sonorous stanzas of Dante, rising and falling like the waves of the sea, or would strive to remember a couplet or two of poor Monsieur Boileau. "Canst thou answer to thy conscience for pulling all those fish out of the water and leaving them to gasp in the sun?" said a voice, clear and sonorous as a bell. I started and looked round. Close behind me stood the tall figure of a man, dressed in raiment of quaint and singular fashion, but of goodly materials. He was in the prime and vigour of manhood, his features handsome and noble, but full of calmness and benevolence. At least I thought so, though they were somewhat shaded by a hat of finest beaver, with broad drooping eaves. "Surely that is a very cruel diversion in which thou indulgest my young friend," he continued. "I am sorry for it if it be so," said I, rising, "but I do not think it cruel to fish." "What are thy reasons for not thinking so?" "Fishing is mentioned frequently in Scripture. Simon Peter was a fisherman." "True, and Andrew and his brother. But thou forgettest, they did not follow fishing as a diversion, as I fear thou dost. Thou readest the Scriptures?" "Sometimes." "Sometimes, not daily. That is to be regretted. What profession dost thou make? I mean, to what religious denomination dost thou belong, my young friend?" "Church. It is a very good profession. There is much of Scripture contained in its liturgy. Dost thou read aught beside the Scriptures?" "Sometimes." "What dost thou read besides?" "Greek and Dante." "Indeed, then thou hast the advantage over myself. I can only read the former." "Well, I am rejoiced to find that thou hast other pursuits beside thy fishing. Dost thou know Hebrew?" "No." "Thou shouldst study it. Why dost thou not undertake the study?" "I have no books." "I will lend thee books if thou wish to undertake the study. I live yonder at the Hall, as perhaps thou knowest. I have a library there in which are many curious books, both in Greek and Hebrew, which I will show to thee whenever thou mayst find it convenient to come and see me. Farewell. I am glad to find that thou hast pursuits more satisfactory than thy cruel fishing." And the man of peace departed, and left me on the bank of the stream. Whether from the effect of his words, or from want of inclination to the sport, I know not, but from that day I became less and less a practitioner of that cruel fishing. I rarely flung line and angle into the water, but I not unfrequently wandered by the banks of the pleasant rivulet. It seemed singular to me on reflection that I never availed myself of his kind invitation. I say singular, for the extraordinary, under whatever form, had long had no slight interest for me, and I had discernment enough to perceive that yon was no common man. Yet I went not near him, certainly not from bashfulness or timidity, feelings to which I had long been an entire stranger. Am I to regret this? Perhaps, for I might have learned both wisdom and righteousness from those calm, quiet lips, and my after course might have been widely different. As it was, I fell in with other guest companions, from whom I received widely different impressions than those I might have derived from him. When many years had rolled on, long after I had attained manhood, and had seen and suffered much, and when our first interview had long since been effaced from the mind of the man of peace, I visited him in his venerable hall, and partook of the hospitality of his hearth. And there I saw his gentle partner and his fair children, and on the morrow he showed me the books of which he had spoken years before by the side of the stream. In the low, quiet chamber, whose one window, shaded by a gigantic elm, looks down the slope towards the pleasant stream, he took from the shelf his learned books, Zohar and Mishnah, Toldoth Jesu and Abarbanel. "I am fond of these studies," said he, which perhaps is not to be wondered at, seeing that our people have been compared to the Jews. In one respect, I confess we are similar to them. We are fond of getting money. I do not like this last author, this Abarbanel, the worse for having been a money changer. I am a banker myself, as thou knowest. And would there were many like him amidst the money changers of princes. The hall of many an earl lacks the bounty, the palace of many a prelate the piety and learning, which adorn the quiet Quaker's home. End of section 15. Section 16 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 16. Fair of horses, looks of respect, the fast trotter, pair of eyes, strange men, Jasper, your pal, force of blood, young lady with diamonds, not quite so beautiful. I was standing on the castle hill in the midst of a fair of horses. I have already had occasion to mention this castle. It is the remains of what was once a Norman stronghold, and is perched upon a round mound or monticle in the midst of the old city. Steep is this mound, and scarped evidently by the hand of man. A deep gorge over which is flung a bridge separates it on the south from a broad swell of open ground called the Hill. Of old the scene of many a tournament and feat of Norman chivalry, but now much used as a show-place for cattle, where those who buy and sell beeves and other beasts resort at stated periods. So it came to pass that I stood upon this hill, observing a fair of horses. The reader is already aware that I had long since conceived a passion for the equine race, a passion in which circumstances had of late not permitted me to indulge. I had no horses to ride, but I took pleasure in looking at them, and I had already attended more than one of these fairs. The present was lively enough. Indeed, horse fairs are seldom dull. There was shouting and whooping, neighing and braying. There was galloping and trotting. Fellows with high-lows and white stockings, and with many a string dangling from the knees of their tight breeches, were running desperately, holding horses by the halter, and in some cases dragging them along. There were long-tailed steeds and dock-tailed steeds of every degree and breed. There were droves of wild ponies and long rows of sober cart-horses. There were donkeys and even mules, the last rare things to be seen in damp, misty England, for the mule pines in mud and rain, and thrives best with a hot sun above and a burning sand below. There were, the gallant creatures, I hear their neigh upon the wind. There were, goodliest sight of all, certain enormous quadrupeds only seen to perfection in our native isle, led about by dapper grooms, their manes ribanded, and their tails curiously clubbed and bald. Ha, ha! How distinctly do they say, ha, ha! An old man draws nigh. He is mounted on a lean pony, and he leads by the bridle one of these animals. Nothing very remarkable about that creature, unless in being smaller than the rest and gentle, which they are not. He is not of the sightliest look. He is almost dun, and over one eye a thick film has gathered. But stay, there is something remarkable about that horse. There is something in his action in which he differs from all the rest. As he advances, the clamour is hushed. All eyes are turned upon him. What looks of interest, of respect, and what is this? People are taking off their hats. Surely not to that steed. Yes, verily, men, especially old men, taking off their hats to that one-eyed steed, and I hear more than one deep-drawn ah. "What horse is that?" said I to a very old fellow, the counterpart of the old man on the pony, save that the last wore a faded suit of velveteen, and this one was dressed in a white frock. "The best in Mother England," said the very old man, taking a knobbed stick from his mouth and looking at me in the face, at first carelessly, but presently with something like interest. "He is old like myself, but can still trot his 20 miles an hour. You won't live long, my swain. Tall and overgrown ones like thee never does. Yet if you should chance to reach my years, you may boast to thy great-grandboys thou hast seen marshland shales." Amain, I did for the horse what I would neither do for earl nor baron, doffed my hat. Yes, I doffed my hat to the wondrous horse, the fast trotter, the best in Mother England, and I too drew a deep ah, and repeated the words of the old fellows around. Such a horse as this we shall never see again. A pity that he is so old. Now, during all this time I had a kind of consciousness that I had been the object of some person's observation, that eyes were fastened upon me from somewhere in the crowd. Sometimes I thought myself watched from before, sometimes from behind, and occasionally methought that, if I just turned my head to the right or left, I should meet a peering and inquiring glance, and indeed once or twice I did turn, expecting to see somebody whom I knew, yet always without success, though it appeared to me that I was but a moment too late, and that someone had just slipped away from the direction to which I turned, like the figure of a magic lanthorn. Once I was quite sure that there were a pair of eyes glaring over my right shoulder. My attention, however, was so fully occupied with the objects which I have attempted to describe that I thought very little of this coming and going, this flitting and dodging of I knew not whom or what. It was, after all, a matter of sheer indifference to me who was looking at me. I could only wish, whomsoever it might be, to be more profitably employed, so I continued enjoying what I saw. And now there was a change in the scene. The wondrous old horse departed with his aged guardian. Other objects of interest are at hand. 2 or 3 men on horseback are hurrying through the crowd. They are widely different in their appearance from the other people of the fair, not so much in dress, for they are clad something after the fashion of rustic jockeys, but in their look. No light brown hair have they, no ruddy cheeks, no blue quiet glances belong to them. Their features are dark, their locks long, black and shining, and their eyes are wild. They are admirable horsemen, but they do not sit in the saddle in the manner of common jockeys. They seem to float or hover upon it, like gulls upon the waves. 2 of them are mere striplings, but the third is a very tall man, with a countenance heroically beautiful, but wild, wild, wild. As they rush along, the crowd give way on all sides, and now a kind of ring or circus is formed, within which the strange men exhibit their horsemanship, rushing past each other, in and out, after the manner of a reel, the tall man occasionally balancing himself upon the saddle, and standing erect on one foot. He had just regained his seat after the latter feat, and was about to push his horse to a gallop, when a figure started forward close from beside me, and laying his hand on his neck and pulling him gently downward, appeared to whisper something into his ear. Presently the tall man raised his head, and scanning the crowd for a moment in the direction in which I was standing, fixed his eyes full upon me, and anon the countenance of the whisperer was turned, but only in part, and the side glance of another pair of wild eyes was directed towards my face. But the entire visage of the big black man, half stooping as he was turned full upon mine. But now, with a nod to the figure who had stopped him, and with another inquiring glance at myself, the big man once more put his steed into motion, and after riding round the ring a few more times, darted through a lane in the crowd, and followed by his 2 companions, disappeared, whereupon the figure who had whispered to him, and had subsequently remained in the middle of the space, came towards me, and cracking a whip which he held in his hand so loudly that the report was nearly equal to that of a pocket pistol, he cried in a strange tone, "What! The Sapengro! Law, the Sapengro upon the hill!" "I remember that word," said I, "and I almost think I remember you. You can't be Jasper, your pal. Truth and no lie, brother." "It is strange that you should have known me," said I. "I am certain, but for the word you used, I should never have recognized you." "Not so strange as you may think, brother. There is something in your face which would prevent people from forgetting you, even though they might wish it, and your face is not much altered since the time you wot of, though you are so much grown. I thought it was you, but to make sure I dodged about, inspecting you. I believe you felt me, though I never touched you. A sign, brother, that we are akin, that we are dui palo, 2 relations. Your blood beat when mine was near, as mine always does at the coming of a brother, and we became brothers in that lane." "And where are you staying?" said I. "In this town?" "Not in the town. The like of us don't find it exactly wholesome to stay in towns. We keep abroad. But I have little to do here. Come with me, and I'll show you where we stay." We descended the hill in the direction of the north, and passing along the suburb, reached the old Norman bridge, which we crossed. The chalk precipice with the ruin on its top was now before us, but turning to the left we walked swiftly along, and presently came to some rising ground, which, ascending, we found ourselves upon a wild moor or heath. "You are one of them," said I, "whom people call—" "Just so," said Jasper, "but never mind what people call us." "And that tall, handsome man on the hill whom you whispered, I suppose he's one of ye. What is his name?" "Torno Chikno," said Jasper, "which means the small one. We call him such because he is the biggest man of all our nation. You say he is handsome. That is not the word, brother. He is the beauty of the world. Women run wild at the sight of Torno. An earl's daughter near London, a fine young lady with diamonds round her neck, fell in love with Torno. I have seen that lass on a heath, as this may be, kneel down to Torno, clasp his feet, begging to be his wife, or anything else, if she might go with him. But Torno would have nothing to do with her. 'I have a wife of my own,' said he, 'a lawful Romany wife, whom I love better than the whole world, jealous though she sometimes be.'" "And is she very beautiful?" said I. "Why, you know, brother, beauty is frequently a matter of taste. However, as you ask my opinion, I should say not quite so beautiful as himself." We had now arrived at a small valley between two hills or downs, the sides of which were covered with firs. In the midst of this valley were various carts and low tents, forming a rude kind of encampment. Several dark children were playing about, who took no manner of notice of us. As we passed one of the tents, however, a canvas screen was lifted up, and a woman supported upon a crutch hobbled out. She was about the middle age, and, besides being lame, was bitterly ugly. She was very slovenly dressed, and on her swarthy features ill nature was most visibly stamped. She did not deign me a look, but addressing Jasper in a tongue which I did not understand, appeared to put some eager questions to him. "He's coming," said Jasper, and passed on. "Poor fellow," said he to me, "he has scarcely been gone an hour, and she's jealous already. Well," he continued, "what do you think of her? You have seen her now, and can judge for yourself. That 'ere woman is Torno Chikno's wife." End of section 16. Section 17 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 17. The tent. Pleasant discourse. I am Pharaoh. Shifting for oneself. Horseshoes. This is wonderful. Bless your wisdom. A pretty manoeuvre. Ill day to the Romans. My name is Hearn. Singular people. An original speech. Wordmaster. Speaking Romanly. We went to the farthest of the tents, which stood at a slight distance from the rest, and which exactly resembled the one which I have described on a former occasion. We went in and sat down, one on each side of a small fire, which was smouldering on the ground. There was no one else in the tent but a tall, tawny woman of middle age, who was busily knitting. "Brother," said Jasper, "I wish to hold some pleasant discourse with you." "As much as you please," said I, "provided you can find anything pleasant to talk about." "Never fear," said Jasper. "And first of all we will talk of yourself. Where have you been all this long time?" "Here and there," said I, "and far and near, going about with the soldiers. But there is no soldiering now, so we have sat down, father and family, in the town there." "And do you still hunt snakes?" said Jasper. "No," said I have given up that long ago. I do better now, read books and learn languages." "Well, I am sorry you have given up your snake hunting. Many's the strange talk I have had with our people about your snake and yourself, and how you frightened my father and mother in the lane." "And where are your father and mother?" "Where I shall never see them, brother. At least I hope so." "Not dead?" "No, not dead. They are bichade pordel." "What's that?" "Sent across. Banished." "Ah, I understand. I am sorry for them. And so you are here alone?" "Not quite alone, brother." "No, not alone, but with the rest. Torno Chikno takes care of you." "Takes care of me, brother?" Yes, stands to you in the place of a father, keeps you out of harm's way. What do you take me for, brother? For about 3 years older than myself. Perhaps, but you are of Gorgios, and I am of Romani Chal. Torno Chikno, take care of Mr Petulengro. Is that your name? Don't you like it? Very much. I never heard a sweeter. It is something like what you call me. The horseshoe master and the snake fellow. I am the first. Who gave you that name? Ask Pharaoh. I would if he were here, but I do not see him. I am Pharaoh. Then you are a king. Chachepen pal. I do not understand you. Where are your languages? You want 2 things, brother, mother sense and gentle Romany. What makes you think I want sense? That, being so old, you can't yet guide yourself. I can read Dante, Jasper. Anan, brother. I can charm snakes, Jasper. I know you can, brother. Yes, and horses too. Bring me the most vicious in the land. If I whisper, he'll be tame. Then the more shame for you, a snake fellow, a horsewitch, and a little reader. Yet you can't shift for yourself. I laugh at you, brother. Then you can shift for yourself? For myself and for others, brother. And what does Chick know? Sells me horses when I bid him. Those horses on the chong were mine. And has he none of his own? Sometimes he has, but he is not so well off as myself. When my father and mother were bitcha de podel, which to tell you the truth they were for chiving wafodo duluvu, they left me all they had, which was not a little, and I became the head of our family, which was not a small one. I was not older than you when that happened, yet our people said they had never a better krallis to contrive and plan for them, and to keep them in order. And this is so well known that many Romani Chals, not of our family, come and join themselves to us, living with us for a time, in order to better themselves, more especially those of the poorer sort, who have little of their own. Torno is one of these. Is that fine fellow poor? One of the poorest, brother. Handsome as he is, he has not a horse of his own to ride on. Perhaps we may put it down to his wife, who cannot move about, being a cripple, as you saw. And you're what is called a gypsy king? Aye, aye, a Romani Kral. Are there other kings? Those who call themselves so. But the true Pharaoh is Petulengro. Did Pharaoh make horseshoes? The first who ever did, brother. Pharaoh lived in Egypt. So did we once, brother. And you left it? My fathers did, brother. And why did they come here? They had their reasons, brother. And you are not English? We are not Gorgios. And you have a language of your own? Avali. This is wonderful. Ha ha! Cried the woman, who had hitherto sat knitting at the farther end of the tent, without saying a word, though not inattentive to our conversation, as I could perceive by certain glances which she occasionally cast upon us both. Ha ha! She screamed, fixing upon me 2 eyes, which shone like burning coals, and which were filled with an expression both of scorn and malignity. It is wonderful, is it, that we should have a language of our own? What, you grudge the poor people the speech they talk among themselves? That's just like you Gorgios. You would have everybody stupid, single-tongued idiots like yourselves. We are taken before the Pockneys of the Gav, myself and sister, to give an account of ourselves. So I says to my sister's little boy, speaking Romany, I says to the little boy who is with us, run to my son Jasper and the rest, and tell them to be off. There are hawks around. So the Pockneys question us, and let us go, not being able to make anything of us, but as we are going he calls us back. Good woman, says the Pockneys, what was that I heard you say just now to the little boy? I was telling him, your worship, to go and see the time of day, and to save trouble I said it in our language. Where did you get that language? Says the Pockneys. 'Tis our own language, sir, I tell him. We did not steal it. Shall I tell you what it is, my good woman? Says the Pockneys. I would thank you, sir, says I, for 'tis often we are asked about it. Well then, says the Pockneys, it is no language at all, merely a made-up gibberish. Oh, bless your wisdom, says I, with a curtsy. You can tell us what our language is without understanding it. Another time we met a parson. Good woman, says he, what's that you are talking? Is it broken language? Of course, your reverence, says I, we are broken people. Give a shilling, your reverence, to the poor broken woman. Oh, these gorgios, they grudge us our very language. She called you her son, Jasper? I am her son, brother. I thought you said your parents were... Bichade Podol. You thought right, brother. This is my wife's mother. Then you are married, Jasper? Aye, truly. I am husband and father. You will see wife and chubbo anon. Where are they now? In the gav, penning duckerin. We were talking of language, Jasper. True, brother. Yours must be a rum one. 'Tis called Romany. I would gladly know it. You need it sorely. Would you teach it to me? None sooner. Suppose we begin now. Suppose we do, brother. Not whilst I am here, said the woman, flinging her knitting down and starting upon her feet. Not whilst I am here shall this Gorgio learn Romany. A pretty manoeuvre, truly, and what would be the end of it? I goes to the farming cur with my sister to tell a fortune and earn a few sixpences for the chabes. I sees a jolly pig in the yard, and I says to my sister, speaking Romany, do so-and-so, says I, which the farming man hearing asks what we are talking about. Nothing at all, master, says I, something about the weather. When who should start up behind a pail where he has been listening but this ugly Gorgio, crying out, they are after poisoning your pigs, neighbour, so that we are glad to run, I and my sister, with perhaps the Lavengro shouting after us. Says my sister to me when we have got fairly off, how came that ugly one to know what you said to me? Whereupon I answers, it all comes of my son Jasper, who brings the Gorgio to our fire, and must needs be teaching him. Who was fool there, says my sister. Who indeed but my son Jasper, I answers. And here should I be a greater fool to sit still and suffer it, which I will not do. I do not like the look of him. He looks over gorgeous. An ill day to the Romans when he masters Romany, and when I says that, I pens a true duckerin. What do you call God, Jasper? You had better be jawing, says the woman, raising her voice to a terrible scream. You had better be moving off, my Gorgio. Hang you for a keen one, sitting there by the fire and stealing my language before my face. Do you know whom you have to deal with? Do you know that I am dangerous? My name is Hearn, and I come of the hairy ones. And a hairy one she looked. She wore her hair clubbed upon her head, fastened with many strings and ligatures. But now, tearing these off, her locks, originally jet black, but now partially grizzled with age, fell down on every side of her, covering her face and back as far down as her knees. No she-bear of Lapland ever looked more fierce and hairy than did that woman, as standing in the open part of the tent, with her head bent down and her shoulders drawn up, seemingly about to precipitate herself upon me, she repeated again and again, "My name is Hearn, and I comes of the hairy ones." I call God Duvel, brother. It sounds very like devil. It doth, brother, it doth. And what do you call divine? I mean godly. Oh, I call that Duvelsko. I am thinking of something, Jasper. What are you thinking of, brother? Would it not be a rum thing if divine and devilish were originally one and the same word? It would, brother, it would. From this time I had frequent interviews with Jasper, sometimes in his tent, sometimes on the heath, about which we would roam for hours, discoursing on various matters. Sometimes, mounted on one of his horses, of which he had several, I would accompany him to various fairs and markets in the neighbourhood, to which he went on his own affairs or those of his tribe. I soon found that I had become acquainted with a most singular people, whose habits and pursuits awakened within me the highest interest. Of all connected with them, however, their language was doubtless that which exercised the greatest influence over my imagination. I had at first some suspicion that it would prove a mere made-up gibberish, but I was soon undeceived. Broken, corrupted, and half in ruins as it was not long before I found that it was an original speech, far more so, indeed, than one or two others of high name and celebrity, which up to that time I had been in the habit of regarding with respect and veneration. Indeed, many obscure points connected with the vocabulary of these languages, and to which neither classic nor modern law afforded any clue, I thought I could now clear up by means of this strange broken tongue, spoken by people who dwelt amongst thickets and furze bushes, in tents as tawny as their faces, and whom the generality of mankind designated, and with much semblance of justice, as thieves and vagabonds. But where did this speech come from, and who were they who spoke it? These were questions which I could not solve, and which Jasper himself, when pressed, confessed his inability to answer. "But whoever we be, brother," said he, "we are an old people, and not what folks in general imagine, broken gorgios. And if we are not Egyptians, we are at any rate Romany Chals." Romany Chals! I should not wonder, after all, said I, that these people had something to do with the founding of Rome. Rome, it is said, was built by vagabonds. Who knows but that some tribe of the kind settled down thereabouts, and called the town which they built after their name? But whence did they come originally? Ah, there is the difficulty. But abandoning these questions, which at that time were far too profound for me, I went on studying the language, and at the same time the characters and manners of these strange people. My rapid progress in the former astonished, while it delighted, Jasper. "We'll no longer call you Sapengro, brother," said he, "but rather Lavengro, which in the language of the Gorgios meaneth word-master." "Nay, brother," said Torno Chikno, with whom I had become very intimate, "you had better call him Kuru Mengo. I have put on the gloves with him, and find him a pure fist-master. I like him for that, for I am a Kuru Mengo myself, and was born at Brummagem." "I like him for his modesty," says Mrs. Chikno. "I never hears any ill words come from his mouth, but on the contrary, much sweet language. His talk is golden, and he has taught my elder to say his prayers in Romany, which my rover had never the grace to do." "He is the pal of my Rom," said Mrs. Petulengro, "who is a very handsome woman, and therefore I likes him, and not the less for his being a rye. Folks call me high-minded, and perhaps I have reason to be so. Before I married Pharaoh I had an offer from a lord. I likes the young rye, and if he chooses to follow us he shall have my sister. What say you, mother? Should not the young rye have my sister Ursula?" "To gain a bad brother, you have lost a good mother." "I am going to my people," said Mrs. Hearn, placing a bundle upon a donkey, which was her own peculiar property. "I am going to Yorkshire, for I can stand this no longer. You say you like him. In that we differ. I hates the Gorgio, and would like, speaking Romanly, to mix a little poison with his waters. And now go to London, my children. I goes to Yorkshire. Take my blessing with ye, and a little bit of a gilly to cheer your hearts with when ye are weary. In all kinds of weather we have lived together, but now we are parted. I goes broken-hearted. I can't keep you company. Ye are no longer Romany. To gain a bad brother, ye have lost a good mother." End of section 17. Section 18 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 18. What profession? Not fitted for a churchman. Erratic course. The bitter draught. Principle of woe. Thou wouldst be joyous. What ails you? Poor child of clay. So the gypsies departed, Mrs. Hearn to Yorkshire and the rest to London. As for myself, I continued in the house of my parents, passing my time in much the same manner as I have already described, principally in philological pursuits. But I was now 16, and it was highly necessary that I should adopt some profession, unless I intended to fritter away my existence and to be a useless burden to those who had given me birth. But what profession was I to choose, there being none in the wide world, perhaps, for which I was suited? Nor was there any one for which I felt any decided inclination, though perhaps there existed within me a lurking penchant for the profession of arms, which was natural enough, as from my earliest infancy I had been accustomed to military sights and sounds. But this profession was then closed, as I have already hinted, and, as I believe, it has since continued to those who, like myself, had no better claim to urge than the service of a father. My father, who, for certain reasons of his own, had no very high opinion of the advantages resulting from this career, would have gladly seen me enter the church. His desire was, however, considerably abated by one or two passages of my life, which occurred to his recollection. He particularly dwelt on the unheard-of manner in which I had picked up the Irish language, and drew from thence the conclusion that I was not fitted by nature to cut a respectable figure at an English university. "He will fly off in a tangent," said he, "and when called upon to exhibit his skill in Greek, will be found proficient in Irish. I have observed the poor lad attentively, and really do not know what to make of him, but I am afraid he will never make a churchman." And I have no doubt that my excellent father was right, both in his premises and the conclusion at which he arrived. I had, undoubtedly, at one period of my life, forsaken Greek for Irish, and the instruction of a learned Protestant divine for those of a Papist gossoon, the card-fancying Murta, and of late, though I kept it a strict secret, I had abandoned in a great measure the study of the beautiful Italian and the recitation of the sonorous terzets of the Divine Comedy, in which at one time I took the greatest delight, in order to become acquainted with the broken speech and yet more broken songs of certain houseless wanderers whom I had met at a horse fair. Such an erratic course was certainly by no means in consonance with the sober and unvarying routine of college study. And my father, who was a man of excellent common sense, displayed it in not pressing me to adopt a profession which required qualities of mind which he saw I did not possess. Other professions were talked of, amongst which the law. But now an event occurred which had nearly stopped my career, and merged all minor points of solicitude in anxiety for my life. My strength and appetite suddenly deserted me, and I began to pine and droop. Some said that I had overgrown myself, and that these were the symptoms of a rapid decline. I grew worse and worse, and was soon stretched upon my bed, from which it seemed scarcely probable that I should ever more rise, the physicians themselves giving but slight hopes of my recovery. As for myself, I made up my mind to die, and felt quite resigned. I was sadly ignorant at that time, and when I thought of death it appeared to me little else than a pleasant sleep, and I wished for sleep, of which I got but little. It was well that I did not die that time, for I repeat that I was sadly ignorant of many important things. I did not die, for somebody coming gave me a strange bitter draught, a decoction, I believe, of a bitter root which grows on commons and desolate places, and the person who gave it me was an ancient female, a kind of doctress, who had been my nurse in my infancy, and who, hearing of my state, had come to see me. So I drank the draught and became a little better, and I continued taking draughts made from the bitter root till I manifested symptoms of convalescence. But how much more quickly does strength desert the human frame than return to it? I had become convalescent, it is true, but my state of feebleness was truly pitiable. I believe it is in that state that the most remarkable feature of human physiology frequently exhibits itself. Oh, how dare I mention the dark feelings of mysterious dread which comes over the mind, and which the lamp of reason, though burning bright the while, is unable to dispel. Art thou, as leeches say, the concomitant of disease, the result of shattered nerves? Nay, rather the principle of woe itself, the fountainhead of all sorrow coexistent with man, whose influence he feels when yet unborn, and whose workings he testifies with his earliest cries, when, drowned in tears, he first beholds the light. For as the sparks fly upward, so is man born to trouble, and woe doth he bring with him into the world, even thyself, dark one, terrible one, causeless, unbegotten, without a father. Oh, how unfrequently dost thou break down the barriers which divide thee from the poor soul of man, and overcast its sunshine with thy gloomy shadow! In the brightest days of prosperity, in the midst of health and wealth, how sentient is the poor human creature of thy neighbourhood! How instinctively aware that the floodgates of horror may be cast open, and the dark stream engulf him for ever and ever! Then is it not lawful for man to exclaim, "Better that I had never been born"? Fool, for thyself thou wast not born, but to fulfil the inscrutable decrees of thy Creator. And how dost thou know that this dark principle is not, after all, thy best friend, that it is not that which tempers the whole mass of thy corruption? It may be, for what thou knowest, the mother of wisdom and of great works. It is the dread of the horror of the night that makes the pilgrim hasten on his way. When thou feelest it nigh, let thy safety word be onward. If thou tarry, thou art overwhelmed. Courage, build great works. 'Tis urging thee. It is ever nearest the favourites of God. The fool knows little of it. Thou wouldst be joyous, wouldst thou? Then be a fool. What great work was ever the result of joy, the puny one? Who have been the wise ones, the mighty ones, the conquering ones of this earth? The joyous? I believe not. The fool is happy, or comparatively so, certainly the least sorrowful, but he is still a fool. And whose notes are sweetest, those of the nightingale or of the silly lark? "What ails you, my child?" said a mother to her son as he lay on a couch under the influence of the dreadful one. "What ails you? You seem afraid." "Boy, and so I am. A dreadful fear is upon me." "Mother, but of what? There is no one can harm you. Of what are you apprehensive?" "Boy, of nothing that I can express. I know not what I am afraid of, but afraid I am." "Mother, perhaps you see sights and visions. I knew a lady once who was continually thinking that she saw an armed man threaten her, but it was only an imagination, a phantom of the brain." "Boy, no armed man threatens me, and 'tis not a thing like that would cause me any fear. Did an armed man threaten me, I would get up and fight him, weak as I am. I would wish for nothing better, for then perhaps I should lose this fear. Mine is a dread of I know not what, and there the horror lies." "Mother, your forehead is cool, and your speech collected. Do you know where you are?" "Boy, I know where I am, and I see things just as they are. You are beside me, and upon the table there is a book which was written by a Florentine. All this I see, and that there is no ground for being afraid. I am, moreover, quite cool, and feel no pain. But... And then there was a burst of gemiti, sospiri, et alti guai. Alas, alas, poor child of clay! As the sparks fly upward, so wast thou born to sorrow. Onward. End of section 18. Section 19 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 19. Agreeable delusions. Youth. A profession. Ab Gwilym. Glorious English law. There they pass. My dear old master. The deal desk. Language of the tense. Where is Morford? Go to. Only once. It has been said by this or that writer, I scarcely know by whom, that in proportion as we grow old and our time becomes short, the swifter does it pass, until at last, as we approach the borders of the grave, it assumes all the speed and impetuosity of a river about to precipitate itself into an abyss. This is doubtless the case, provided we carry to the grave those pleasant thoughts and delusions which alone render life agreeable, and to which even to the very last we would gladly cling. But what becomes of the swiftness of time when the mind sees the vanity of human pursuits, which is sure to be the case when its fondest, dearest hopes have been blighted at the very moment when the harvest was deemed secure? What becomes from that moment, I repeat, of the shortness of time? I put not the question to those who have never known that trial. They are satisfied with themselves and all around them, with what they have done and yet hope to do. Some carry their delusions with them to the borders of the grave, aye, to the very moment when they fall into it. A beautiful golden cloud surrounds them to the last, and such talk of the shortness of time. Through the medium of that cloud, the world has ever been a pleasant world to them. Their only regret is that they are so soon to quit it. But oh, ye dear deluded hearts, it is not every one who is so fortunate. To the generality of mankind there is no period like youth. The generality are far from fortunate, but the period of youth, even to the least so, offers moments of considerable happiness, for they are not only disposed, but able to enjoy most things within their reach. With what trifles at that period are we content? The things from which in after life we should turn away in disdain please us then, for we are in the midst of a golden cloud, and everything seems decked with a golden hue. Never during any portion of my life did time flow on more speedily than during the 2 or 3 years immediately succeeding the period to which we arrived in the preceding chapter. Since then it has flagged often enough. Sometimes it has seemed to stand entirely still, and the reader may easily judge how it fares at the present from the circumstance of my taking pen in hand and endeavouring to write down the passages of my life, a last resource with most people. But at the period to which I allude I was just, as I may say, entering upon life. I had adopted a profession, and to keep up my character, simultaneously with that profession, the study of a new language. I speedily became a proficient in the one, but ever remained a novice in the other. A novice in the law, but a perfect master in the Welsh tongue. Yes, very pleasant times were those, when within the womb of a lofty deal desk, behind which I sat for some 8 hours every day, transcribing, when I imagine eyes were upon me, documents of every description and every possible hand. Blackstone kept company with Ab Gwilym, the polished English lawyer of the last century, who wrote long and prosy chapters on the rights of things, with a certain wild Welshman, who some 400 years before that time indited immortal cowards and odes to the wives of Cambrian chieftains, more particularly to one Morfydd, the wife of a certain hunchbacked dignitary called by the poet facetiously Bwabach, generally terminating with the modest request of a little private parlance beneath the greenwood bough, with no other witness than the Eos, or nightingale, a request which, if the poet himself may be believed, rather a doubtful point, was seldom, very seldom, denied. And by what strange chance had Ab Gwilym and Blackstone, two personages so exceedingly different, been thus brought together? From what the reader already knows of me, he may be quite prepared to find me reading the former. But what could have induced me to take up Blackstone, or rather the law? I have ever loved to be as explicit as possible, on which account perhaps I never attained to any proficiency in the law, the essence of which is said to be ambiguity. Most questions may be answered in a few words, and this among the rest, though connected with the law. My parents deemed it necessary that I should adopt some profession. They named the law. The law was as agreeable to me as any other profession within my reach, so I adopted the law, and the consequence was that Blackstone, probably for the first time, found himself in company with Ab Gwilym. By adopting the law I had not ceased to be Lavengro. So I sat behind a desk many hours in the day, ostensibly engaged in transcribing documents of various kinds. The scene of my labours was a strange old house occupying one side of a long and narrow court, into which, however, the greater number of the windows looked not, but into an extensive garden filled with fruit trees in the rear of a large handsome house, belonging to a highly respectable gentleman, who, moyennant un douceur considerable, had consented to instruct my father's youngest son in the mysteries of glorious English law. Ah, would that I could describe the good gentleman in the manner which he deserves! He has long since sunk to his place in a respectable vault, in the aisle of a very respectable church, whilst an exceedingly respectable marble slab against the neighbouring wall tells on a Sunday some eye wandering from its prayer-book that his dust lies below. To secure such respectabilities in death, he passed a most respectable life. Let no one sneer. He accomplished much. His life was peaceful. So was his death. Are these trifles? I wish I could describe him, for I loved the man, and with reason, for he was ever kind to me, to whom kindness has not always been shown, and he was, moreover, a choice specimen of a class which no longer exists, a gentleman lawyer of the old school. I would fain describe him, but figures with which he has naught to do press forward and keep him from my mind's eye. And there they pass, Spaniard and Moor, Gypsy, Turk, and livid Jew. But who is that? What that thick, pursy man in the loose, snuff-coloured greatcoat, with the white stockings, drab breeches, and silver buckles on his shoes? That man with the bull neck and singular head, immense in the lower part, especially about the jaws, but tapering upwards like a pear. The man with the bushy brows, small grey eyes, replete with cat-like expression, whose grizzled hair is cut close, and whose ear-lobes are pierced with small golden rings. Oh, that is not my dear old master, but a widely different personage. Bonjour, Mr. Vidocq. Expression de ma part à Monsieur le Baron Taylor. But here he comes at last, my veritable old master. A more respectable-looking individual was never seen. He really looked what he was, a gentleman of the law. There was nothing of the pettifogger about him. Somewhat under the middle size, and somewhat rotund in person, he was always dressed in a full suit of black, never worn long enough to become threadbare. His face was rubicund, and not without keenness, but the most remarkable thing about him was the crown of his head, which was bald and shone like polished ivory, nothing more white, smooth, and lustrous. Some people have said that he wore false calves, probably because his black silk stockings never exhibited a wrinkle. They might just as well have said that he waddled because his shoes creaked, for these last, which were always without a speck and polished as his crown, though of a different hue, did creak as he walked rather slowly. I cannot say that I ever saw him walk fast. He had a handsome practice, and might have died a very rich man, much richer than he did, had he not been in the habit of giving rather expensive dinners to certain great people, who gave him nothing in return except their company. I could never discover his reason for doing so, as he always appeared to me a remarkably quiet man, by nature averse to noise and bustle. But in all dispositions there are anomalies. I have already said that he lived in a handsome house, and I may as well here add that he had a very handsome wife, who both dressed and talked exceedingly well. So I sat behind the deal desk, engaged in copying documents of various kinds. And in the apartment in which I sat, and in the adjoining ones, there were others, some of whom likewise copied documents, while some were engaged in the yet more difficult task of drawing them up. And some of these, sons of nobody, were paid for the work they did, whilst others, like myself, sons of somebody, paid for being permitted to work, which, as our principal observed, was but reasonable, forasmuch as we not unfrequently utterly spoiled the greater part of the work entrusted to our hands. There was one part of the day when I generally found myself quite alone. I mean at the hour when the rest went home to their principal meal. I, being the youngest, was left to take care of the premises, to answer the bell and so forth, till relieved, which was seldom before the expiration of an hour and a half, when I myself went home. This period, however, was anything but disagreeable to me, for it was then that I did what best pleased me, and leaving off copying the documents, I sometimes indulged in a fit of musing, my chin resting on both my hands, and my elbows planted on the desk, or, opening the desk aforesaid, I would take out one of the books contained within it, and the book which I took out was almost invariably not Blackstone, but Ab Gwilym. Ah, that Ab Gwilym! I am much indebted to him, and it were ungrateful on my part not to devote a few lines to him and his songs in this my history. Start not, reader, I am not going to trouble you with a poetical dissertation. No, I know my duty too well to introduce anything of the kind, but I, who imagine I know several things, and amongst others the workings of your mind at this moment, have an idea that you are anxious to learn a little, a very little, more about Ab Gwilym than I have hitherto told you, the 2 or 3 words that I have dropped having awakened within you a languid kind of curiosity. I have no hesitation in saying that he makes one of the some half-dozen really great poets whose verses, in whatever language they wrote, exist at the present day and are more or less known. It matters little how I first became acquainted with the writings of this man, and how the short thick volume stuffed full with his immortal imaginings first came into my hands. I was studying Welsh, and I fell in with Ab Gwilym by no very strange chance. But before I say more about Ab Gwilym, I must be permitted, I really must, to say a word or two about the language in which he wrote, that same sweet Welsh. If I remember right, I found the language a difficult one. In mastering it, however, I derived unexpected assistance from what of Irish remained in my head, and I soon found that they were cognate dialects, springing from some old tongue which itself perhaps had sprung from one much older. And here I cannot help observing cursorily that I, every now and then, whilst studying this Welsh, generally supposed to be the original tongue of Britain, encountered words which, according to the lexicographers, were venerable words, highly expressive, showing the wonderful power and originality of the Welsh, in which, however, they were no longer used in common discourse, but were relics, precious relics, of the first speech of Britain, perhaps of the world. with which words, however, I was already well acquainted, and which I had picked up, not in learned books, classic books, and in tongues of old renown, but whilst listening to Mr Petulengro and Torno Chickno talking over their everyday affairs in the language of the tense, which circumstance did not fail to give rise to deep reflection in those moments when, planting my elbows on the deal desk, I rested my chin upon my hands. But it is probable that I should have abandoned the pursuit of the Welsh language after obtaining a very superficial acquaintance with it, had it not been for Ab Gwilym. A strange songster was that, who, pretending to be captivated by every woman he saw, was in reality in love with nature alone, wild, beautiful, solitary nature, her mountains and cascades, her forests and streams, her birds, fishes, and wild animals. Go to, Ab Gwilym, with thy pseudo-amatory odes to Morford, or this or that other lady, fair or ugly. Little didst thou care for any of them. Dame Nature was thy love, however thou mayest seek to disguise the truth. Yes, yes, send thy love messages to Morford, the fair wanton. By whom dost thou send it, I would know? By the salmon, forsooth, which haunts the rushing stream, the glorious salmon which bounds and gambols in the flashing water, and whose ways and circumstances thou so well describest. See, there he hurries upward through the flashing water. Halloo, what a glimpse of glory! But where is Morford the while? What, another message to the wife of Barbark? Ay, truly, and by whom? The wind, the swift wind, the rider of the world, whose course is not to be stayed, who gallops o'er the mountains, and when he comes to broadest river asks neither for boat nor ferry, who has described the wind so well, his speed and power. But where is Morford? And now thou art awaiting Morford, the wanton, the wife of the Barbark. Thou art awaiting her beneath the tall trees, amidst the underwood, but she comes not, no Morford is there. Quite right, Ab Gwilym, what wantest thou with Morford? But another form is nigh at hand, that of red Reynard, who, seated upon his chine at the mouth of his cave, looks very composedly at thee. Thou startest, bendest thy bow, thy crossbow, intending to hit Reynard with the bolt just about the jaw, but the bow breaks. Reynard barks and disappears into his cave, which by thine own account reaches hell. And then thou ravest at the misfortune of thy bow, and the non-appearance of Morford, and abusest Reynard. Go to, thou carest neither for thy bow nor for Morford. Thou merely seekest an opportunity to speak of Reynard, and who has described him like thee? The brute with the sharp, shrill cry, the black reverse of melody, whose face sometimes wears a smile like the devil's in the Evangel. But now thou art actually with Morford. Yes, she has stolen from the dwelling of the Barbark, and has met thee beneath those rocks. She is actually with thee, Ab Gwilym, but she is not long with thee, for a storm comes on, and thunder shatters the rocks. Morford flees. Quite right, Ab Gwilym, thou hast no need of her. A better theme for song is the voice of the Lord, the rock-shatterer, than the frail wife of the Barbark. Go to, Ab Gwilym, thou wast a wiser and a better man than thou wouldst fain have had people believe. But enough of thee and thy songs. Those times passed rapidly with Ab Gwilym in my hand. I was in the midst of enchanted ground, in which I experienced sensations akin to those I had felt of yore whilst spelling my way through the wonderful book, the delight of my childhood. I say akin, for perhaps only once in our lives do we experience unmixed wonder and delight, and these I had already known. End of section 19. Section 20 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 20. Silver grey. Good word for everybody. A remarkable youth. Clients. Grades in society. The Archdeacon. Reading the Bible. I am afraid that I have not acted very wisely in putting this boy of ours to the law, said my father to my mother, as they sat together one summer evening in their little garden, beneath the shade of some tall poplars. Yes, there sat my father in the garden chair which leant against the wall of his quiet home, the haven in which he had sought rest, and, praise be to God, found it, after many a year of poorly requited toil. There he sat, with locks of silver grey, which set off so nobly his fine, bold, but benevolent face, his faithful consort at his side, and his trusty dog at his feet, an eccentric animal of the genuine regimental breed, who, born amongst the redcoats, had not yet become reconciled to those of any other hue, barking and tearing at them when they drew near the door, but testifying his fond reminiscence of the former by hospitable waggings of the tail whenever a uniform made its appearance, at present a very unfrequent occurrence. "I am afraid I have not done right in putting him to the law," said my father, resting his chin upon his gold-headed bamboo cane. "Why, what makes you think so?" said my mother. "I've been taking my usual evening walk up the road with the animal here," said my father, "and as I walked along I overtook the boy's master, Mr. S. We shook hands, and after walking a little way further, we turned back together, talking about this and that, the state of the country, the weather, and the dog, which he greatly admired, for he is a good-natured man, and has a good word for everybody, though the dog all but bit him when he attempted to coax his head. After the dog, we began talking about the boy. It was myself who introduced that subject. I thought it was a good opportunity to learn how he was getting on, so I asked what he thought of my son. He hesitated at first, seeming scarcely to know what to say. At length he came out with, "Oh, a very extraordinary youth, a most remarkable youth indeed, Captain." "Indeed," said I am glad to hear it, but I hope you find him steady." "Steady, steady," said he. "Why, yes, he's steady. I cannot say that he is not steady." "Come, come," said I, beginning to be rather uneasy. "I see plainly that you are not altogether satisfied with him. I was afraid you would not be, for though he is my own son, I am anything but blind to his imperfections. But do tell me what particular fault you have to find with him, and I will do my best to make him alter his conduct." "No fault to find with him, Captain, I assure you, no fault whatever. The youth is a remarkable youth, an extraordinary youth, only, as I told you before, Mr. S. is the best-natured man in the world, and it was only with the greatest difficulty that I could get him to say a single word to the disadvantage of the boy, for whom he seems to entertain a very great regard. At last I forced the truth from him, and grieved I was to hear it, though I must confess that I was somewhat prepared for it. It appears that the lad has a total want of discrimination." "I don't understand you," said my mother. "You can understand nothing that would seem for a moment to impugn the conduct of that child. I am not, however, so blind. Want of discrimination was the word, and it both sounds well and is expressive. It appears that, since he has been placed where he has been guilty of the grossest blunders. Only the other day Mr. S. told me, as he was engaged in close conversation with one of his principal clients, the boy came to tell him that a person wanted particularly to speak with him, and on going out he found a lamentable figure with one eye, who came to ask for charity, whom nevertheless the lad had ushered into a private room and installed in an armchair, like a justice of the peace, instead of telling him to go about his business. Now what did that show but a total want of discrimination?" "I wish we may never have anything worse to reproach him with," said my mother. "I don't know what worse we could reproach him with," said my father. "I mean, of course, as far as his profession is concerned, discrimination is the very keystone. If he treated all people alike, he would soon become a beggar himself. There are grades in society as well as in the army, and according to those grades we should fashion our behaviour, else there would instantly be an end of all order and discipline. I am afraid that the child is too condescending to his inferiors, whilst to his superiors he is apt to be unbending enough. I don't believe that would do in the world. I am sure it would not in the army." He told me another anecdote with respect to his behaviour, which shocked me more than the other had done. It appears that his wife, who by the by is a very fine woman and highly fashionable, gave him permission to ask the boy to tea one evening, for she is herself rather partial to the lad. There had been a great dinner party there that day, and there were a great many fashionable people, so the boy went and behaved very well and modestly for some time, and was rather noticed till, unluckily, a very great gentleman, an archdeacon, I think, put some questions to him, and finding that he understood the languages, began talking to him about the classics. What do you think? The boy had the impertinence to say that the classics were much overvalued, and amongst other things that some horrid fellow or other, some Welshman, I think, thank God it was not an Irishman, was a better poet than Ovid. The company were, of course, horrified. The Archdeacon, who is 70 years of age and has 7,000 a year, took snuff and turned away. Mrs. S. turned up her eyes. Mr. S., however, told me with his usual good nature, I suppose to spare my feelings, that he rather enjoyed the thing and thought it a capital joke. I think so too, said my mother. I do not, said my father. That a boy of his years should entertain an opinion of his own, I mean one which militates against all established authority, is astounding. As well might a raw recruit pretend to offer an unfavourable opinion on the manual and platoon exercise. The idea is preposterous. The lad is too independent by half. I never yet knew one of an independent spirit get on in the army. The secret of success in the army is the spirit of subordination. Which is a poor spirit after all, said my mother, but the child is not in the army. And it is well for him that he is not, said my father. But you do not talk wisely. The world is a field of battle, and he who leaves the ranks, what can he expect but to be cut down? I call his present behaviour leaving the ranks, and going vapouring about without orders. His only chance lies in falling in again as quick as possible. Does he think he can carry the day by himself? An opinion of his own at these years? I confess I am exceedingly uneasy about the lad. You make me uneasy too, said my mother. But I really think you are too hard upon the child. He is not a bad child. After all, though not perhaps all you could wish him, he is always ready to read the Bible. Let us go in. He is in the room above us. At least he was 2 hours ago. I left him there, bending over his books. I wonder what he has been doing all this time. It is now getting late. Let us go in, and he shall read to us. I'm getting old, said my father, and I love to hear the Bible read to me, for my own sight is something dim. Yet I do not wish the child to read to me this night. I cannot so soon forget what I have heard. But I hear my eldest son's voice. He is now entering the gate. He shall read the Bible to us this night. What say you? End of section 20. Section 21 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 21. The eldest son, saying of wild Finland, the critical time, vaunting Poles, one thing wanted, a father's blessing, miracle of art, the Pope's house, young enthusiast, pictures of England, persist and wrestle, the little dark man. The eldest son. The regard and affection which my father entertained for his firstborn were natural enough, and appeared to none more so than myself, who cherished the same feelings towards him. What he was as a boy the reader already knows, for the reader has seen him as a boy. Fain would I describe him at the time of which I am now speaking, when he had attained the verge of manhood, but the pen fails me, and I attempt not the task. And yet it ought to be an easy one, for how frequently does his form visit my mind's eye, in slumber and in wakefulness, in the light of day and in the night watches. But last night I saw him in his beauty and his strength. He was about to speak, and my ear was on the stretch, when at once I awoke, and there was I alone, and the night storm was howling amidst the branches of the pines which surround my lonely dwelling. Listen to the moaning of the pine at whose root thy hut is fastened, a saying that of wild Finland, in which there is wisdom. I listened and thought of life and death. Of all human beings that I have ever known, that elder brother was the most frank and generous, ay, and the quickest and readiest, and the best adapted to do a great thing needful at the critical time, when the delay of a moment would be fatal. I have known him dash from a steep bank into a stream in his full dress and pull out a man who was drowning. Yet there were 20 others bathing in the water who might have saved him by putting out a hand without inconvenience to themselves, which, however, they did not do, but stared with stupid surprise at the drowning one's struggles. Yes, whilst some shouted from the bank to those in the water to save the drowning one, and those in the water did nothing, my brother neither shouted nor stood still, but dashed from the bank and did the one thing needful, which, under such circumstances, not one man in a million would have done. Now who can wonder that a brave old man should love a son like this, and prefer him to any other? My boy, my own boy, you are the very image of myself the day I took off my coat in the park to fight Big Ben, said my father, on meeting his son, wet and dripping, immediately after his bold feat. And who cannot excuse the honest pride of the old man, the stout old man? Ay, old man, that son was worthy of thee, and thou wast worthy of such a son. A noble specimen wast thou of those strong, single-minded Englishmen who, without making a parade either of religion or loyalty, feared God and honoured their king, and were not particularly friendly to the French, whose vaunting poles they occasionally broke, as at Minden and at Malplaquet, to the confusion vast of the eternal foes of the English land. I, who was so little like thee that thou understoodst me not, and in whom with justice thou didst feel so little pride, had yet perception enough to see all thy worth, and to feel it an honour to be able to call myself thy son. And if at some no distant time, when the foreign enemy ventures to insult our shore, I be permitted to break some vaunting pole, it will be a triumph to me to think that, if thou hadst lived, thou wouldst have hailed the deed, and mightest yet discover some distant resemblance to thyself, the day when thou didst all but vanquish the mighty Brain. I have already spoken of my brother's taste for painting, and the progress he had made in that beautiful art. It is probable that, if circumstances had not eventually diverted his mind from the pursuit, he would have attained excellence and left behind some enduring monument of his powers, for he had an imagination to conceive, and that yet rarer endowment, a hand capable of giving life, body, and reality to the conceptions of his mind. Perhaps he wanted one thing, the want of which is but too often fatal to the sons of genius, and without which genius is little more than a splendid toy in the hands of the possessor. Perseverance, dogged perseverance in his proper calling. Otherwise, though the grave had closed over him, he might still be living in the admiration of his fellow creatures. O ye gifted ones, follow your calling, for however various your talents may be, ye can have but one calling capable of leading ye to eminence and renown. Follow resolutely the one straight path before you. It is that of your good angel. Let neither obstacles nor temptations induce ye to leave it. Bound along if you can, if not on hands and knees, follow it, perish in it if needful. But ye need not fear that. No one ever yet died in the true path of his calling before he had attained the pinnacle. Turn into other paths, and for a momentary advantage or gratification ye have sold your inheritance, your immortality. You will never be heard of after death. My father has given me £150, said my brother to me one morning, and something which is better, his blessing. I am going to leave you. And where are you going? Where? To the great city, to London, to be sure. I should like to go with you. Poh, said my brother, what should you do there? But don't be discouraged. I dare say a time will come when you too will go to London. And sure enough, so it did, and all but too soon. And what do you purpose doing there? I demanded. Oh, I go to improve myself in art, to place myself under some master of high name. At least I hope to do so eventually. I have, however, a plan in my head which I should wish first to execute. Indeed, I do not think I can rest until I have done so. Everyone talks so much about Italy, and the wondrous artists which it has produced, and the wondrous pictures which are to be found there. Now I wish to see Italy, or rather Rome, the great city, for I am told that in a certain room there is contained the grand miracle of art. And what do you call it? The Transfiguration, painted by one Raphael, and it is said to be the greatest work of the greatest painter whom the world has ever known. I suppose it is because everybody says so that I have such a strange desire to see it. I have already made myself well acquainted with its locality, and think that I could almost find my way to it blindfold. When I have crossed the Tiber, which, as you are aware, runs through Rome, I must presently turn to the right, up a rather shabby street which communicates with a large square, the farther end of which is entirely occupied by the front of an immense church with a dome which ascends almost to the clouds, and this church they call St. Peter's. "Aye, aye," said I have read about that in Keesler's Travels. Before the church in the square are two fountains, one on either side, casting up water in showers. Between them, in the midst, is an obelisk, brought from Egypt and covered with mysterious writing. On your right rises an edifice, not beautiful nor grand, but huge and bulky, where lives a strange kind of priest whom men call the Pope, a very horrible old individual who would fain keep Christ in leading strings, calls the Virgin Mary the Queen of Heaven, and himself God's Lieutenant General upon earth. "Aye, aye," said I have read of him in Fox's Book of Martyrs. Well, I do not go straight forward up the flight of steps conducting into the church, but I turn to the right, and passing under the piazza, find myself in a court of a huge bulky house, and then ascend various staircases, and pass along various corridors and galleries, all of which I could describe to you, though I have never seen them. At last a door is unlocked, and we enter a room rather high, but not particularly large, communicating with another room, into which, however, I do not go, though there are noble things in that second room, immortal things, by a mortal artist, amongst others a grand piece of Correggio. I do not enter it, for the grand picture of the world is not there, but I stand still immediately on entering the first room, and I look straight before me, neither to the right nor left, though there are noble things both on the right and left, for immediately before me, at the farther end, hanging against the wall, is a picture which arrests me, and I can see nothing else, for that picture at the farther end, hanging against the wall, is the picture of the world. Yes, go thy way, young enthusiast, and whether to London town or to old Rome, may success attend thee, yet strange fears assail me, and misgivings on thy account. Thou canst not rest, thou sayest, till thou hast seen the picture in the chamber at old Rome, hanging over against the wall. Ay, and thus thou dost exemplify thy weakness, thy strength too, it may be, for the one idea, fantastic yet lovely, which now possesses thee, could only have originated in a genial and fervent brain. Well, go if thou must go, yet it perhaps were better for thee to bide in thy native land, and there, with fear and trembling, with groanings, with straining eyeballs, toil, drudge, slave, till thou hast made excellence thine own. Thou wilt scarcely acquire it by staring at the picture over against the door in the high chamber of old Rome. Seekest thou inspiration? Thou needest it not, thou hast it already, and it was never yet found by crossing the sea. What hast thou to do with old Rome, and thou an Englishman? Did thy blood never glow at the mention of thy native land, as an artist merely? Yes, I trow, and with reason, for thy native land need not grudge old Rome her pictures of the world. She has pictures of her own, pictures of England, and is it a new thing to toss up caps and shout, "England against the world"? Yes, against the world in all, in science and in arms, in minstrel strain, and not less in the art, which enables the hand to deceive the intoxicated soul by means of pictures. Seekest models? To Gainsborough and Hogarth turn, not names of the world, maybe, but English names, and England against the world. A living master? Why, there he comes. Thou hast had him long. He has long guided thy young hand towards the excellence which is yet far from thee, but which thou canst attain if thou shouldst persist and wrestle, even as he has done, midst gloom and despondency, ay, and even contempt. He who now comes up the creaking stair to thy little studio in the second floor to inspect thy last effort before thou departest, the little stout man whose face is very dark and whose eye is vivacious. That man has attained excellence, destined some day to be acknowledged, though not till he is cold and his mortal part returned to its kindred clay. He has painted, not pictures of the world, but English pictures, such as Gainsborough himself might have done, beautiful rural pieces, with trees which might well tempt the wild birds to perch upon them, Thou needest not run to Rome, brother, where lives the old Mariolater, after pictures of the world, whilst at home there are pictures of England. Nor needest thou even go to London, the big city, in search of a master, for thou hast one at home in the old East Anglian town, who can instruct thee while thou needest instruction. Better stay at home, brother, at least for a season, and toil and strive midst the groanings and despondency, till thou hast obtained excellence, even as he has done. The little dark man with the brown coat and the top boots, whose name will one day be considered the chief ornament of the old town, and whose works will at no distant period rank amongst the proudest pictures of England, and England against the world. Thy master, my brother, thy at present all too little considered master, Crome. End of section 21. Section 22 of Lavengro, the Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 22. Desire for novelty. Lives of the lawless. Countenances. Old yeoman and dame. We live near the sea. Uncouth-looking volume. The other condition. Dreotheic, a dilemma, the antinomian, Ladderwick Muggleton, almost blind, and as veto. But to proceed with my own story, I now ceased all at once to take much pleasure in the pursuits which formerly interested me. I yawned over Ab Gwilym, even as I now, in my mind's eye, perceive the reader yawning over the present pages. What was the cause of this? Constitutional lassitude, or a desire for novelty? Both, it is probable, had some influence in the matter, but I rather think that the latter feeling was predominant. The parting words of my brother had sunk into my mind. He had talked of travelling in strange regions and seeing strange and wonderful objects, and my imagination fell to work and drew pictures of adventures wild and fantastic, and I thought what a fine thing it must be to travel, and I wished that my father would give me his blessing and the same sum that he had given my brother, and bid me go forth into the world, always forgetting that I had neither talents nor energies at this period which would enable me to make any successful figure on its stage. And then I again sought up the book which had so captivated me in my infancy, and I read it through, and I sought up others of a similar character, and in seeking for them I met books also of adventure, but by no means of a harmless description, lives of wicked and lawless men, Murray and Latrun, books of singular power, but of coarse and prurient imagination, books at one time highly in vogue, now deservedly forgotten and most difficult to be found. And when I had gone through these books, what was my state of mind? I had derived entertainment from their perusal, but they left me more listless and unsettled than before, and really knew not what to do to pass my time. My philological studies had become distasteful, and I had never taken any pleasure in the duties of my profession. I sat behind my desk in a state of torpor, my mind almost as blank as the paper before me, on which I rarely traced a line. It was always a relief to hear the bell ring, as it afforded me an opportunity of doing something which I was yet capable of doing, to rise and open the door and stare in the countenances of the visitors. All of a sudden I fell to studying countenances, and soon flattered myself that I had made up considerable progress in the science. "There is no faith in countenances," said some Roman of old. "Trust anything but a person's countenance." Not trust a man's countenance, say some moderns? Why, it is the only thing in many people that we can trust, on which account they keep it most assiduously out of the way. Trust not a man's words, if you please, or you may come to very erroneous conclusions, but at all times place implicit confidence in a man's countenance, in which there is no deceit, and of necessity there can be none. If people would but look each other more in the face, we should have less cause to complain of the deception of the world. Nothing so easy as physiognomy, nor so useful. Somewhat in this latter strain I thought at the time of which I am speaking. I am now older, and let us hope less presumptuous. It is true that in the course of my life I have scarcely ever had occasion to repent placing confidence in individuals whose countenances have prepossessed me in their favour, though to how many I may have been unjust, from whose countenances I may have drawn unfavourable conclusions, is another matter. But it had been decreed by that fate which governs our every action that I was soon to return to my old pursuits. It was written that I should not yet cease to be Lavengro, though I had become, in my own opinion, a kind of lavata. It is singular enough that my renewed ardour for philology seems to have been brought about indirectly by my physiognomical researches, in which, had I not indulged, the event which I am about to relate, as far as connected with myself, might never have occurred. Amongst the various countenances which I admitted during the period of my answering the bell, there were two which particularly pleased me, and which belonged to an elderly yeoman and his wife, whom some little business had brought to our law sanctuary. I believe they experienced from me some kindness and attention which won the old people's hearts. So, one day, when their little business had been brought to a conclusion, and they chanced to be alone with me, who was seated as usual behind the deal desk in the outer room, the old man, with some confusion, began to tell me how grateful himself and dame felt for the many attentions I had shown them, and how desirous they were to make me some remuneration. "Of course," said the old man, "we must be cautious what we offer to so fine a young gentleman as yourself. We have, however, something we think will suit just the occasion, a strange kind of thing which people say is a book, though no one that my dame or myself have shown it to can make anything out of it. So as we are told that you are a fine young gentleman who can read all the tongues of the earth and stars, as the Bible says, we thought, I and my dame, that it would be just the thing you would like, and my dame has it now at the bottom of her basket." "A book?" said I. "How did you come by it?" "We live near the sea," said the old man, "so near that sometimes our thatch is wet with the spray, and it may now be a year ago that there was a fearful storm, and a ship was driven ashore during the night, and ere the morn was a complete wreck. When we got up at daylight, there were the poor shivering crew at our door. They were foreigners, red-haired men, whose speech we did not understand, but we took them in and warmed them, and they remained with us 3 days, and when they went away they left behind them this thing. Here it is, part of the contents of a box which was washed ashore." "And did you learn who they were?" "Why, yes, they made us understand that they were Danes." Danes, thought I, Danes, and instantaneously, huge and grisly, appeared to rise up before my vision the skull of the old pirate Dane, even as I had seen it of yore in the penthouse of the ancient church to which, with my mother and my brother, I had wandered on the memorable summer eve. And now the old man handed me the book, a strange and uncouth-looking volume enough. It was not very large, but instead of the usual covering was bound in wood and was compressed with strong iron clasps. It was a printed book, but the pages were not of paper but vellum, and the characters were black and resembled those generally termed Gothic. "It is certainly a curious book," said I, "and I should like to have it, but I can't think of taking it as a gift. I must give you an equivalent. I never take presents from anybody." The old man whispered with his dame and chuckled, and then turned his face to me and said with another chuckle, "Well, we have agreed about the price, but maybe you will not consent." "I don't know," said I. "What do you demand?" "Why, that you should shake me by the hand and hold out your cheek to my old dame. She has taken an affection to you." "I shall be very glad to shake you by the hand," said I, "but as for the other condition, it requires consideration." "No consideration at all," said the old man with something like a sigh. "She thinks you like her son, our only child, that was lost 20 years ago in the waves of the North Sea." "Oh, that alters the case altogether," said I, "and of course I can have no objection." And now at once I shook off my listlessness, to enable me to do which nothing could have happened more opportune than the above event. The Danes, the Danes! And was I at last to become acquainted, and in so singular a manner, with the speech of a people which had, as far back as I could remember, exercised the strongest influence over my imagination, as how should they not? In infancy there was the summer eve adventure, to which I often looked back, and always with a kind of strange interest, with respect to those to whom such gigantic and wondrous bones could belong as I had seen on that occasion. And, more than this, I had been in Ireland, and there, under peculiar circumstances, this same interest was increased tenfold. I had mingled much whilst there with the genuine Irish, a wild but kind-hearted race, whose conversation was deeply imbued with traditionary lore connected with the early history of their own romantic land. And from them I heard enough of the Danes, but nothing commonplace, for they never mentioned them but in terms which tallied well with my own preconceived ideas. For at an early period the Danes had invaded Ireland and had subdued it, and though eventually driven out, had left behind them an enduring remembrance in the minds of the people, who loved to speak of their strength and of their stature, in evidence of which they would point to the ancient raths or mounds where the old Danes were buried, and where bones of extraordinary size were occasionally exhumed. And as the Danes surpassed other people in strength, so, according to my narrators, they also excelled all others in wisdom, or rather in droitheach, or magic, for they were powerful sorcerers, they said, compared with whom the fairy-men of the present day knew nothing at all. And amongst other wonderful things, they knew how to make strong beer from the heather that grows upon the bogs. Little wonder if the interest, the mysterious interest, which I had early felt about the Danes, was increased tenfold by my sojourn in Ireland. And now I had in my possession a Danish book, which from its appearance might be supposed to have belonged to the very old Danes indeed. But how was I to turn it to any account? I had the book, it is true, but I did not understand the language, and how was I to overcome that difficulty? Hardly by poring over the book. Yet I did pore over the book, daily and nightly, till my eyes were dim, and it appeared to me that every now and then I encountered words which I understood, English words, though strangely disguised. And I said to myself, courage! English and Danish are cognate dialects. A time will come when I shall understand this Danish. And then I pored over the book again, but with all my poring I could not understand it. And then I became angry, and I bit my lips till the blood came, and I occasionally tore a handful from my hair and flung it upon the floor. But that did not mend the matter, for I still did not understand the book, which, however, I began to see was written in rhyme, a circumstance rather difficult to discover at first, the arrangement of the lines not differing from that which is employed in prose, and its being written in rhyme made me only the more eager to understand it. But I toiled in vain, for I had neither grammar nor dictionary of the language, and when I sought for them, could procure neither, and I was much dispirited, till suddenly a bright thought came into my head, and I said, although I cannot obtain a dictionary or grammar, I can perhaps obtain a Bible in this language, and if I can procure a Bible, I can learn the language, for the Bible in every tongue contains the same thing, and I have only to compare the words of the Danish Bible with those of the English, and if I persevere, I shall in time acquire the language of the Danes. And I was pleased with the thought, which I considered to be a bright one, and I no longer bit my lips or tore my hair, but I took my hat, and going forth I flung my hat into the air. And when my hat came down, I put it on my head, and commenced running, directing my course to the house of the antinomian preacher who sold books, and whom I knew to have Bibles in various tongues amongst the number, and I arrived out of breath, and I found the antinomian in his little library, dusting his books, and the antinomian clergyman was a tall man of about 70, who wore a hat with a broad brim and a shallow crown, and whose manner of speaking was exceedingly nasal. And when I saw him, I cried, out of breath, "Have you a Danish Bible?" And he replied, "What do you want it for, friend?" And I answered, "To learn Danish by." "And maybe to learn thy duty," replied the antinomian preacher. "Truly I have it not, but as you are a customer of mine, I will endeavour to procure you one, and I will write to that laudable society which men call the Bible Society, an unworthy member of which I am, and I hope by next week to procure what you desire." And when I heard these words of the old man, I was very glad, and my heart yearned toward him, and I would fain enter into conversation with him. And I said, "Why are you an antinomian? For my part, I would rather be a dog than belong to such a religion." Nay, friend, said the antinomian, thou forejudgest us. Know that those who call us antinomians call us so despitefully. We do not acknowledge the designation. Then you do not set all law at naught, said I. Far be it from us, said the old man. We only hope that, being sanctified by the Spirit from above, we have no need of the law to keep us in order. Did you ever hear tell of Lodowick Muggleton? Not I. That is strange. Know then that he was the founder of our poor society, and after him we are frequently, though opprobriously, termed Muggletonians, for we are Christians. Here is his book, which perhaps you can do no better than purchase. You are fond of rare books, and this is both curious and rare. I will sell it cheap. Thank you, and now be gone. I will do all I can to procure the Bible. And in this manner I procured the Danish Bible, and I commenced my task. First of all, however, I locked up in a closet the volume which had excited my curiosity, saying, Out of this closet thou comest not till I deem myself competent to read thee. And then I sat down in right earnest, comparing every line of the one version with the corresponding one in the other, and I passed entire nights in this manner, till I was almost blind, and the task was tedious enough at first. But I quailed not, and soon began to make progress. And at first I had a misgiving that the old book might not prove a Danish book, but was soon reassured by reading many words in the Bible which I remembered to have seen in the book. And then I went on right merrily, and I found that the language which I was studying was by no means a difficult one, and in less than a month I deemed myself able to read the book. Anon I took the book from the closet, and proceeded to make myself master of its contents. I had some difficulty, for the language of the book, though in the main the same as the language of the Bible, differed from it in some points, being apparently a more ancient dialect. By degrees, however, I overcame this difficulty, and I understood the contents of the book, and well did they correspond with all those ideas in which I had indulged connected with the Danes. For the book was a book of ballads, about the deeds of knights and champions and men of huge stature, ballads which from time immemorial had been sung in the north, and which some 2 centuries before the time of which I am speaking had been collected by one Anders Vedel, who lived with a certain Tycho Brahe, and assisted him in making observations upon the heavenly bodies, at a place called Uranius Castle, on the little island of Hveen, in the Kattegat. End of section 22. Section 23 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 23. The 2 individuals, the long pipe, the Germans, Werther, the female Quaker, suicide, Gibbon, Jesus of Bethlehem, Fill your glass, Shakespeare, English at Minden, Melancholy Swain Vonved, The Fifth Dinner, Strange Doctrines, Are You Happy? Improve Yourself in German. It might be some 6 months after the events last recorded that 2 individuals were seated together in a certain room in a certain street at the old town which I have so frequently had occasion to mention in the preceding pages. One of them was an elderly, and the other a very young man, and they sat on either side of a fireplace, beside a table on which were fruit and wine. The room was a small one, and its furniture exhibited nothing remarkable. Over the mantelpiece, however, hung a small picture with naked figures in the foreground, and with much foliage behind. It might not have struck every beholder, for it looked old and smoke-dried, but a connoisseur, on inspecting it closely, would have pronounced it to be a judgment of Paris, and a masterpiece of the Flemish school. The forehead of the elder individual was high, and perhaps appeared more so than it really was, from the hair being carefully brushed back, as if for the purpose of displaying to the best advantage that part of the cranium. His eyes were large and full, and of a light brown, and might have been called heavy and dull, had they not been occasionally lighted up by a sudden gleam, not so brilliant, however, as that which at every inhalation shone from the bowl of the long clay pipe which he was smoking, but which, from a certain sucking sound, which about this time began to be heard from the bottom, appeared to be giving notice that it would soon require replenishment from a certain canister, which, together with a lighted taper, stood upon the table beside him. "You do not smoke?" he said at length, laying down his pipe and directing his glance to his companion. Now there was at least one thing singular connected with this last, namely the colour of his hair, which, notwithstanding his extreme youth, appeared to be rapidly becoming grey. He had very long limbs, and was apparently tall of stature, in which he differed from his elderly companion, who must have been somewhat below the usual height. "No, I can't smoke," said the youth in reply to the observation of the other. "I have often tried, but could never succeed to my satisfaction." "Is it possible to become a good German without smoking?" said the senior, half speaking to himself. "I dare say not," said the youth, "but I shan't break my heart on that account." "As for breaking your heart, of course you would never think of such a thing. He is a fool who breaks his heart on any account, but it is good to be a German. The Germans are the most philosophic people in the world, and the greatest smokers. Now I trace their philosophy to their smoking." "I have heard say their philosophy is all smoke. Is that your opinion?" "Why, no. But smoking has a sedative effect upon the nerves, and enables a man to bear the sorrows of this life, of which everyone has his share, not only decently, but dignifiedly. Suicide is not a national habit in Germany as it is in England." "But that poor creature Werther, who committed suicide, was a German." "Werther is a fictitious character, and by no means a felicitous one. I am no admirer either of Werther or his author. But I should say that if there ever was a Werther in Germany, he did not smoke. Werther, as you very justly observe, was a poor creature." "And a very sinful one. I have heard my parents say that suicide is a great crime." "Broadly and without qualification, to say that suicide is a crime is speaking somewhat unphilosophically. No doubt suicide, under many circumstances, is a crime, a very heinous one. When the father of a family, for example, to escape from certain difficulties, commits suicide, he commits a crime. There are those around him who look to him for support, by the law of nature, and he has no right to withdraw himself from those who have a claim upon his exertions. He is a person who decamps with other people's goods as well as his own. Indeed, there can be no crime which is not founded upon the depriving others of something which belongs to them. A man is hanged for setting fire to his house in a crowded city, for he burns at the same time, or damages, those of other people. But if a man who has a house on a heath sets fire to it, he is not hanged, for he has not damaged or endangered any other individual's property, and the principle of revenge, upon which all punishment is founded, has not been aroused. Similar to such a case is that of a man who, without any family ties, commits suicide. For example, were I to do the thing this evening, who would have a right to call me to account? I am alone in the world, have no family to support, and so far from damaging anyone, should even benefit my heir by my accelerated death. However, I am no advocate for suicide under any circumstances. There is something undignified in it, unheroic, un-Germanic. But if you must commit suicide, and there is no knowing to what people may be brought, always contrive to do it as decorously as possible. The decencies, whether of life or of death, should never be lost sight of. I remember a female Quaker who committed suicide by cutting her throat, but she did it decorously and decently, kneeling down over a pail so that not one drop fell upon the floor, thus exhibiting in her last act that nice sense of neatness for which Quakers are distinguished. I have always had a respect for that woman's memory." And here, filling his pipe from the canister and lighting it at the taper, he recommenced smoking, calmly and sedately. "But is not suicide forbidden in the Bible?" the youth demanded. "Why, no. But what though it were? The Bible is a respectable book, but I should hardly call it one whose philosophy is of the soundest. I have said that it is a respectable book, I mean, respectable from its antiquity and from containing, as Herder says, the earliest records of the human race, though those records are far from being dispassionately written, on which account they are of less value than they might otherwise have been. There is too much passion in the Bible, too much violence. Now, to come to all truth, especially historic truth, requires cool, dispassionate investigation, for which the Jews do not appear to have ever been famous. We are ourselves not famous for it, for we are a passionate people. The Germans are not. They are not a passionate people, a people celebrated for their oaths. We are. The Germans have many excellent historic writers. We, 'tis true we have Gibbon. You have been reading Gibbon. What do you think of him? I think him a very wonderful writer. He is a wonderful writer, one sui generis, uniting the perspicuity of the English, for we are perspicuous, with the cool, dispassionate reasoning of the Germans. Gibbon sought after the truth, found it, and made it clear. Then you think Gibbon a truthful writer? Why, yes, who shall convict Gibbon of falsehood? Many people have endeavoured to convict Gibbon of falsehood. They have followed him in his researches and have never found him once tripping. Oh, he is a wonderful writer. His power of condensation is admirable. The law of the whole world is to be found in his pages. Sometimes in a single note he has given us the result of the study of years, or, to speak metaphorically, he has ransacked 1,000 Gulistans and has condensed all his fragrant booty into a single drop of Otto. But was not Gibbon an enemy to the Christian faith? Why, no, he was rather an enemy to priestcraft. So am I. And when I say the philosophy of the Bible is in many respects unsound, I always wish to make an exception in favour of that part of it which contains the life and sayings of Jesus of Bethlehem, to which I must always concede my unqualified admiration. Of Jesus, mind you, for with his followers and their dogmas I have nothing to do. Of all historic characters, Jesus is the most beautiful and the most heroic. I have always been a friend to hero worship. It is the only rational one, and has always been in use amongst civilized peoples. The worship of spirits is synonymous with barbarism. It is mere fetish. The savages of West Africa are all spirit worshippers. But there is something philosophic in the worship of the heroes of the human race, and the true hero is the benefactor. Brahms, Jupiter, Bacchus were all benefactors, and therefore are entitled to the worship of their respective peoples. The Celts worshipped Jesus, who taught them to plough, a highly useful art. We, who have attained a much higher state of civilization than the Celts ever did, worship Jesus, the first who endeavoured to teach men to behave decently and decorously under all circumstances, who was the foe of vengeance, in which there is something highly indecorous, who had first the courage to lift his voice against that violent dogma, an eye for an eye, who shouted, "Conquer, but conquer with kindness," who said, "Put up the sword," a violent, unphilosophic weapon, and who finally died calmly and decorously in defence of his philosophy. He must be a savage who denies worship to the hero of Golgotha. But he was something more than a hero. He was the Son of God, wasn't he? The elderly individual made no immediate answer, but after a few more puffs from his pipe exclaimed, "Come, fill your glass. How do you advance with your translation of Tell?" "It is nearly finished, but I do not think I shall proceed with it. I begin to think the original somewhat dull." "There you are wrong. It is the masterpiece of Schiller, the first of German poets." "It may be so," said the youth, "but pray excuse me. I do not think very highly of German poetry. I have lately been reading Shakespeare, and when I turn from him to the Germans, even the best of them, they appear mere pygmies. You will pardon the liberty I perhaps take in saying so." "I like that everyone should have an opinion of his own," said the elderly individual, "and what is more, declare it. Nothing displeases me more than to see people assenting to everything that they hear said. I at once come to the conclusion that they are either hypocrites or there is nothing in them. But with respect to Shakespeare, whom I have not read for 30 years, is he not rather given to bombast, crackling bombast, as I think I have said in one of my essays?" "I dare say he is," said the youth, "but I can't help thinking him the greatest of all poets, not even excepting Homer. I would sooner have written that series of plays founded on the fortunes of the House of Lancaster than the Iliad itself. The events described are as lofty as those sung by Homer in his great work, and the characters brought upon the stage still more interesting. I think Hotspur as much a hero as Hector, and young Henry more of a man than Achilles. And then there is the Fat Knight, the quintessence of fun, wit, and rascality. Falstaff is a creature beyond the genius even of Homer." "You almost tempt me to read Shakespeare again. But the Germans?" "I don't admire the Germans," said the youth, somewhat excited. "I don't admire them in any point of view. I've heard my father say that though good sharpshooters, they can't be much depended upon as soldiers, and that old Sergeant Meredith told him that Minden would never have been won but for the 2 English regiments who charged the French with fixed bayonets and sent them to the right about in double-quick time. With respect to poetry, setting Shakespeare and the English altogether aside, I think there is another Gothic nation, at least, entitled to dispute with them the palm. Indeed, to my mind, there is more genuine poetry contained in the old Danish book which I came so strangely by, than has been produced in Germany from the period of the Nibelungen lay to the present." "Ah, the Camperwiese," said the elderly individual, breathing forth an immense volume of smoke, which he had been collecting during the declamation of his young companion. "There are singular things in that book, I must confess, and I thank you for showing it to me, or rather your attempt at translation. I was struck with that ballad of Orm Gaswaine, who goes by night to the grave hill of his father to seek for counsel. And then again that strange melancholy Sweyn Vonved, who roams about the world propounding people riddles, slaying those who cannot answer, and rewarding those who can with golden bracelets. Were it not for the violence, I should say that ballad has a philosophic tendency. I thank you for making me acquainted with the book, and I thank the Jew Musha for making me acquainted with you." "That Musha was a strange customer," said the youth, collecting himself. "He was a strange customer," said the elderly individual, breathing forth a gentle cloud. "I love to exercise hospitality to wandering strangers, especially foreigners, and when he came to this place, pretending to teach German and Hebrew, I asked him to dinner. After the first dinner he asked me to lend him £5. I did lend him £5. After the 5th dinner he asked me to lend him £50. I did not lend him the £50. He was as ignorant of German as of Hebrew," said the youth, "on which account he was soon glad, I suppose, to transfer his pupil to someone else." "He told me," said the older individual, "that he intended to leave a town where he did not find sufficient encouragement, and at the same time expressed regret at being obliged to abandon a certain extraordinary pupil for whom he had a particular regard. Now I, who have taught many people German from the love which I bear to it, and the desire which I feel that it should be generally diffused, instantly said that I should be happy to take his pupil off his hands, and afford him what instruction I could in German, for as to Hebrew I have never taken much interest in it. Such was the origin of our acquaintance. You have been an apt scholar. Of late, however, I have seen little of you. What is the reason?" The youth made no answer. "You think probably that you have learned all I can teach you. Well, perhaps you are right." "Not so, not so," said the young man eagerly. "Before I knew you, I knew nothing, and I am still very ignorant. But of late my father's health has been very much broken, and he requires attention. His spirits also have become low, which, to tell you the truth, he attributes to my misconduct. He says that I have imbibed all kinds of strange notions and doctrines, which will in all probability prove my ruin, both here and hereafter, which... "Ah, I understand," said the elder, with another calm whiff. "I have always had a kind of respect for your father, too. For there is something remarkable in his appearance, something heroic, and I would fain have cultivated his acquaintance. The feeling, however, has not been reciprocated. I met him the other day up the road with his cane and dog, and saluted him. He did not return my salutation." "He has certain opinions of his own," said the youth, "which are widely different from those which he has heard that you profess." "I respect a man for entertaining an opinion of his own," said the elderly individual. "I hold certain opinions, but I should not respect an individual the more for adopting them. All I wish for is tolerance, which I myself endeavour to practice. I have always loved the truth and sought it. If I have not found it, the greater my misfortune." "Are you happy?" said the young man. "Why, no. And between ourselves, it is that which induces me to doubt sometimes the truth of my opinions. My life, upon the whole, I consider a failure, on which account I would not counsel you or anyone to follow my example too closely. It is getting late, and you had better be going, especially as your father, you say, is anxious about you. But as we may never meet again, I think there are 3 things which I may safely venture to press upon you. The first is, that the decencies and gentlenesses should never be lost sight of, as the practice of the decencies and gentlenesses is at all times compatible with independence of thought and action. The second, which I would wish to impress upon you, is that there is always some eye upon us, and that it is impossible to keep anything we do from the world, as it will assuredly be divulged by somebody as soon as it is his interest to do so. The third thing which I would wish to press upon you—" "Yes," said the youth, eagerly bending forward, "is," and here the elderly individual laid down his pipe upon the table, "that it will be as well to go on improving yourself in German." End of section 23. Section 24 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 24. The Alehouse Keeper. Compassion for the Rich. Old English Gentleman. How is this? Madeira. The Greek Pa. 20 languages. Whiter's health. About the fight. A sporting gentleman. The flattened nose. Lend us that pytel. The surly nod. "Hello, master, can you tell us where the fight is likely to be?" Such were the words shouted out to me by a short, thick fellow in top brown boots and bareheaded, who stood with his hands in his pockets at the door of a country alehouse as I was passing by. Now, as I knew nothing about the fight, and as the appearance of the man did not tempt me greatly to enter into conversation with him, I merely answered in the negative, and continued on my way. It was a fine, lovely morning in May. The sun shone bright above, and the birds were carolling in the hedgerows. I was wont to be cheerful at such seasons, for from my earliest recollection sunshine and the song of birds have been dear to me. Yet about that period I was not cheerful. My mind was not at rest. I was debating within myself, and the debate was dreary and unsatisfactory enough. I sighed, and turning my eyes upward, I ejaculated, "What is truth?" But suddenly, by a violent effort breaking away from my meditations, I hastened forward. 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles were speedily left behind, and now I came to a grove of birch and other trees, and opening a gate, I passed up a kind of avenue, and, soon arriving before a large brick house of rather antique appearance, knocked at the door. In this house there lived a gentleman with whom I had business. He was said to be a genuine old English gentleman, and a man of considerable property. At this time, however, he wanted £1,000, as gentlemen of considerable property every now and then do. I had brought him £1,000 in my pocket, for it is astonishing how many eager helpers the rich find, and with what compassion people look upon their distresses. He was said to have good wine in his cellar. "Is your master at home?" said I to a servant who appeared at the door. "His worship is at home, young man," said the servant, as he looked at my shoes, which bore evidence that I had come walking. "I beg your pardon, sir," he added, as he looked me in the face. "Aye, aye, servants," thought I, as I followed the man into the house. "Always look people in the face when you open the door, and do so before you look at their shoes, or you may mistake the air of a prime minister for a shopkeeper's son." I found his worship a jolly, red-faced gentleman of about 55. He was dressed in a green coat, white corduroy breeches, and drab gaiters, and sat on an old-fashioned leather sofa with two small, thoroughbred black English terriers, one on each side of him. He had all the appearance of a genuine old English gentleman who kept good wine in his cellar. "Sir," said I have brought you £1,000. And I said this after the servant had retired, and the two terriers had ceased the barking, which is natural to all such dogs at the sight of a stranger. And when the magistrate had received the money, and signed and returned a certain paper which I handed to him, he rubbed his hands, and looking very benignantly at me, exclaimed, "And now, young gentleman, that our business is over, perhaps you can tell me where the fight is to take place." "I'm really sorry, sir," said I, "that I can't inform you, but everybody seems to be anxious about it." And then I told him what had occurred to me on the road with the alehouse keeper. "I know him," said his worship. "He's a tenant of mine, and a good fellow, somewhat too much in my debt, though. But how is this, young gentleman? You look as if you had been walking. You did not come on foot." "Yes, sir, I came on foot." "On foot? Why, it's 16 miles. "I shan't be tired when I have walked back." "You can't ride, I suppose?" "Better than I can walk." "Then why do you walk?" "I have frequently to make journeys connected with my profession. Sometimes I walk, sometimes I ride, just as the whim takes me." "Will you take a glass of wine?" "Yes." "That's right. What shall it be?" "Madeira." The magistrate gave a violent slap on his knee. "I like your taste," said he. "I am fond of a glass of Madeira myself, and can give you such a one as you will not drink every day. Sit down, young gentleman. You shall have a glass of Madeira, and the best I have." Thereupon he got up, and, followed by his two terriers, walked slowly out of the room. I looked round the room, and seeing nothing which promised me much amusement, I sat down, and fell again into my former train of thought. "What is truth?" said I. "Here it is," said the magistrate, returning at the end of a quarter of an hour, followed by the servant with a tray. "Here's the true thing, or I am no judge, far less a justice. It has been 30 years in my cellar last Christmas. There," said he to the servant, "put it down, and leave my young friend and me to ourselves. Now, what do you think of it?" "It is very good," said I. "Did you ever taste better Madeira?" "I never before tasted Madeira." "Then you ask for a wine without knowing what it is?" "I ask for it, sir, that I may know what it is." "Well, there is a logic as that, as Pa would say. You have heard of Pa?" "Old Pa?" "Yes, old Pa, but not that Pa. You mean the English. I the Greek Pa, as people call him." "I don't know him." "Perhaps not. Rather too young for that. But were you of my age, you might have cause to know him, coming from where you do. He kept school there. I was his first scholar. He flogged Greek into me till I loved him, and he loved me. He came to see me last year, and sat in that chair. I honour Pa. He knows much, and is a sound man." "Does he know the truth?" "Know the truth? He knows what's good, from an oyster to an ostrich. He's not only sound, but round. Suppose we drink his health." "Thank you, boy. Here's Pa's health, and Whiter's." "Who is Whiter?" "Don't you know Whiter? I thought everybody knew Reverend Whiter the philologist, though I suppose you scarcely know what that means. A man fond of tongues and languages, quite out of your way. He understands some 20. What do you say to that?" "Is he a sound man?" "Why, as to that I scarcely know what to say. He has got queer notions in his head, wrote a book to prove that all words came originally from the earth. Who knows? Words have roots, and roots live in the earth, but upon the whole I should not call him altogether a sound man, though he can talk Greek nearly as fast as Pa." "Is he a round man?" "Ah, boy, rounder than Pa. I'll sing you a song, if you like, which will let you into his character. Give me the haunch of a buck to eat, and drink Madeira old, and a gentle wife to rest with, and in my arms to fold, an Arabic book to study, a Norfolk cob to ride, and a house to live in, shaded with trees, and near to a riverside, with such good things around me, and blessed with good health withal, though I should live for 100 years, for death I would not call. Here's to Whiter's health. So you know nothing about the fight? No, sir. The truth is that of late I have been very much occupied with various matters, otherwise I should perhaps have been able to afford you some information. Boxing is a noble art. Can you box? A little. I tell you what, my boy, I honour you, and provided your education has been a little less limited, I should have been glad to see you here in company with Parr and Whiter. Both can box. Boxing is, as you say, a noble art, a truly English art. May I never see the day when Englishmen shall feel ashamed of it, or blacklegs and blackguards bring it into disgrace. I am a magistrate, and of course cannot patronise the thing very openly, yet I sometimes see a prize fight. I saw the game chicken beat Gully. Did you ever see Big Ben? No, why do you ask? But here we heard a noise like that of a gig driving up to the door, which was immediately succeeded by a violent knocking and ringing, and after a little time the servant who had admitted me made his appearance in the room. "Sir," said he, with a certain eagerness of manner, "here are two gentlemen waiting to speak to you." "Gentlemen waiting to speak to me? Who are they?" "I don't know, sir," said the servant, "but they look like sporting gentlemen, and here he hesitated. "From a word or two they dropped, I almost think that they come about the fight." "About the fight?" said the magistrate. "No, that can hardly be. However, you had better show them in." Heavy steps were now heard ascending the stairs, and the servant ushered two men into the apartment. Again there was a barking, but louder than that which had been directed against myself, for here were two intruders. Both of them were remarkable-looking men, but to the foremost of them the most particular notice may well be accorded. He was a man somewhat under 30, and nearly 6 feet in height. He was dressed in a blue coat, white corduroy breeches, fastened below the knee with small golden buttons. On his legs he wore white lamb's wool stockings, and on his feet shoes reaching to the ankles. Round his neck was a handkerchief of the blue and bird's-eye pattern. He wore neither whiskers nor moustaches, and appeared not to delight in hair, that of his head, which was of a light brown, being closely cropped. The forehead was rather high, but somewhat narrow. The face neither broad nor sharp, perhaps rather sharp than broad. The nose was almost delicate. The eyes were grey, with an expression in which there was sternness blended with something approaching to feline. His complexion was exceedingly pale, relieved, however, by certain pock-marks, which here and there studded his countenance. His form was athletic, but lean, his arms long. In the whole appearance of the man there was a blending of the bluff and the sharp. You might have supposed him a bruiser. His dress was that of one in all its minutiae. Something was wanting, however, in his manner, the quietness of the professional man. He rather looked like one performing the part. Well, very well, but still performing a part. His companion, there indeed was a bruiser, no mistake about him. A tall, massive man, with a broad countenance and a flattened nose, dressed like a bruiser, but not like a bruiser going into the ring. He wore white-topped boots and a loose brown jockey-coat. As the first advanced towards the table, behind which the magistrate sat, he doffed a white castor from his head, and made rather a genteel bow. Looking at me, who sat somewhat on one side, he gave a kind of nod of recognition. "May I request to know who you are, gentlemen?" said the magistrate. "Sir," said the man in a deep but not unpleasant voice, "allow me to introduce you to my friend, Mr. Blank, the celebrated pugilist," and he motioned with his hand towards the massive man with the flattened nose. "And your own name, sir?" said the magistrate. "My name is no matter," said the man. "Were I to mention it to you, it would awaken within you no feeling of interest. It is neither Keene nor Belcher, and I have as yet done nothing to distinguish myself like either of those individuals, or even like my friend here. However, a time may come, we are not yet buried, and whensoever my hour arrives, I hope I shall prove myself equal to my destiny, however high. Like bird that's bred amongst the helicons." And here a smile half theatrical passed over his features. "In what can I oblige you, sir?" said the magistrate. "Well, sir, the soul of wit is brevity. We want a place for an approaching combat between my friend here and a brave from town. Passing by your broad acres this fine morning, we saw a pytel which we deem would suit. Lend us that pytel and receive our thanks. 'Twould be a favour, though not so much to grant. We neither ask for Stonehenge nor for Tempe." My friend looked somewhat perplexed. After a moment, however, he said, with a firm but gentlemanly air, "Sir, I am sorry that I cannot comply with your request." "Not comply?" said the man, his brow becoming dark as midnight, and with a hoarse and savage tone. "Not comply? Why not?" "It is impossible, sir, utterly impossible." "Why so?" "I am not compelled to give my reasons to you, sir, nor to any man." "Let me beg of you to alter your decision," said the man in a tone of profound respect. "Utterly impossible, sir. I am a magistrate." "Magistrate? Then fare ye well for a green-coated buffer and a harmonbeck." "Sir," said the magistrate, springing up with a face fiery with wrath. But with a surly nod to me, the man left the apartment, and in a moment more the heavy footsteps of himself and his companion were heard descending the staircase. "Who is that man?" said my friend, turning towards me. "A sporting gentleman, well known in the place from which I come." "He appeared to know you." "I have occasionally put on the gloves with him." "What is his name?" End of section 24. Section 25 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 25. Doubts. Wise King of Jerusalem. Let me see. 1,000 years. Nothing new. The crowd. The hymn. Faith. Charles Wesley. There he stood. Farewell, brother. Death. Sun, moon, and stars. Wind on the heath. There was one question which I was continually asking myself at this period, and which has more than once met the eyes of the reader who has followed me through the last chapter. What is truth? I had involved myself imperceptibly in a dreary labyrinth of doubt, and whichever way I turned, no reasonable prospect of extricating myself appeared. The means by which I had brought myself into this situation may be very briefly told. I had inquired into many matters in order that I might become wise, and I had read and pondered over the words of the wise, so called, till I had made myself master of the sum of human wisdom, namely, that everything is enigmatical, and that man is an enigma to himself. Thence the cry of, "What is truth?" I had ceased to believe in the truth of that in which I had hitherto trusted, and yet could find nothing in which I could put any fixed or deliberate belief. I was indeed in a labyrinth. In what did I not doubt? With respect to crime and virtue I was in doubt. I doubted that the one was blamable and the other praiseworthy. Are not all things subjected to the law of necessity? Assuredly time and chance govern all things, yet how can this be? Alas! Then there was myself. For what was I born? Are not all things born to be forgotten? That's incomprehensible, yet is it not so? Those butterflies fall and are forgotten. In what is man better than a butterfly? All then is born to be forgotten. Ah, that was a pang indeed. 'Tis at such a moment that a man wishes to die. The wise King of Jerusalem, who sat in his shady arbours beside his sunny fish-pools, saying so many fine things, wished to die when he saw that not only all was vanity, but that he himself was vanity. Will a time come when all will be forgotten that now is beneath the sun? If so, of what profit is life? In truth, it was a sore vexation of spirit to me when I saw, as the wise man saw of old, that whatever I could hope to perform must necessarily be of very temporary duration, and if so, why do it? I said to myself, whatever name I can acquire, will it endure for eternity? Scarcely so. 1,000 years? Let me see, what have I done already? I have learnt Welsh and have translated the songs of Ab Gwilym, some 10,000 lines, into English rhyme. I have also learnt Danish and have rendered the old book of ballads cast by the tempest upon the beach into corresponding English metre. Good. Have I done enough already to secure myself a reputation of 1,000 years? No, certainly not. I have not the slightest ground of hoping that my translation from the Welsh and Danish will be read at the end of 1,000 years. Well, but I am only 18, and I have not stated all that I have done. I have learnt many other tongues, and have acquired some knowledge even of Hebrew and Arabic. Should I go on in this way till I am 40, I must then be very learned, and perhaps, amongst other things, may have translated the Talmud and some of the great works of the Arabians. Pooh! All this is mere learning and translation, and such will never secure immortality. Translation is at best an echo, and it must be a wonderful echo to be heard after the lapse of 1,000 years. No, all I have already done, and all I may yet do in the same way, I may reckon as nothing, mere pastime. Something else must be done. I must either write some grand original work or conquer an empire, the one just as easy as the other. But am I competent to do either? Yes, I think I am, under favourable circumstances. Yes, I think I may promise myself a reputation of 1,000 years, if I do but give myself the necessary trouble. Well, but what's 1,000 years after all, or twice 1,000 years? Woe is me, I may just as well sit still. Would I had never been born, I said to myself, and a thought would occasionally intrude. But was I ever born? Is not all that I see a lie, a deceitful phantom? Is there a world, and earth, and sky? Berkeley's doctrine, Spinoza's doctrine? Dear reader, I had at that time never read either Berkeley or Spinoza. I have still never read them. Who are they, men of yesterday? All is a lie, all a deceitful phantom, are old cries. They come naturally from the mouths of those who, casting aside that choicest shield against madness, simplicity, would fain be wise as God, and can only know that they are naked. This doubting in the universal all is almost coeval with the human race. Wisdom, so called, was early sought after. All is a lie, a deceitful phantom, was said when the world was yet young, its surface, save a scanty portion, yet untrodden by human foot, and when the great tortoise yet crawled about. All is a lie was the doctrine of Buddha, and Buddha lived 30 centuries before the wise king of Jerusalem, who sat in his arbours beside his sunny fish pools, saying many fine things, and amongst others, "There is nothing new under the sun." One day, whilst I bent my way to the heath of which I have spoken on a former occasion, at the foot of the hills which formed it, I came to a place where a waggon was standing, but without horses, the shafts resting on the ground. There was a crowd about it, which extended halfway up the side of the neighbouring hill. The waggon was occupied by some 6 men, some sitting, others standing. They were dressed in sober-coloured habiliments of black or brown, cut in a plain and rather uncouth fashion, and partially white with dust. Their hair was short, and seemed to have been smoothed down by the application of the hand. All were bareheaded, sitting or standing, all were bareheaded. One of them, a tall man, was speaking as I arrived. Ere, however, I could distinguish what he was saying, he left off, and then there was a cry for a hymn, "To the glory of God," that was the word. It was a strange-sounding hymn, as well it might be, for everybody joined in it. There were voices of all kinds, of men and women and of children, of those who could sing and those who could not. 1,000 voices, all joined, and all joined heartily. No voice of all the multitude was silent, save mine. The crowd consisted entirely of the lower classes, labourers and mechanics, and their wives and children, dusty people, unwashed people, people of no account whatever, and yet they did not look a mob. And when that hymn was over, and here let me observe that, strange as it sounded, I have recalled that hymn to mind, and it has seemed to tingle in my ears on occasions when all that pomp and art could do to enhance religious solemnity was being done. In the Sistine Chapel, what time the papal band was in full play, and the choicest choristers of Italy poured forth their mellowest tones in presence of Batuscia and his cardinals. On the ice of the Neva, what time the long train of stately priests with their noble beards and their flowing robes of crimson and gold, with their ebony and ivory staves, stalked along, chanting their Sclavonian litanies in advance of the mighty Emperor of the North and his Przybjensky guard of giants towards the orifice through which the river, running below in its swiftness, is to receive the baptismal lymph. When the hymn was over, another man in the wagon proceeded to address the people. He was a much younger man than the last speaker, somewhat square-built and about the middle height. His face was rather broad, but expressive of much intelligence, and with a peculiar calm and serious look. The accent in which he spoke indicated that he was not of these parts, but from some distant district. The subject of his address was faith, and how it could remove mountains. It was a plain address, without any attempt at ornament, and delivered in a tone which was neither loud nor vehement. The speaker was evidently not a practised one. Once or twice he hesitated, as if for words to express his meaning, but still he held on, talking of faith and how it could remove mountains. "It is the only thing we want, brethren, in this world. If we have that, we are indeed rich, as it will enable us to do our duty under all circumstances, and to bear our lot, however hard it may be. And the lot of all mankind is hard. The lot of the poor is hard, brethren, and who knows more of the poor than I? A poor man myself, and the son of a poor man. But are the rich better off? Not so, brethren, for God is just. The rich have their trials too. I am not rich myself, but I have seen the rich with careworn countenances. I have also seen them in madhouses, from which you may learn, brethren, that the lot of all mankind is hard. That is, till we lay hold of faith, which makes us comfortable under all circumstances, whether we ride in gilded chariots or walk barefooted in quest of bread, whether we be ignorant, whether we be wise. For riches and poverty, ignorance and wisdom, brethren, each brings with it its peculiar temptations. Well, under all these troubles, the thing which I would recommend you to seek is one and the same, faith. Faith in our Lord Jesus Christ, who made us and allotted to each his station. Each has something to do, brethren. Do it, therefore, but always in faith. Without faith we shall find ourselves sometimes at fault, but with faith never, for faith can remove the difficulty. It will teach us to love life, brethren, when life is becoming bitter, and to prize the blessings around us. For as every man has his cares, brethren, so has each man his blessings. It will likewise teach us not to love life overmuch, seeing that we must one day part with it. It will teach us to face death with resignation, and will preserve us from sinking amidst the swelling of the river Jordan. And when he had concluded his address, he said, "Let us sing a hymn, one composed by Master Charles Wesley. He was my countryman, children. Jesus, I cast my soul on thee, mighty and merciful to save. Thou shalt to death go down with me, and lay me gently in the grave. This body then shall rest in hope, this body which the worms destroy, for thou shalt surely raise me up to glorious life and endless joy." Farewell, preacher with the plain coat and the calm, serious look. I saw thee once again, and that was lately, only the other day. It was near a fishing hamlet by the seaside that I saw the preacher again. He stood on the top of a steep monticle, used by pilots as a lookout for vessels approaching that coast, a dangerous one, abounding in rocks and quicksands. There he stood on the monticle, preaching to weather-worn fishermen and mariners gathered below upon the sand. "Who is he?" said I to an old fisherman who stood beside me with a book of hymns in his hand. But the old man put his hand to his lips, and that was the only answer I received. Not a sound was heard but the voice of the preacher and the roaring of the waves. But the voice was heard loud above the roaring of the sea, for the preacher now spoke with power, and his voice was not that of one who hesitates. There he stood, no longer a young man, for his black locks were become grey, even like my own. But there was the intelligent face and the calm, serious look which had struck me of yore. There stood the preacher, one of those men, and thank God their number is not few, who, animated by the Spirit of Christ, amidst much poverty and, alas, much contempt, persist in carrying the light of the gospel amidst the dark parishes of what, but for their instrumentality, would scarcely be Christian England. I would have waited till he had concluded, in order that I might speak to him and endeavour to bring back the ancient scene to his recollection. But suddenly a man came hurrying towards the monticle, mounted on a speedy horse, and holding by the bridle yet one more speedy, and he whispered to me, "Why loiterest thou here? Knowest thou not all that is to be done before midnight?" And he flung me the bridle, and I mounted on the horse of great speed, and I followed the other, who had already galloped off. And as I departed, I waved my hand to him on the monticle, and I shouted, "Farewell, brother! The seed came up at last, after a long period." And then I gave the speedy horse his way, and leaning over the shoulder of the galloping horse, I said, "Would that my life had been like his, even like that man's." I now wandered along the heath till I came to a place where, beside a thick furze, sat a man, his eyes fixed intently on the red ball of the setting sun. "That's not you, Jasper?" "Indeed, brother." "I have not seen you for years." "How should you, brother?" "What brings you here?" "The fight, brother." "Where are the tents?" "On the old spot, brother." "Any news since we parted?" "2 deaths, brother." "Who are dead, Jasper?" "Father and mother, brother." "Where did they die?" "Where they were sent, brother." "And Mrs. Hearn?" "She's alive, brother." "Where is she now?" "In Yorkshire, brother." "What is your opinion of death, Mr. Petulengro?" said I, as I sat down beside him. "My opinion of death, brother, is much the same as that in the old song of Pharaoh, which I have heard my grandmam sing. Canamarello manus chivios ande puv, tarovo la leste ochavo taromi. When a man dies, he is cast into the earth, and his wife and child sorrow over him. If he has neither wife nor child, then his father and mother, I suppose, and if he is quite alone in the world, why, then he is cast into the earth, and there is an end of the matter. There's the wind on the heath, brother. If I could only feel that, I would gladly live forever." "And do you think that is the end of a man?" "There's an end of him, brother, more's the pity." "Why do you say so?" "Life is sweet, brother." "Do you think so?" "Think so. There's night and day, brother, both sweet things. Sun and moon and stars, brother, all sweet things. There's likewise a wind on the heath. Life is very sweet, brother. Who would wish to die?" "I would wish to die." "You talk like a gorgio, which is the same as talking like a fool. Were you a Romany chai, you would talk wiser. Wish to die, indeed. A Romany chai would wish to live forever." "In sickness, Jasper?" "There's the sun and stars, brother." "In blindness, Jasper?" "There's the wind on the heath, brother. If I could only feel that, I would gladly live forever. Dosta, we'll now go to the tents and put on the gloves, and I'll try to make you feel what a sweet thing it is to be alive, brother." End of section 25. Section 26 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 26. The Flower of the Grass, Days of Pugilism, The Rendezvous, Jews, Bruisers of England, Winter, Spring, Well-Earned Bays, The Fight, Huge Black Cloud, Frame of Adamant, The Storm, Duckerapins, The Barouche, The Rain Gushers. How for everything there is a time and a season, and then how does the glory of a thing pass from it, even like the flower of the grass? This is a truism, but it is one of those which are continually forcing themselves upon the mind. Many years have not passed over my head, yet during those which I can recall to remembrance, how many things have I seen flourish, pass away, and become forgotten, except by myself, who in spite of all my endeavours never can forget anything. I have known the time when a pugilistic encounter between two noted champions was almost considered in the light of a national affair, when tens of thousands of individuals, high and low, meditated and brooded upon it the first thing in the morning and the last at night, until the great event was decided. But the time is past, and many people will say, thank God that it is. All I have to say is that the French still live on the other side of the water and are still casting their eyes hitherward, and that in the days of pugilism it was no vain blast to say that one Englishman was a match for two of t'other race. At present it would be a vain boast to say so, for these are not the days of pugilism. But those to which the course of my narrative has carried me were the days of pugilism. It was then at its height, and consequently near its decline, for corruption has crept into the ring, and how many things, states and sects among the rest, owe their decline to this cause. But what a bold and vigorous aspect pugilism wore at that time, and the great battle was just then coming off. The day had been decided upon, and the spot, a convenient distance from the old town, and to the old town were now flocking the bruisers of England, men of tremendous renown. Let no one sneer at the bruisers of England. What were the gladiators of Rome or the bullfighters of Spain in its palmiest days compared to England's bruisers? Pity that ever corruption should have crept in amongst them, but of that I wish not to talk. Let us still hope that a spark of the old religion, of which they were the priests, still lingers in the breasts of Englishmen. There they come, the bruisers, from far London, or from wherever else they might chance to be at the time, to the great rendezvous in the old city. Some came one way, some another. Some of tip-top reputation came with peers in their chariots, for glory and fame are such fair things that even peers are proud to have those invested therewith by their sides. Others came in their own gigs, driven by their own bits of blood, and I heard one say, I have driven through at a heat the whole 111 miles, and only stopped to bait twice. Oh, the blood horses of old England! But they too have had their day. For everything beneath the sun there is a season and a time. But the greatest number come just as they can contrive, on the tops of coaches, for example, and amongst these there are fellows with dark sallow faces and sharp shining eyes, and it is these that have planted rottenness in the core of pugilism, for they are Jews, and true to their kind have only base lucre in view. It was fierce old Cobbett, I think, who first said that the Jews first introduced bad faith amongst pugilists. He did not always speak the truth, but at any rate he spoke it when he made that observation. Strange people, the Jews, endowed with every gift but one, and that the highest, genius divine, genius which can alone make of men demigods and elevate them above earth and what is earthly and grovelling, without which a clever nation, and who more clever than the Jews, may have Rambans in plenty, but never a Fielding nor a Shakespeare. A Rothschild and a Mendoza, yes, but never a Kean nor a Belcher. So the bruisers of England are come to be present at the grand fight speedily coming off. There they are met in the precincts of the old town, near the field of the chapel, planted with tender saplings at the restoration of Sporting Charles, which are now become venerable elms as high as many a steeple. There they are met at a fitting rendezvous, where a retired coachman with one leg keeps an hotel and a bowling green. I think I now see them upon the bowling green, the men of renown, amidst hundreds of people with no renown at all, who gaze upon them with timid wonder. Fame, after all, is a glorious thing, though it lasts only for a day. There's Cribb, the champion of England, and perhaps the best man in England. There he is, with his huge massive figure and face wonderfully like that of a lion. There is Belcher the younger, not the mighty one who has gone to his place, but the Teucer Belcher, the most scientific pugilist that ever entered a ring, only wanting strength to be, I won't say what. He appeared to walk before me now as he did that evening, with his white hat, white greatcoat, thin, genteel figure, springy step, and keen, determined eye. Crosses him, what a contrast, grim, savage Shelton, who has a civil word for nobody, and a hard blow for anybody. Hard! One blow, given with the proper play of his athletic arm, will unsense a giant. Yonder individual who strolls about with his hands behind him, supporting his brown coat lappets, undersized, and who looks anything but what he is the king of the lightweight, so-called Randall, the terrible Randall, who has Irish blood in his veins, not the better for that, nor the worse. And not far from him is his last antagonist, Ned Turner, who, though beaten by him, still thinks himself as good a man, in which he is perhaps right, for it was a near thing, and a better gentleman, in which he is quite right, for he is a Welshman. But how shall I name them all? They were there by the dozens, and all tremendous in their way. There was Bulldog Hudson and Fearless Scroggins, who beat the conqueror of Sam the Jew. There was Black Richmond. No, he was not there, but I knew him well. He was the most dangerous of blacks, even with a broken thigh. There was Purcell, who could never conquer till all seemed over with him. There was... What, shall I name thee last? Ay, why not? I believe that thou art the last of all that strong family still above the sod, where mayst thou long continue, true piece of English stuff, Tom of Bedford, sharp as winter, kind as spring. Hail to thee, Tom of Bedford, or by whatever name it may please thee to be called, spring or winter. Hail to thee, 6-foot Englishman of the brown eye, worthy to have carried a 6-foot bow at Flodden, where England's yeoman triumphed over Scotland's king, his clans and chivalry. Hail to thee, last of England's bruisers, after all the many victories which thou hast achieved, true English victories, unbought by yellow gold. Need I recount them? Nay, they are already well known to fame. Sufficient to say that Bristol's bull and Ireland's champion were vanquished by thee, and one mightier still, gold itself thou didst overcome, for gold itself strove in vain to deaden the power of thy arm, and thus thou didst proceed till men left off challenging thee, the unvanquishable, the incorruptible. 'Tis a treat to see thee, Tom of Bedford, in thy public in Holborn way, whither thou hast retired with thy well-earned bays. 'Tis Friday night, and 9 by Holborn clock. There sits the yeoman at the end of his long room, surrounded by his friends. Glasses are filled, and a song is the cry, and a song is sung well suited to the place. It finds an echo in every heart. Fists are clenched, arms are waved, and the portraits of the mighty fighting men of yore, Broughton and Slack and Ben, which adorn the walls, appear to smite grim approbation, whilst many a manly voice joins in the bold chorus. Here's a health to old honest John Bull, when he's gone we shan't find such another, and with hearts and with glasses brimful we will drink to old England his mother. But the fight, with respect to the fight, what shall I say? Little can be said about it. It was soon over. Some said that the brave from town, who was reputed the best man of the two, and whose form was a perfect model of athletic beauty, allowed himself for lucre vile to be vanquished by the massive champion with the flattened nose. One thing is certain, that the former was suddenly seen to sink to the earth before a blow of by no means extraordinary power. Time was called, but there he lay upon the ground, apparently senseless, and from thence he did not lift his head till several seconds after the umpires had declared his adversary victor. There were shouts. Indeed, there's never a lack of shouts to celebrate a victory, however acquired, but there was also much grinding of teeth, especially amongst the fighting men from town. "Thomas sold us," said they, "sold us to the yokels. Who would have thought it?" Then there was fresh grinding of teeth, and scowling brows were turned to the heaven. But what is this? Is it possible? Does the heaven scowl too? Why, only a quarter of an hour ago! But what may not happen in a quarter of an hour? For many weeks the weather had been of the most glorious description. The eventful day, too, had dawned gloriously, and so it had continued till some 2 hours after noon. The fight was then over, and about that time I looked up. What a glorious sky of deep blue, and what a big fierce sun swimming high above in the midst of that blue. Not a cloud, there had not been one for weeks, not a cloud to be seen, only in the far west, just on the horizon, something like the extremity of a black wing. That was only a quarter of an hour ago, and now the whole northern side of the heaven is occupied by a huge black cloud, and the sun is only occasionally seen amidst masses of driving vapour. What a change! But another fight is at hand, and the pugilists are clearing the outer ring. How their huge whips come crashing down upon the heads of the yokels. Blood flows, more blood than in the fight. Those blows are given with right good will. Those are not sham blows, whether of whip or fist. It is with fist that grim Shelton strikes down the big yokel. He is always dangerous, grim Shelton, but now particularly so, for he has lost £10 betted on the brave who sold himself to the yokels. But the outer ring is cleared, and now the second fight commences. It is between two champions of less renown than the others, but is perhaps not the worse on that account. A tall, thin boy is fighting in the ring with a man somewhat under the middle size, with a frame of adamant. That's a gallant boy. He's a yokel, but he comes from Brummagem, and he does credit to his extraction. But his adversary has a frame of adamant. In what a strange light they fight! But who can wonder, on looking at that frightful cloud usurping now one half of heaven, and at the sun struggling with sulphurous vapours? The face of the boy, which is turned towards me, looks horrible in that light. But he is a brave boy. He strikes his foe on the forehead, and the report of the blow is like the sound of a hammer against a rock. But there is a rush and a roar overhead, a wild commotion. The tempest is beginning to break loose. There's wind and dust, a crash, rain and hail. Is it possible to fight amidst such a commotion? Yes, the fight goes on. Again the boy strikes the man full on the brow, but it is of no use striking that man. His frame is of adamant. Boy, thy strength is beginning to give way, and thou art becoming confused. The man now goes to work amidst rain and hail. Boy, thou wilt not hold out 10 minutes longer against rain, hail, and the blows of such an antagonist. And now the storm is at its height. The black thundercloud had broken into many, which assumed the wildest shapes and the strangest colours, some of them unspeakably glorious. The rain poured in a deluge, and more than one water-spout was seen at no great distance. An immense rabble is hurrying in one direction, a multitude of men of all ranks, peers and yokels, prize-fighters and Jews, and the last came to plunder, and are now plundering amidst that wild confusion of hail and rain, men and horses, carts and carriages. But all hurry in one direction, through mud and mire. There's a town only 3 miles distant, which is soon reached, and soon filled. It will not contain 1/3 of that mighty rabble. But there's another town farther on. The good old city is farther on, only 12 miles. What's that? Who will stay here? Onward to the old town. Hurry, scurry, a mixed multitude of men and horses, carts and carriages, all in the direction of the old town. And in the midst of all that mad throng, at the moment when the rain gushes were coming down with particular fury, and the artillery of the sky was pealing as I had never heard it peal before, I felt someone seize me by the arm. I turned round and beheld Mr Petulengro. "I can't hear you, Mr Petulengro," said I, for the thunder drowned the words which he appeared to be uttering. "Dear Guinea," I heard Mr Petulengro say, "it thundereth. I was asking, brother, whether you believe in daguerreotypes." "I do not, Mr Petulengro, but this is strange weather to be asking me whether I believe in fortunes." "Grondini," said Mr Petulengro, "it haileth. I believe in daguerreotypes, brother." "And who has more right," said I, "seeing that you live by them? But this tempest is truly horrible." "Dear Guinea, Grondini la villamini. It thundereth, it haileth, and also flameth," said Mr Petulengro. "Look up there, brother." I looked up. Connected with this tempest there was one feature to which I have already alluded, the wonderful colour of the clouds. Some were of vivid green, others of the brightest orange, others as black as pitch. The gypsy's finger was pointed to a particular part of the sky. "What do you see there, brother?" "A strange kind of cloud." "What does it look like, brother?" "Something like a stream of blood." "That cloud foreshoweth a bloody daguerreotype." "A bloody fortune," said I, "and whom may it betide?" "Who knows?" said the gypsy. Down the way, dashing and splashing and scattering man, horse and cart to the left and right, came an open barouche drawn by 4 smoking steeds, with postilions in scarlet jackets and leather skull-caps. 2 forms were conspicuous in it, that of the successful bruiser and of his friend and backer, the sporting gentleman of my acquaintance. "His," said the gypsy, pointing to the latter, whose stern features wore a smile of triumph, as, probably recognizing me in the crowd, he nodded in the direction of where I stood as the barouche hurried by. There went the barouche, dashing through the rain gushes, and in it one whose boast it was that he was equal to either fortune. Many have heard of that man. Many may be desirous of knowing yet more of him. I have nothing to do with that man's afterlife. He fulfilled his Ducerapen. A bad, violent man. Softly, friend, when thou wouldst speak harshly of the dead, remember that thou hast not yet fulfilled thy own Ducerapen. End of section 26. Section 27 of Lavengro, The Scholar, the Gypsy, the Priest, by George Borrow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 27. My father. Premature decay. The easy chair. A few questions. So you told me. A difficult language. They can it hike. Misused opportunities. Soul. Want of candour. Don't weep. Heaven forgive me. Dated from Paris. I wish he were here. A father's reminiscences. Farewell to vanities. My father, as I have already informed the reader, had been endowed by nature with great corporeal strength. Indeed, I have been assured that, at the period of his prime, his figure had denoted the possession of almost Herculean powers. The strongest forms, however, do not always endure the longest, the very excess of the noble and generous juices which they contain being the cause of their premature decay. But, be that as it may, the health of my father, some few years after his retirement from the service to the quiet of domestic life, underwent a considerable change. His constitution appeared to be breaking up, and he was subject to severe attacks from various disorders, with which till then he had been utterly unacquainted. He was, however, wont to rally more or less after his illnesses, and might still occasionally be seen taking his walk, with his cane in his hand, and accompanied by his dog, who sympathized entirely with him, pining as he pined, improving as he improved, and never leaving the house save in his company. And in this manner matters went on for a considerable time, no very great apprehension with respect to my father's state being raised either in my mother's breast or my own. But about 6 months after the period at which I have arrived in my last chapter, it came to pass that my father experienced a severer attack than on any previous occasion. He had the best medical advice, but it was easy to see from the looks of his doctors that they entertained but slight hopes of his recovery. His sufferings were great, yet he invariably bore them with unshakable fortitude. There was one thing remarkable connected with his illness. Notwithstanding its severity, it never confined him to his bed. He was wont to sit in his little parlour in his easy-chair, dressed in a faded regimental coat, his dog at his feet, who would occasionally lift his head from the hearth-rug on which he lay and look his master wistfully in the face. And thus my father spent the greater part of his time, sometimes in prayer, sometimes in meditation, and sometimes in reading the Scriptures. I frequently sat with him, though, as I entertained a great awe for my father, I used to feel rather ill at ease when, as sometimes happened, I found myself alone with him. "I wish to ask you a few questions," said he to me one day, after my mother had left the room. "I will answer anything you may please to ask me, my dear father." "What have you been about lately?" "I have been occupied as usual, attending at the office at the appointed hours." "And what do you do there?" "Whatever I am ordered." "And nothing else?" "Oh, yes, sometimes I read a book." "Connected with your profession?" "Not lately. I have been lately reading Armenian." "What's that?" "The language of a people whose country is a region on the other side of Asia Minor." "Well!" "A region abounding in mountains." "Well!" "Amongst which is Mount Ararat." "Well!" upon which, as the Bible informs us, the ark rested. Well, it is the language of the people of those regions. So you told me. And I've been reading the Bible in their language. Well, or rather I should say in the ancient language of these people, from which I am told the modern Armenian differs considerably. Well, as much as the Italian from the Latin. Well, so I have been reading the Bible in ancient Armenian. You told me so before. I found it a highly difficult language. Yes, differing widely from the languages in general with which I am acquainted. Yes, exhibiting, however, some features in common with them. Yes, and sometimes agreeing remarkably in words with a certain strange wild speech with which I became acquainted. Irish, no, father, not Irish, with which I became acquainted by the greatest chance in the world. Yes, but of which I need say nothing farther at present, and which I should not have mentioned but for that fact. Well, which I consider remarkable. Yes, the Armenian is copious. Is it? With an alphabet of 39 letters, but it is harsh and guttural. Yes, like the language of most mountainous people. The Armenians call it hike. Do they? And themselves hike also. They are a remarkable people, though their original habitation is the mountain of Ararat. They are to be found, like the Jews, all over the world. Wow. Well, father, that's all I can tell you about the hikes or Armenians. And what does it all amount to? Very little, father. Indeed, there is very little known about the Armenians. Their early history in particular is involved in considerable mystery. And if you knew all that it was possible to know about them, to what would it amount? To what earthly purpose could you turn it? Have you acquired any knowledge of your profession? Very little, father. Very little. Have you acquired all in your power? I can't say that I have, father. And yet it was your duty to have done so. But I see how it is. You have shamefully misused your opportunities. You are like one who, sent into the field to labour, passes his time in flinging stones at the birds of heaven. I would scorn to fling a stone at a bird, father. You know what I mean, and all too well, and this attempt to evade deserved reproof by feigned simplicity is quite in character with your general behaviour. I have ever observed about you a want of frankness which has distressed me. You never speak of what you are about, your hopes or your projects, but cover yourself with mystery. I never knew till the present moment that you were acquainted with Armenian. Because you never asked me, father. There's nothing to conceal in the matter. I will tell you in a moment how I came to learn Armenian. A lady whom I met at one of Mrs. Blank's parties took a fancy to me, and has done me the honour to allow me to go and see her sometimes. She is the widow of a rich clergyman, and on her husband's death came to this place to live, bringing her husband's library with her. I soon found my way to it, and examined every book. Her husband must have been a learned man, for amongst much Greek and Hebrew I found several volumes in Armenian, or relating to that language. And why did you not tell me of this before? Because you never questioned me, but I repeat there is nothing to conceal in the matter. The lady took a fancy to me, and, being fond of the arts, drew my portrait. She said the expression of my countenance put her in mind of Alfieri's soul. And do you still visit her? No, she soon grew tired of me, and told people that she found me very stupid. She gave me the Armenian books, however. Soul, said my father musingly. Soul. I am afraid she was only too right there. He disobeyed the commands of his master, and brought down on his head the vengeance of heaven. He became a maniac, prophesied, and flung weapons about him. He was indeed an awful character. I hope I shan't turn out like him. God forbid, said my father solemnly. But in many respects you are headstrong and disobedient like him. I placed you in a profession, and besought you to make yourself master of it by giving it your undivided attention. This, however, you did not do. You know nothing of it, but tell me that you are acquainted with Armenian. But what I dislike most is your want of candour. You are my son, but I know little of your real history. You may know 50 things for what I am aware. You may know how to shoe a horse for what I am aware. Not only to shoe a horse, father, but to make horseshoes. Perhaps so, said my father, and it only serves to prove what I was just saying, that I know little about you. But you easily may, my dear father. I will tell you anything that you may wish to know. Shall I inform you how I learnt to make horseshoes? No, said my father. As you kept it a secret so long, it may as well continue so still. Had you been a frank, open-hearted boy, like one I could name, you would have told me all about it of your own accord. But I now wish to ask you a serious question. What do you propose to do? To do, father? Yes. The time for which you were articled to your profession will soon be expired, and I shall be no more. Do not talk so, my dear father. I have no doubt that you will soon be better. Do not flatter yourself. I feel that my days are numbered. I am soon going to my rest, and I have need of rest, for I am weary. There, don't weep. Tears will help me as little as they will you. You have not yet answered my question. Tell me what you intend to do. I really do not know what I shall do. The military pension which I enjoy will cease with my life. The property which I shall leave behind me will be barely sufficient for the maintenance of your mother respectably. I again ask you what you intend to do. Do you think you can support yourself by your Armenian or your other acquirements? Alas, I think little at all about it, but I suppose I must push into the world and make a good fight, as becomes the son of him who fought Big Ben. If I can't succeed and am driven to the worst, it is but dying. What do you mean by dying? Leaving the world. My loss would scarcely be felt. I have never held life in much value, and everyone has a right to dispose as he thinks fit of that which is his own. Ah, now I understand you, and well I know how and where you imbibed that horrible doctrine, and many similar ones which I have heard from your mouth. But I wish not to reproach you. I view in your conduct a punishment for my own sins, and I bow to the will of God. Few and evil have been my days upon the earth. Little have I done to which I can look back with satisfaction. It is true I have served my king 50 years, and I have fought with... Heaven forgive me, what was I about to say? But you mentioned the man's name, and our minds willingly recall our ancient follies. Few and evil have been my days upon earth, I may say, with Jacob of old, though I do not mean to say that my case is so hard as his. He had many undutiful children, whilst I have only... But I will not reproach you. I have also, like him, a son to whom I can look with hope, who may yet preserve my name when I am gone. So let me be thankful, perhaps, after all, I have not lived in vain. Boy, when I am gone, look up to your brother, and may God bless you both. There, don't weep, but take the Bible and read me something about the old man and his children. My brother had now been absent for the space of 3 years. At first his letters had been frequent, and from them it appeared that he was following his profession in London with industry. They then became rather rare, and my father did not always communicate their contents. His last letter, however, had filled him and our whole little family with joy. It was dated from Paris, and the writer was evidently in high spirits. After describing in eloquent terms the beauties and gaieties of the French capital, he informed us how he had plenty of money, having copied a celebrated picture of one of the Italian masters for a Hungarian nobleman, for which he had received a large sum. He wishes me to go with him to Italy, added he, but I am fond of independence, and if ever I visit old Rome, I will have no patrons near me to distract my attention. But 6 months had now elapsed from the date of this letter, and we had heard no further intelligence of my brother. My father's complaint increased. The gout, his principal enemy, occasionally mounted high up in his system, and we had considerable difficulty in keeping it from the stomach, where it generally proves fatal. I now devoted almost the whole of my time to my father, on whom his faithful partner also lavished every attention and care. I read the Bible to him, which was his chief delight, and also occasionally such other books as I thought might prove entertaining to him. His spirits were generally rather depressed. The absence of my brother appeared to prey upon his mind. "I wish he were here," he would frequently exclaim. "I can't imagine what can have become of him. I trust, however, he will arrive in time." He still sometimes rallied, and I took advantage of those moments of comparative ease to question him upon the events of his early life. My attentions to him had not passed unnoticed, and he was kind, fatherly, and unreserved. I had never known my father so entertaining as at these moments, when his life was but too evidently drawing to a close. I had no idea that he knew and had seen so much. My respect for him increased, and I looked upon him almost with admiration. His anecdotes were in general highly curious. Some of them related to people in the highest stations, and to men whose names were closely connected with some of the brightest glories of our native land. He had frequently conversed, almost on terms of familiarity, with good old George. He had known the conqueror of Tippoo Saib, and was the friend of Townshend, who, when Wolfe fell, led the British Grenadiers against the shrinking regiments of Montcalm. Pity, he added, that when old as I am now, he should have driven his own son mad by robbing him of his plighted bride. But so it was. He married his son's bride. I saw him lead her to the altar. If ever there was an angelic countenance, it was that girl's. She was almost too fair to be one of the daughters of women. Is there anything, boy, that you would wish to ask me? Now is the time." "Yes, father, there is one about whom I would fain question you." "Who is it? Shall I tell you about Eliot?" "No, father, not about Eliot, but pray don't be angry. I should like to know something about Big Ben." "You are a strange lad," said my father, "and though of late I have begun to entertain a more favourable opinion than heretofore, there is still much about you that I do not understand. Why do you bring up that name? Don't you know that it is one of my temptations? You wish to know something about him. Well, I will oblige you this once, and then farewell to such vanities. Something about him. I will tell you his skin when he flung off his clothes, and he had a particular knack in doing so. His skin when he bared his mighty chest and back for combat, and when he fought he stood so, if I remember right. His skin, I say, was brown and dusky as that of a toad. Oh me, I wish my elder son was here." End of section 27.